Tasmania's Premier has rolled the dice on a very early election. Tonight, the people's verdict.
Former Premier Peter Gutwein made history in 2021 by winning a third Liberal term by the slimmest of margins.
But within a year, Gutwein was gone, citing exhaustion as the reason for his surprise resignation from politics.
For his successor, Jeremy Rockliff, it's been a bumpy term, forced into minority government after barely a year in the top job when two Liberal MPs quit the party and joined the crossbench. The Premier says he's called today's early election because an agreement he struck with those two had broken down.
After years in the doldrums, can Rebecca White's Labor Party capitalise on the government chaos? And will the new bigger parliament also bring with it an expanded crossbench?
This campaign has thrown up countless questions about Tasmania's future, and tonight it's the voters' turn to deliver some answers.
Live across the country from Nipaluna, Hobart, this is Tasmania Votes.
Hello and welcome to the last remaining tally room in Australia here at the Grand Chancellor Hotel in Hobart. I'm Sabra Lane.
And I'm Guy Stainer. It's fantastic to have your company. The time for pundits and opinion polls has officially ended. Booths across Tasmania are now closed, which means we will soon get the people's verdict.
And who better to bring us up-to-the-minute analysis of tonight's count than the ABC's Chief Election Analyst, Anthony Green. Welcome back to Tasmania, Anthony. A little sooner than expected. One big change this year is the bigger parliament. How do you think that's going to impact this election result?
Well, I think we'll start first by looking at the existing parliament. That the 25-seat parliament that was elected last time, the Liberal Party got just under 50% of the vote, but only got a one-seat majority, 13 of the 25 seats. Labor 9, Greens 2 and others 1. What's happened since then has actually been why there is an early election. 2 Liberal members deserted the crossbench. David O'Byrne parted ways with the Labor Party and joined the crossbench, so the Liberals were down to 11, and the justification for calling the election was that the government had lost control of the chamber. Of course, what is happening this time is the chamber is going up from 25 to 35 members. In each of the 5 divisions, there will be 7 members elected in 7 of 5. The quota for election comes from 16.7 to 12.5%.
And Anthony, with more seats up for grabs in each electorate, there are also a lot more candidates than we're used to seeing in Tasmania.
There's a record 167 candidates. Now, it's not so much the increase in candidates that's the issue. I mean, 30 of those are just simply the Labor and Liberal and Greens standing 7 candidates per division instead of 5. What's happened at this election is that there was only 2 groups last time with single independents in. That was Sue Hickey and Christy Johnson in Clark. At this election, there's a record 14. It's not the increase in candidates the issue, it's the increase in columns on the ballot paper. And so that's going to actually slow down the count along with the extra preferences, and also makes the between party preferences, between group preferences more interesting, because people have to mark 7 preferences. And anybody who votes for these independents and the smaller groups, like Jackie Lambie Network, they're only standing 3 in each division. If they are excluded in the count, they have preferences and they go elsewhere. And normally at Tasmanian elections, there isn't a great input of between party preferences.
Thanks, Anthony, for that. Let's introduce you to the panel that we've assembled here tonight to help you make sense of the results and what they mean for the state. ABC reporter Emily Baker has covered Tasmanian politics since 2018 and has won Journalist of the Year twice. Em, welcome back.
Yes,
Elections are always exciting affairs, but Jeremy Rockliff and Rebecca White would be pretty nervous about now.
Absolutely, Sabra. Tonight we find out whether Jeremy Rockliff's gamble has paid off, whether he'll be returning to the Tasmanian Parliament as Premier with an unprecedented 4th-term government and a majority, or if he might wake up tomorrow with perhaps a sore head and in a coalition of chaos, as he might describe it. We'll find out whether Tasmanian Labor has restored its brand and earned the trust of Tasmanian voters, or whether Rebecca White is heading to her 3rd straight election loss. whether the Greens can lift their vote above 12%, securing more seats. And of course, really fascinating to see what that crossbench might look like. There might be some new faces there, but this could be a bit of a game changer for Tasmanian politics for the years to come.
And morning's presenter for ABC Radio Hobart and across northern Tasmania is Leon Compton, who's been travelling around Tasmania talking to candidates in every seat. Leon, you've also been hearing from voters. What have they had to say?
Yeah, Guy, we've been talking to literally hundreds of voters over the last 5 weeks. And as always happens in Tasmanian elections, there's a real focus on the basics. People want access to a hospital that works. They want to know that there is a GP somewhere near them that they can get into if they're sick. People talk about quality of schools and decent roads. What parents pushing prams and grandparents pushing prams are telling us a lot at the moment is their community desperately needs better access to childcare, and that's come up in the course of this campaign. We'll talk about that. And the stadium too has made it onto a lot of lists, particularly the further you get away from Hobart. There has been an interest in talking about independence. What we have not felt, and it may not be borne out in the polls, there is no sense of baseball bats on the front lawn waiting to take on this government, and no real call to give the other guys a go, no real call for a vote for Labor. And a lot of people have been talking about the disengagement in this campaign, and I think there's a reason for that, and it's the old adage that people give you about parenting. After a while, children don't worry about what you say. They look at what you do. And this is a government now that's had 10 years to show what it does, and people will be making their decision tonight based on their judgment of that.
Thanks, Leon. Now let's bring in the rest of our panel. Throughout the night, no matter how long we go for, we're going to be joined with us by the former federal Liberal senator and now state candidate, Liberal candidate for Franklin, Erica Betts.
Labor's Sarah Lovell, a member of Tasmania's Upper House, the Legislative Council. Welcome, Sarah.
Thanks, Guy. Lovely to be here.
And Green Senator Nick McKim. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Sabra.
Now, Erica Betts, I'm going to start with you. Jeremy Rockliff called this election early, saying that his relationship with the former Liberal 2 MPs had broken down. He said that he needed to go to the election because it was a minority government too weak. Do you give your side much of a chance of gaining a majority tonight?
You always have to hope for a majority. The polls suggest that might be difficult, but there is a pathway to a majority government if we capture 5 seats in Braden, which has happened in the past, 4 in Bass, 4 in Lyons, 3 in Franklin, 2 in Clark. Hopefully we can get there, but we start with 11 seats, so let's keep that in mind. So we are quite a way behind. We have to make up a lot of ground tonight. I would like to think we could bank 14 seats. 16, I think, is quite realistic as well. Getting to the 18 seats is going to be a huge ask and task, but let's see what our fellow Tasmanians have determined.
Thank you, Eric. To you, Sarah Lovell, this is a third-term government. For the second time in a row, they've called an early election. The government has been largely dysfunctional for the last year or so, and yet somehow Labor is still well behind in the polls. Why is the Labor brand so on the nose with the Tasmanian public?
Well, Guy, I don't think that it is that the Labor brand is on the nose with the public. I think what we're seeing in Tasmania play out is really a continuation of a trend that we've seen in politics right around the country, where people are looking for alternatives in independents and other minor parties. This election has really very clearly been a choice between the Liberal government, and on the other side there's a whole smorgasbord of people to choose from, including the Labor Party. So there are a lot more options for people there if they don't want to vote Liberal. That might be reflected in the polls. But also, you know, we're waiting to see what results come in, because I think there's a lot that's unpredictable about tonight's election. It's a pretty historic night, going back to the 35 seats. A big test for Jeremy Rockliff's leadership, given the reasons that he's gone to the second early election, as you've described. So we're waiting to see what comes through as those results come through.
Nick McKim, the expansion of the chamber means that the quota required to be elected is dropped. That should benefit the Greens, but if you can't win a seat in every electorate tonight, does that mean that you've failed?
No, I don't think so. And it's a bit of a myth that this increase in the size of Parliament benefits the Greens. It benefits everybody. It makes it easier for independents. It makes it easier for the second or third Labor or Liberal candidate to get elected. But overall, tonight very difficult to see a pathway to majority government for either of the Coles and Woolworths of Australian politics, and there's every chance that tonight a lot of Tasmanians will be celebrating a vibrant, dynamic, accountable, transparent parliament where no one party has absolute power and power is shared, and the corporate vested interests that have destroyed this state for such a long time will not be able to do their secret deals with Labor and Liberal governments behind closed doors, and it will be happening on the floor of the parliament where it should actually be happening.
Nick McKim, there'll be a lot more to hear from our panel tonight. We're approaching 10 minutes past 6, which means counting is now underway across the state, and we should start to get first figures in the next half an hour or so. Watching the count in Hobart is Lucy MacDonald. Lucy, there's plenty of action happening behind you, but with more candidates on the ballot, is it likely to be a more time-consuming process for those electoral workers we can see?
Well, Guy, the Electoral Commission is nothing if not prompt. At 6 o'clock on the dot, we heard a call ring out. The votes were poured out, and they have started counting behind me. Now, fun fact: the team behind me are counting the sprawling electorate of Lyons, which of course runs all the way from the south to the north, and upstairs we've got the Hobart-based electorate of Clark and Franklin. You know, we had more than almost 300,000 Tasmanians walk through the doors to vote in polling booths today, while more than a quarter of the state also voted early, which was a record. As Anthony Green mentioned earlier, we had a record 167 candidates in this election. Now, that's probably because we're seeing that expanded 35-seat House. With that lower quota, people have a better chance of getting elected, and it also means that you've got 10 vacant seats, which, obviously the major parties are hoping to nab more. You've also got these independents hoping to get them for the first time. But it's not the number of candidates that is the problem with delaying the counting. It's the number of sort of columns on the voting document. It's number of columns, and it's also the fact that you've got this preference vote because you've got 7 candidates in each electorate. So the TEC says they should have some first results trickling in about 6:45 tonight. By the end of the night, they said you might have an idea of about 10 to 15 candidates, but that's just an idea. As for who will form government, well, that could take a while longer.
Lucy MacDonald, thank you. Well, Anthony, while we wait for the first figures to arrive from Lucy's counting station there, can you please explain for the mainlanders watching on that Tasmanian elections are a little different? Can you explain how the Hare-Clark system works?
This is like asking Jim Maxwell to explain Duckworth-Lewis, I think. But it's like the map, this is the 5 electorates. These are the 5 federal divisions you've heard of: Bass, Braden, Franklin, Lyons and Clark. So Bass up here in the northeast is mainly Launceston. Braden, the whole northwest coast and the west coast. Lyons are an electorate of regions. It's got the East Coast, Derwent Valley, Northern and Southern Midlands, the orbit of Northern Hobart. You've got Franklin, which is a rather odd electorate, including Clarence to the east of Hobart and Kingston to the south. And then the last electorate is Clark, the central Hobart electorate. Now, at the last election, for a 13-seat and a 1-seat majority, the Liberal Party won three of the 5 seats in Bass, in Braden and Lyons, and they won 2 each in Clark and Franklin. So to win this time, that's what the government needs to do. It needs to win 4 in at least 3 seats and 3 in the other 2. And the opinion polling, as it's dropped off, makes it much harder to win 4. You need basically 50% of the vote to win a majority of seats in a state. So that's the contest. We'll be filling in these seats tonight. What we do on the night is we start looking at the vote by party. It's a candidate-based system, but you can sort of aggregate the vote by party and get a rough idea of how many seats each of the parties will elect. If the Labor gets 3.5 quotas or the Liberals 3.5 quotas, they're probably going to elect 3 members and be in the race for a 4th. If the Greens get 0.8 of a quota, they're in the race for a seat, or 1.5, they're in a race for 2nd. So we'll look at the votes by party first. As the figures come in, you start to get a handle on how many votes each candidate has got, and you can start to determine from that ticket who are the candidates likely to get. Now, early on, we'll get some candidates who'll get well over a quota. Jeremy Rockliff will be one. Rebecca White will be another, probably Michael Ferguson, maybe even Erica Betts in Franklin, we'll see. He's got Jackie Petrusman there, who's got a quota in her own right before. So some of those people will be obviously elected. It's then beyond them who gets elected. So we start on early rotations around these seats. We'll be talking about party vote, and then later in the evening we'll be dissecting the party tickets as well as looking at those individual independents.
What does it mean, Anthony, for how quickly you'll be able to start calling seats?
Look, to be honest, we could call 2 seats for Labor and Liberal in just about every electorate already. Both of the major parties will get 20 to 30%. The Greens will get a quota in Franklin and Clark. We'll wait until we get some votes to do that. But, 10 to 12 seats will go pretty quickly. And then beyond that, you start to give them away as the vote firms up and as we start to pick candidates themselves.
OK. We've got reporters in key parts of the state who'll bring us instant reaction to the results. Let's head to the Liberal Party election night function right now. Reporter Jarno Gibson's there. And Jarno, Jeremy Rockliff took a real gamble in calling an early election. What are the Liberals you're talking to? What are they telling you? Are they optimistic that that's going to pay off?
Well, Sabra, unfortunately I can't tell you what the mood is like here in the election function room behind me, and that's because the Liberals have blocked access to the media tonight. So very much a closed affair with the Liberals. But having spoken to Liberal Party insiders, they are very confident that at the very least they'll be able to secure more seats than the Labor Party by the end of the count tonight. Somewhere between 14, maybe 15, maybe 16 seats. Certainly not enough to reach that majority figure of 18 seats, but it will set them up to be able to try and form a minority government if they can get the support or at least a guarantee from some of the members of the crossbenchers, the independents and the minor parties that might emerge as winners tonight. But it's important to remember that when Jeremy Rockliff rolled the dice some 5.5 weeks ago and called this early election, he did urge Tasmanians to elect a majority Liberal government, and he warned that a minority government would be destabilising for Tasmania, and certainly at this stage the polls are suggesting that a minority Liberal government is the most likely outcome. So not quite the stability and certainty that Jeremy Rockliff was looking for, but if they do end up winning, it will be the 4th time in a row that the Liberals have won government, and that will be a record here in Tasmania.
Thanks, Jarno.
Well, monitoring the Labor camp for us tonight is reporter Liz Gwynn. Liz, how hopeful are Labor sources that Rebecca White can make it 3rd time lucky tonight?
Good evening, Guy. I had hoped to cross to you from inside the Labor function, but unfortunately I got a call late yesterday to say that we wouldn't be allowed in because it is a private event. Now, this is unusual and I haven't been given a clear reason as to why this decision was made. But I've been on the phones instead, Guy, and I've been making calls to Labor sources, and they tell me that they are quietly optimistic. They say that the community, that there's a real sense, and people have told them that they are in the mood for change. But whether or not this translates to a vote for Labor, well, that does remain to be seen. Now, Labor leader Rebecca White, well, she's been campaigning hard right up until today, and she really does want to win majority government. She's really been pushing for addressing cost of living pressures, but she's also been saying that she will help to improve the state's health system. Now, in particular, ambulance ramping, which has been a major issue here in Tasmania. It's been a big day for the Labor leader. Understandably, she'd be quite nervous seeing those results coming in tonight and in the coming days and even a week as well to get a clearer picture. She's led Labor to 2 election losses, and there will be a lot of questions over her future if Labor loses again, Guy.
Liz Gwynn, thank you.
At Greens headquarters is our reporter Madeleine Rojan. Maddie, the Greens, how are people feeling about the first campaign with Rosalie Woodruff at the helm?
Well, I can say firstly that it's quite a good party here. I'm enjoying it. And the Greens have had a very exciting campaign with Rosalie Woodruff at the helm. They say they've spoken really well for Tasmanians and for the environment, which they say sets them apart from other parties. Now, the Volunteers also, they have been working so hard across the whole state, and those efforts have been concentrated in the north, where currently they don't have any seats, but with the expansion of Parliament back to 35 seats, they're hoping to pick up a seat each in Bass and in Lyons. Braden, there's a bit more of a battle against the Liberal Party and the Jackie Lambie network, but, you know, they're hoping they can do it. Anything can happen this election.
Madeline Roseanne, thank you, and good to see someone actually getting inside a function. And in Launceston at the Lambie network, at that function is our reporter Monty Bovell. Monty, depending on what poll you're looking at, Jackie Lambie's party is drawing between 8 and 10% of the vote. How confident are they of converting that support into seats in Parliament?
Well, Guy, there's certainly a level of optimism here in the room at the Jackie Lambie Network function in Launceston. Certainly the party is hopeful of maybe picking up a few seats in this new parliament. Maybe Braden being considered as their best chance, also Lyons as well, certainly from the conversations that I have. But the questions that this party is asking is, are their candidates high profile enough? That's something they're really proud of, though, something that these candidates are everyday people, and they're not the high-profile political names that you would normally hear. The second question is, will Jackie Lambie's brand or will Jackie Lambie's name be enough to get some of these candidates across the line? So certainly it will be a very interesting result to come in. And the next question will be what the Jackie Lambie Network would do if they do form a balance of power position in the new parliament.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monty, and thank you to all of our reporters. Also tonight here in the tally room, we have Selena Ross. You're at a big board. What's it going to show us tonight, Selena?
So that's right, Sabra. This is the big board. And tonight it's going to be giving us the big picture, an overview of the state of play as the results are coming in. And now, as you heard from Anthony, we have 5 electorates in Tasmania, and each of those have 7 seats. So each of the squares you're going to see here represents 1 seat. And as the results come in, as seats are called, they're going to fill up with either a face or a party colour to show who's won that seat. Now, to show you what we mean, we're going to bring in the results of the 2021 election so that you get an idea of how it's going to look. We're also going to talk you through what's been happening over the past 3 years, because there have been plenty of changes in that time. So as soon as the election result was declared that year, Adam Brooks quit in Braden and was replaced by Felix Ellis. Then we had David O'Byrne ousted from the Parliamentary Labor Party and turned independent. In 2022, we had the Education Minister, Sarah Courtenay, quit and be replaced by Lara Alexander. Just 2 months later, the Premier, Peter Gutwein, quit and was replaced by Simon Wood. Then we had the Police Minister, Jackie Petrusma, quit and replaced by Dean Young. Then we get to last year, and 2023 was quite a tumultuous year, particularly for the Liberals. The biggest thing that happened was that Lara Alexander in Bass and John Tucker in Lyons both quit the Liberal Party and threw the government into a minority, and led us eventually to here tonight to this early election. We also had the Greens leader, Cassie O'Connor, quit in Clark and be replaced by Vicar Bailey. And we had the Attorney General, Elise Archer, quit and be replaced by Simon Barakis. So as you can see there, since 2021, around a third of the people who were elected that year have either gone or they've turned independent. So today has been a chance for Tasmanians to decide who they want to see on the floor of the Parliament. So right now we're going to clear the board and go back to the start. And Guy and Sabra, we're going to wait to see those faces as they start popping up as the results come in.
Thank you, Selena, and it will be fascinating to see what happens with that big board throughout the night. Erica Betts, throughout this campaign, the Liberal Party has campaigned on stable majority government. What that big board shows is that electing a Liberal government paves the way for anything but stability.
All I don't think so. Well, what people understand is that if they vote for a stable majority Liberal government, that is what they expect. And when that no longer occurs, when John Tucker and Lara Alexander did what they did, it no longer worked, and therefore the Premier called the election. But look, let's keep in mind, the Greens leader, Cassie O'Connor, left. You had a recount. David O'Byrne had his issues with the Labor Party. So this is not a uniquely Liberal thing. I think it's a uniquely Tasmanian political thing where people do switch out of parties, into parties, whatever. And my own view is that if you're with a party, you stick with a party irrespective of what may be done to you, because that's what you sign up for. And that's what the Premier has asked the people of Tasmania to consider.
Sarah Lovell, I'm going to go to you. Labor's got 8 seats to win a majority in the new expanded parliament. You need to bring that up to 18. That's a 10-seat net gain without losing any. Is that really achievable?
Look, there's no doubt we're starting from a long way where we need to be in majority government, but so is the Liberal Party, and this really is a test for Jeremy Rockliff and his leadership. He's gone to an early election on the basis that we need stable majority government. It's looking increasingly unlikely that any major party will get to that point. We've been very realistic about that all the way through. The question, I think, tonight will be who will be best placed to work with those minor parties and independents to form a workable and cohesive and collaborative parliament.
Well, as we've already heard, this has been a short but tumultuous term for the Liberal government.
There have been so many changes to the party room since the 2021 election that it's been often difficult to keep up. Ellie Ward looks back at the last 3 years in Tasmanian politics.
In May 2021, Peter Gutwein steered the Liberals to an historic third term. Tasmanians had been sent to the polls a year early after the Liberals lost their majority following the sacking of former Speaker Sue Hickey.
I have never been more certain that our state's best days are still in front of us.
But in under a year, Mr Gutwein quit, citing the desire to spend more time with his family and that he had nothing left to give. 3 more members of Cabinet quit within a year of the election, all citing personal reasons for the decision. The perennial Deputy Jeremy Rockliff took the helm of a less than steady ship, but things were to get more rocky. Liberal backbenchers John Tucker and Lara Alexander moved to the crossbench over transparency concerns, particularly around the proposed $715 million AFL stadium, plunging the government into minority.
You stop the stadium, you stop the team and you kill the dream.
Then Attorney General Elise Archer quit after being ousted from Cabinet over bullying allegations, throwing Rockliff's minority government into further disarray. But threats by the former Liberals turned independents to bring down the government prompted Mr Rockliff to pull the election trigger last month.
The Parliament has become unworkable.
What do we want? Safe patient care. When do we want it? Now.
After 10 years in power with crises in health, housing and a damning commission of inquiry into government responses to child sexual abuse, on paper it should be curtains for the Liberal government. But the opposition has struggled to prove it's up to the task. Tasmanian Labor hasn't been able to govern itself. Former Senators Nick Sherry and Doug Cameron were appointed as administrators 2 years ago, after years of bitter division and factional infighting. Only last month was it put back in charge of its own affairs. With polls suggesting neither major party will win a majority in their own right, attention has turned to potential deals with the Greens, minor parties and independents.
I will not agree to anything that constrains me or my government.
Neither party may have a choice. Tasmania's lower house returns to 35 members at this election. It was cut to 25 in 1998. In a bid by the Liberals and Labor to prevent the Greens from gaining the balance of power. But across the political spectrum, it was acknowledged the move resulted in more minders and unelected backroom players, a lack of ministerial talent and politicians burning out. The increase means candidates need fewer votes to achieve a quota. boosting the likelihood of minor parties and independents. And if the polls are right and Tasmanians again elect a minority government, whichever party wins the most seats will have to play ball.
Now, as we said earlier, we're coming to you live from the last remaining tally room in the country. Until recently, every state, territory and federal election had a room like this one, a place where the results of the night would be displayed on large boards for members of the media and the public to see. Now, this is the ABC's federal election broadcast way back in 1996 from the tally room, featuring a slightly younger looking Anthony Green back then. Anthony, you must miss all those other tally rooms.
Not particularly. It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to work in a tally room, especially with the volumes of data and the computer technology we use nowadays.
And I must say, looking at that archival footage, that tie's looking pretty familiar.
We did dig it out as a that was the 1996 election. 1 week earlier was the Tasmanian election. One of the difficulties with tally rooms is getting the space to do them and getting the time to do it. So, for instance, this has been constructed since yesterday. They had a conference on zooplankton all week. In 1996, we didn't get in till midnight on the polling day. They had Manpower Australian, the male stripper troupe, was on the night before. And where we had the computers set up off the stage was between there and the dressing room. So we were trying to do all the computers with these scantily clad men coming in this way and then sort of going out with even less on afterwards. So there are difficulties doing tally rooms, I must say, but it's nice to come back to one.
Quite the mental picture.
The naked truth of politics.
Now, helping us bring you all the colour and movement from the tally room floor is our reporter, Alexandra Alvaro. Alex, great to see you. It's a bit quiet now, but tell us what this room will be like quite soon. It should be full of people soon.
Yeah, and they're already starting to stream in. This has got to be the best place to be on election night. How lucky are we to be host to the last tally room in the country, a place where members of the public can come in, young and old, from all walks of life, and basically watch the democratic process play out. They can see the results stream in real time. And I can give you a little tour for those watching back home. Of course, behind me, not too far away, we've got the panel. Give us a wave if you can, Guy and Sabra. Hello. Fueled, of course, by copious amounts of sugar, which you probably couldn't see from that other angle. And then behind me, we've got the big boards. This is where, candidate by candidate, we've got the breakdown of votes, where people in real time, as I say, will start to see those votes stream in. And you can see there are already a lot of people here to watch that happen. And then we have the podium. This is where both leaders will either make their concession speech or their victory speech towards the end of the night. Of course, when that will happen will be anyone's guess. But somebody who knows quite a bit about elections is, of course, the Electoral Commissioner, Andrew Hawkey, who joins me now. Andrew, this is the third time that Tasmanians have gone to the polls in 6 years. Are you a bit tired?
We're getting used to it. We know what we're doing, and it's great to have everyone, including the ABC, back for another tallying room.
And why is it so important that we keep this tally room tradition alive? It's been going for such a long time. Why is it so important?
I think it really is a symbol of the tradition and the fact that people have voted and now they come to see the results. The leaders come, which is fantastic, to the place, and so they respond to the results. It's a beautiful thing for Tasmania.
Fantastic. And of course, this time we have the expanded Parliament. Did that present a bit of a challenge for the Commission this time around, or maybe a little bit of extra work?
It adds to the complexity. Our ballot papers are deeper, our screens behind us are deeper, but our counting will be a bit slower because formality is not 1 to 5 anymore, it's 1 to 7, and there are more names to check, so it'll take a bit longer, unfortunately, to get the results through, but hopefully they'll all come through tonight.
And so on that note, what does the next week look like for you?
So we'll have hopefully all our polling places and our early votes in tonight or early tomorrow, and then we have to do the rechecking. So with complex ballot papers and preferences all over the place, we'll do some auditing of the ballot papers, we'll bring in overseas and interstate voting, we'll bring in telephone voting, and so hopefully by Easter Tuesday, when the 10-day period for postal voting is over, we'll start the Hare-Clark count, which will probably take 5 or 6 days from there.
Okay, so definitely not over tonight. No. Andrew Hawkey, thank you so much for your insights. Have a great night. And back to you, Guy and Sabra.
Alex, thank you very much for that. And Andrew Hawkey, thanks to you too. Now, Nick McKim, I want to come to you. You've got an interesting perspective for us tonight because many people may not realise, before being a federal senator, you were actually in the Tasmanian Parliament and you were part of a minority government.
I was.
Given that minority government might be in the offing very shortly in our history, what will you be looking at specifically?
Well, I mean, as I said earlier, I think a pathway to majority is going to be really difficult for either Labor or Liberal, and to be honest, they've failed Tasmania pretty badly for a long period of time now, and I think people are just disillusioned with the major parties. This is a long-term trend we've seen at a national level where the share of the vote of the two major parties is in consistent and constant decline, and I'd expect tonight will be a pretty major nail in the coffin of the two-party system, and I think a lot of Tasmanians will be really happy about that. Look, in terms of what we can expect, you hear a lot of posturing before polling day. We've seen it from Rebecca White. We've seen it from Jeremy Rockliff. They've ruled out a lot of things, and I think they're going to find themselves potentially in a very difficult position because they've put their personal imprimatur on the things that they are not prepared to do, and it may yet be that their parties will need them to do those things in order to get the numbers to form a government. So I think tonight will be interesting, but the next few weeks very interesting indeed.
Could well be a talking point that we pick up in the next couple of hours. Well, we're about to cross to the seat of Bass, and joining us is the Deputy Premier, Michael Ferguson, who's at his home in Trevellyn. And I believe it's a happy 50th birthday to you, Michael Ferguson.
Yeah, it is. It is my birthday today, and I'm surrounded by the people I love, my wonderful family, my wife Julie, my incredible parents, and our 3 children. We're all together, plus so many friends and well-wishers. So, yeah, it's a special day for us.
Happy birthday. Is it more birthday party or election party?
Oh, well, I was waiting for you to say happy birthday. Thank you, Guy. It's both. We're celebrating our team efforts tonight. And, you know, working with our Bass colleagues, all 7 of them, wonderful people, and their teams, it's been really a great experience for me. I've been around Hare Clark elections for a few times now, and for me this has been one of the best in the sense of teamwork, working with our Premier Jeremy Rockliff and our team of the decade around the state. We don't just say that, we mean it. They're great people, and it's been an election that we've been very proud to fight.
Can I quickly chime in and wish Michael Ferguson a very happy birthday, but he's not alone. Jackie Petrusma and Dean Young are also enjoying their birthdays today. So we've got 3 Liberal candidates up today enjoying their birthdays.
Is that the real reason why we've gone to an early election, Eric, to line up with all of your birthday parties?
No, it is one of those things that happens, but it's nice to have the camaraderie, you know, each other's
Okay, Michael
birthdays.
Ferguson, happy birthday to you as well. You've been a loyal deputy for a couple of years now. If in the event that you return to Parliament as a Liberal government but have to work in minority, what does that mean for Jeremy Rockliff's leadership, and will you be looking at putting your hand up again as you've considered in the past?
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, what I want to see occurring in the future is to continue to serve as deputy in a majority Liberal government. And we'll accept the voters' wishes tonight. Of course, we have to. But we've fought a tough campaign around really focusing the minds of our community on the real risks that do exist should the state choose to have a minority no major party having a majority. We've tried to raise that risk because I've lived through a minority government. I know how bad it is. And I say that with respect to
I'm going to interrupt you, Michael Ferguson. I'm going to interrupt you because
that way with Jeremy.
The polls are showing, Michael Ferguson, that you won't be returning in majority. So let's talk about that situation. Understand you're saying you'd be happy to be deputy if it is a majority. If it's not, what does that mean for Jeremy Rockliff's leadership again? And will you be putting your hand up?
Oh, well, look, I want to see Jeremy Rockliff retain his role as Premier, and that's what I've stood for during this campaign. And despite plenty of free advice from media and other politicians, that's been my continued position. I've got no difficulty making that my position in the future. What Tasmania needs from me and our government is stability. And from every single politician that's elected tonight, you mentioned, Emily, the polls. The polls are now irrelevant. There's been the poll taken today. I look forward to seeing the results coming in later tonight, hopefully soon, and I hope that they're positive, and I hope that our message has resonated with voters. But of course, we'll all now wait and see.
Emily, if I can just jump in for a moment. Michael Ferguson, it's Leon Compton here. I mean, but to try and drill down into Emily's question, what is the bar that Jeremy Rockliff has to clear tonight? He went to the party room. He said, I will do better than a two-seat minority. What is the bar he needs to pass before we start counting the votes and getting, answers to how the electorate feels about this?
Well, no more hypotheticals, Leon, and it's good evening to you instead of good morning. No more hypotheticals. The people have now spoken. We now need to understand what the numbers are. Jeremy will continue to have the support of the party room, in my judgment. He'll continue to have my support as well. But the bar here is for us to respond to what the Tasmanian voters have sent to the Tasmanian Parliament. That is the MPs who are elected from whatever party, and now we will need to work through that and hopefully secure a majority, and I expect that that'll take 2 weeks to determine.
And Michael Ferguson, I'll chime back in. Let's talk about something that has happened in that case, the campaign. Now, we've seen a really interesting campaign, I think, from the Liberal Party. You've been in government for 10 years, but I think there's been this strategy to campaign almost like an opposition. You haven't been pointing so much to your record as pointing to the future. Can you tell me why that decision was made to campaign in that way? Was it that you were unwilling to campaign on your record, or what are the reasons that we've seen this unique sort of 10-year in campaign from you?
Yeah, thanks, Emily. That's a really interesting question, because your question surprises me in that sense, because I believe we have campaigned on our record. We have reminded Tasmanians of just what a hole Tasmania was in coming out of a minority Labor Green government, how bad things were. We're in recession. We lost 10,000 jobs, nearly lost 20 schools, lost so much opportunity. And coming through 10 years of a majority Liberal government, we've been able to restore confidence, a strong economy, and over 50,000 additional jobs and a growing population. So I believe we have campaigned on our record, but it's always been in a context of what should the future look like going forward, and how can we ensure that as a state we take opportunity and use it to our advantage, and indeed look after those Tasmanians who really, like so many Australians, by the way, who have struggled with the cost of living pressures because of not state inflation, national and global inflation. And pointing to that future, we've often talked about 2030. That's because we've wanted to make it about immediate actions that we want to do right now, next 100-day plans out there, but also where that takes us in terms of Tasmania's longer-term future.
Michael Ferguson, you must be waking up in the night going, strong plans, strong plans. So thank you so much for taking the time on your birthday as you're sharing it with other Liberal MPs, and we'll talk to you later in the evening. Thank you.
Now,
Thanks, everyone.
Michelle O'Byrne is a Labor MP in Bass, and we're going to go to her now. She's at the Invermay Bowls Club in Bass. Michelle O'Byrne, thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me. I feel as if I've been a member for 127 years now.
Looking back at the campaign, now that the polls have closed, what did you do well? What could and should Labor have done differently?
Well, what I think we do well, and what we always do well, is around connecting with community. And the fact that we have not possibly the money that some of our opponents have, but that ability to get volunteers out on the door, out in community, talking up the policies that they matter about, us having conversations on the doors in community. I think that's the thing that we have always excelled at. I focus very much on my own campaign up here, but I do think that that's the message that I saw as I watched Labor candidates and members campaigning right around the state.
Michelle O'Byrne, you are a Tasmanian Labor veteran, as you've just acknowledged. Why is it that you think that Tasmanian voters are not warming to the Tasmanian Labor message?
Well, I think we still have to see how today goes. The only way that we're really going to know is whether or not people have adopted our positive plans, our plans around health, around cost of living, around ensuring people have somewhere safe to live and the ability to afford to live, is going to be tested in the details that come out over the next few weeks. I don't think it's clear what the outcome for Tasmanians are. I know on the door they were very angry with this government that forced them to yet another early election in order to shore up its ability to have majority government, something which I'm I'm pretty sure we'll see them fall short of tonight.
But going into this evening, given the dysfunction we've seen within the government in the last year or so, would you not have expected Labor to be in a better position perhaps than they are right now going into tonight?
I think community have been disappointed in parliaments and governments for some time, both here in Tasmania but around the world. So I think there is a reasonable cynicism. I think we've presented a positive message to them, and I think when we've spoken about that message on the doors and in community, it's been accepted really well and embraced really well. As to how it goes in terms of the counting of the polls tonight, well, I'm afraid only time is going to tell.
And can I ask Michelle O'Byrne, it's been a tough year in some ways, and even since the last election we've seen some dysfunction within Tasmanian Labor. Can I ask whether your personal commitment to the Tasmanian Labor cause has wavered at all in this period?
Look, you would know, Emily, that I lost a family member, a die-hard Labor mother during this time, and I think my commitment to a lot of things wavered for a little while in the wake of that loss. But I've always been Labor. I'm a member of the National Executive. I'm utterly committed to us getting majority government. In the absence of majority government, I'm absolutely sure that only Labor can do the work that would mean that we could actually get any kind of consensus on bills on the floor in the Tasmanian Parliament. We've seen the Liberal government fail to do that time and time again. It's the reason we're having this conversation tonight and not a year down the track.
Michelle O'Byrne, it's Leon Compton. You were sidelined in this campaign. Who made that decision?
I've spent my time on the doors in my community, doing what I do best. I'm, as you know, a veteran campaigner.
Yeah, you are, and you are very good at it. You're good at retaining your seat. You're a stalwart of the Labor Party, and you were sidelined. You played no public role in this campaign. Who made that decision, and do you think it was a good one?
I had a public role in my electorate, which is where I was focusing. I did in some of my portfolio areas as well. The reality is that the portfolios that we were driving on around health, around cost of living, aren't the ones that I get to speak on every day for the party, but I certainly spoke on them at the doors and in my community.
Michelle O'Byrne, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Leon.
Yeah, that was Michelle O'Byrne there.
Nika Electorate Braden. Milatina mapia Braden prungi. Loiti palawa. Ningampi nungampi ngini manta manta. Pirapi. Piriloinya. Takaina. Tumikini and Munu. Takara taputi katina makuminya. Ningina kani luutina tu. Miri. Nitipa. Taralankana rina. Lua makuna. Kuparina Prakani, Palanawina Mapali, Waranta Lakapawa Lumi. Paloa Mapali Loiti Nika Milatinata, Limilinaturi, Patawai, Premangana, Paloa Milatina.
You're watching Tasmania Votes live from Hobart. I'm Sabra Lane.
And I'm Guy Stainer. We'll bring our panel back in now. Erica Betts, we've heard some interesting stuff from yourself, also from Michael Ferguson, where it's really noticeable that the language has changed the moment the polls have closed. All of the time, the Liberal Party has been talking about majority government, majority government, majority government. In the last 15 minutes, we've heard both of you talk about it's quite likely that you will be in minority. What is the magic number for you in terms of seats that would make a minority government manageable for the Liberal Party?
That's a big hypothetical, but first, if I may say, up until 6 p.m, we were campaigning for majority Liberal government. If the Tasmanian people speak in a different manner to that for which we were advocating, then we come into the situation we're talking about now. And
so the aspirational gets replaced with the realist once 6 o'clock?
Of course, and that is what campaigns are always all about, seeking to convince, in this case, your fellow Tasmanians to vote Liberal, vote a majority government in, and we've been successful in doing that on a number of occasions. Whether we're successful on this occasion remains to be seen. But I would have thought to form a minority government, the Liberals would need minimum 15 seats, I would have thought, to then get together with some others. But look, all that, it remains who the others are. That needs to be determined. And at the end of the day, we've got a very good person to determine all that in our Premier, Jeremy Rockliff.
Is he the chap, though, if that's what plays out here tonight, and given the way that he's been very critical about independence and minority government, is he really the man to lead those sorts of negotiations, given he's rubbished it?
Look, I think everybody accepts that you campaign during an election for a certain outcome, and then when and if that doesn't quite occur, then there may need to be a determination as to how you make the Parliament work for the benefit of the people of Tasmania. And what the Premier did quite rightly in calling this early election, the Liberals had been elected on the basis of Liberal majority stable government. Two people left the Liberal Party, denied majority, but then in the end it was the stability factor, and that is the factor that is of most concern to our fellow Tasmanians. That was denied, and that is why it went to an early election, and we'll see what the people decide tonight.
Well, it's interesting to hear the rhetoric because it has changed, Eric, with respect. I think in previous elections it's been, we'll govern in majority or not at all. So there has been a softening in that rhetoric. Is that it's not just because it's 6 o'clock, surely that's just a reality check?
Well, what happened, and Nick McKim was part of that government, the last minority government delivered us recession. 200 nurses were sacked. Schools were being closed.
Sorry, back to the question, though, about the changing rhetoric, not about what happened
No, and so
back in 2010.
And so what the Liberals are asking for and have continually sought is majority government.
Until 6 p.m. this evening.
Because the history of minority government has been, unfortunately, chaos in the economy, chaos in the community. We now have chaos in the Parliament. We will see what the people determine this evening, and then it'll be up to Jeremy Rockliff and his colleagues to determine how that may look.
Sarah Lovell, can I come to you about the change in language that we've been hearing just in less than an hour? Your response?
Yeah, well, I have a question for Eric. What does this mean for the commitments that the Liberal Party have made to Tasmanians in the lead up to this election? All of the election promises made by Jeremy Rockliff and by the Liberal team were on the basis of a majority Liberal government. A majority Liberal government will, so on. What does that mean then for all of those commitments that were made to Tasmanians, and does the party stand by them if you don't win a majority government?
So, Sarah, it's pretty simple, and I would have thought most Tasmanians understand that the only thing Jeremy Rockliff could promise to the Tasmanian people is that which he promised if he had the numbers in the Parliament. If he is denied the numbers in the Parliament, then he has no guarantee of being able to deliver those promises, because the crossbench and the Greens and Labor may deny him the opportunity to deliver on those policies. I would have thought it's very, very simple and clear for the people of Tasmania, and it was the only promise that the Premier could make. If there were a majority, then that is what he would do. If he's denied the majority, how can he do it if the Parliament potentially votes against his promises?
Well, doesn't that raise concerns then about his own confidence in his ability to manage a minority government and be able to deliver those promises and his agenda?
Well, no, what it does is reflect on the independents and the minority within the Parliament as to whether they're willing to honour the party promises that gained the most support from the Tasmanian people. And that is where they need to search their conscience as to whether they want to be denying the majority, not the majority, but the largest vote of the Tasmanian community from being able to deliver that which they sought to deliver.
All right, we're going to hit pause on this conversation right now. I understand, Anthony, you've got first figures for us.
We'll just run through some figures for Lions that come in. We'll just mainly to explain our graphics at this stage. So that's the election of Lions. The members for Lions at the moment are Guy Barnett and Mark Shelton for the Liberal Party, John Tucker, the ex-Liberal, became independent, and Jen Butler, and Labor leader Rebecca White. If you look at the party totals, these are tiny numbers at this stage. I'll just explain how we're doing things tonight. We show each of the party groups on the ballot paper as they appear on the ballot paper. We then move on to We can look at the leading candidates for each party. So at this stage, that's the way the votes are. As expected, Rebecca White may have the highest poll. And then we're also able to look at the change in vote in this electorate, so that the votes are down for Labor and Liberal and Jackie Lambie network up. This is three polling places now, so they're coming in. When I first look at these figures, they were just Broadmarsh. But over the next half hour, we'll run through all the figures we've got more systematically. But I just thought it was useful to explain. We'd seen some numbers come up on the tally board, so I got nervous when they weren't in the computer, but they finally arrived.
Anthony, thank you very much for that. Now we're going to cross to Rosalie Woodruff, the Greens leader. Rosalie, I understand that you're with us.
Okay.
Rosalie, you're joining us from the Overland Brewery at North Hobart, which is in your seat of Franklin. How are you feeling about tonight?
It's in the seat of Clark, and it's a fantastic mood in the room here. It's extremely joyous energy behind me. People have been voting today, but campaigning hard for weeks now, and we're just really excited to finally be at this point.
Rosalie Woodruff, Guy Stainer here. Is tonight's vote going to be in some way a referendum on your leadership of the Greens?
Well, it's going to be listening to what Tasmanians really want, and we've been fighting so hard for this last 5-week campaign, the snap election, to continue to talk about the issues for renters, people who can't get a bed in the hospital, and people who can't be reached by 000 calls. And of course, the Greens have been standing up for our environment and the protections that we desperately need for native forest logging, to stop native forest logging and burning. So it's been an incredible opportunity for us in this period of time, and we've collectively worked hard and felt the momentum of Tasmanians.
Rosalie Woodruff, we've heard, I think, something of an extraordinary softening from both major parties in the past, even, what time is it, 54 minutes, about their willingness to work in a minority government. Now, it's looking like you'll have at least 2 seats in the Parliament. Who would you like to work with as an incoming government?
We have been campaigning really hard to get rid of this Liberal government, and the last 10 years has shown what a mess Tasmania is in now under their leadership. And so we have really wanted to bring about the change that we know is possible. And we've heard from people in the community about what they want in the next term of government. They want real action for renters. They want real homes to be built. They want hospitals and health fixes to the health system. And they want to protect the environment and have action on climate. And we've shown that as a party, the members in Parliament in the last term of Parliament, we were able to deliver change. We got an ambulance ramping inquiry up. We passed whistleblower legislation. We've effectively set the agenda on this election. Public transport has been talked about. Cost of living, short stay accommodation reforms and regulations. None of this would have been talked about by the Liberal and Labor parties if the Greens hadn't been standing there fighting with the community to get action on these big issues.
Thank you, Rosalie Woodruff.
OK, we're going to go back to Anthony Green now for some more figures. Anthony?
I've had a little chance to look at the numbers before talking this time. So let's look at Bass, the northeastern electorate. Michael Ferguson and Simon Wood. Simon Wood replaced Sarah Courtenay. Lara Alexander replaced... Simon Wood replaced Peter Gutwin. Lara Alexander replaced Sarah Courtenay and since left the Liberal Party. Michelle O'Byrne and Janie Finlay are both the 2 Labor members. Look at the party totals at the moment. The Liberal Party's on 41%. Now, this is corrected for where the votes are from. So these just aren't raw numbers. The quotas, which we'll look at later, are on the raw numbers, but we're projecting the Liberal Party to 41. This is only one polling place, which was Gladstone, which I think is a small rural area. The Jackie Lambie network is polling very strongly. If we look at the change in vote, and this is what's interesting at the moment, the Liberal vote well down, the Jackie Lambie network well up. Now, whether that is just because this is one polling place, whether that follows for the larger centres like Launceston, we'll be watching later. But that's the first figures we've got for Bass, and we've got some other ones to come.
Anthony, can I just jump in for a moment? Would that be okay? Anthony, I'm hearing from Scrutiny in the north, they're seeing a lot of informal ballots that are coming through with crosses and ticks or not fully numbered or blank. Are we going to be able to tell what sort of, get some details through the night about how that informal vote actually looks?
We will get the informal vote tonight and we'll be able to make a comparison with last time. But yeah, they do report the informal on the night.
Thanks, Anthony. Nick McKim, 15% vote for the Jackie Lambie network so far in Bass. Very early figures, I know. But is there a danger that the Greens will no longer be the third party in Tasmanian politics?
Oh, I honestly don't think so, Guy. They may be going well in Gladstone. It's a very small booth in a regional part of a regional electorate. I'd expect that to come down over time. But look, I listened closely to what Eric was saying, and a couple of reflections. I mean, firstly, it's great to see the Tasmanian Liberals finally embracing a policy of recycling, Eric. But secondly, what I want to say is...
what about yourself, Nick, going from state to federal?
Eric,
I'm going federal
Eric,
to state.
I listened very carefully to what you said about instability. Let's be clear about this. The biggest agent of instability in the next parliament is going to be you, because it's well known that you want Jeremy Rockliff's job and you are sharpening the knife as we sit here tonight to slip it in between his shoulder blades as soon as you possibly can with Michael Ferguson alongside you. So we all know that's the case, and you are the biggest agent of instability that this state is facing into the future.
You do yourself a great disservice with that sort of silly commentary.
We all know it's true,
It does
Eric.
you a great disservice.
We all know it's true, and I know you haven't denied it.
I am saying that you're doing yourself a great disservice because if you wouldn't have interjected, I would have categorically and utterly denied it. My only reason for seeking a seat was, one, there's a vacancy in Franklin. I believe that from 2 seats the Liberals can go up to 3 seats. And the reason I got into federal politics, why I'm seeking to get into state politics, is summed up in one word: service. I want to serve the people, and that is what motivates me. And I think my track record over that time shows that I've always been a team player, irrespective of what cards I might be dealt from time to time.
No ambition to be leader, even if Jeremy Rockliff stumbles in the next couple of weeks, given what he's had to say about minority governments?
Look, we don't call him J-Rock for nothing. Not only does he rock, his leadership is absolutely rock solid. And amongst the 35 candidates with whom I've spoken, there has not been any talk about leadership whatsoever.
All right. Now, listen, we're going to head to the moment to Selena Ross at the big board. Selena, what have you got for us?
So before any seats are called, we wanted to introduce you to our other graphic tonight, and we call that the pathway to power. And what that's going to show us is who's in the best position to form a government as those results are coming in. So if we take you over here, this block here shows us the 35 seats that are up for grabs, the 5 electorates with the 7 seats in each of those. Now, at the moment, they're black. That means they're in doubt, which applies to all of them at the moment. But as a seat is called, the square will be coloured in. If the Liberals win it, it will move over to this side of the board and fill up one of these squares here. If Labor wins it, it will move down into this red section here. Now, the goal for both of the major parties is to fill their entire square up to this yellow line here. If they do that, they've won 18 seats. They will have the majority and they will be able to form a government in their own right. Anything to the right of the yellow line would be a bonus. But if neither of the major parties are able to do that, if both of them fall short and can't reach that yellow line, that means we have a hung parliament and we're headed for a minority government. Now, that would also mean that some of these seats over here have been won either by an independent or one of the minor parties as well. And in that case, we would have a crossbench forming here in the middle. So Guy and Sabra, we're going to see as these results come in who's in the best position to form government and if they need to rely on the crossbench in order to do it.
Selena Ross, thank you. Sarah Lovell, there's been a lot of talk about a coalition of chaos. That phraseology has been repeated by Eric Abetz tonight. How do you feel when these former minority governments are categorised as coalitions of chaos?
Well, it's interesting because it's looking, increasingly likely through the campaign that it may be Jeremy Rockliff who has his own coalition of chaos, and he's the one that coined that term, and indeed that's why we're in this position and having this election. I think There have been minority governments in the past that haven't delivered for Tasmania. Well, certainly what we've heard from Tasmanians is that they want majority governments. That's why we were campaigning for majority government. But the reality is that we're seeing nationwide a trend towards independents, minor parties. People are looking for something different from their parliament now. I think the key now is looking at who is best placed to be able to make that type of parliament work. You know, I sit in the Legislative Council. We deal with that sort of environment every day. We negotiate with independent members. We talk across parties. We do that sort of work all the time. So I think that's a good example of where you can look and see who's done that well in the past, which governments have been able to get through important pieces of legislation and which governments have not managed to do that well.
For most of the campaign, for all of the campaign from Jeremy Rockliff, from most of the campaign from Rebecca White, they refused to even discuss the term minority government. Why is that phrase considered electoral kryptonite when most of us are just thinking that's going to be the reality?
Yeah. Well, look, Rebecca White said fairly early on, we were always campaigning for majority government because, to be honest, that's what we hear loud and clear from people in the community, that that's what they want, a majority government in Tasmania.
Is it actually electoral death to say, yes, we may have to talk to someone if the votes fall that way?
I think what Rebecca did quite early on was say, we're campaigning for majority government, that's what we're working towards, but we will respect the will of Tasmania and we will work with whoever is elected in the parliament to get through a Labor legislative agenda, to get our policies through, to work in a cohesive and a collaborative and a productive way, which is what we've not seen.
I sat down with her and specifically asked, what is the pathway to you becoming a Premier? And she refused to countenance even the possibility that she might have to talk to somebody else. She spoke about converting a 23% first preference vote in the latest poll and converting that into 50%. Now, surely that just tells the voters that the leader's talking in la-la land.
Well, we've always been campaigning for majority government, but I heard her say very early on and a number of times that we will respect the will of Tasmania. Our policies were not contingent on a majority Labor government. We will respect the will of Tasmania and we will work with the parliament that is elected.
Sarah Lovell, you've had a go in the health portfolio as Shadow in your time in Parliament. When you think about the most challenging issue to defend for the Liberal Party, it's their performance in health. Tasmanians have, terrible outcomes when it comes to ambulance ramping, real challenges in getting admitted to hospitals and through EDs, and the list goes on. What does it say about your ability to campaign that you haven't, it seems, been able to really shift the needle on that issue through the course of this election? And who ultimately will take responsibility for that if you can't convince a significant number of people to come your way tonight?
Well, I think we did campaign strongly on health along with housing and cost of living. We had really good policies that I'm very proud of in those areas, strong messaging in those areas. But it's no secret that the strength of Labor Party campaigns has always been the on-the-ground, grassroots, knocking on doors, conversations with people. When you knock on a door and you have a conversation with someone about the health system and their experience or the experience of someone that they love and care about, and you talk to them about our policies, those conversations were really well received. The problem we have, though, is that, and this is something that we need to look at as a party, we need to grapple with this, is people are not home the way they used to be anymore. You can go door knocking in an area for 2 hours, you might have 8 conversations. You go back to that same place the next day, you'll find 8 different people. So I think we as a party need to be looking at where are we meeting people and how are we having those conversations in a way that people are ready to receive them and hear that message so that we can get, 5-week campaign. It's policy overload. There's a lot for people to take in. We've got to look at how we can get face-to-face with people and cut through in that way.
All right, we're just going to hit pause on that conversation for a moment. Anthony Green, you've got some interesting figures for us in Braden.
Yes, we've got some figures from Braden now. This is, as is always the case in Braden very early, you get the circular head vote, which to explain for the mainland is the council in this part of Tasmania. The party totals that we're seeing at this stage, the Liberal Party's projected to be in the low 50s at this stage. Labor Party is projected to be very low. I suspect that's an artifact of the early figures. Craig Garland is doing very well at this stage. He always does well in that part of that far northwestern corner. If you look at the change in vote that's occurring here at this stage, the Liberal vote's well down. The Labor vote's roughly exactly where it was last time. No particular change. Jackie Lambie network up 8.5%. Actually, I've just realised the number I wanted to... That's the change in vote. If I look at the party totals... One of my graphics has disappeared. That's what the numbers are at the moment in Braden. So at this stage, good figures for the Liberal Party on the early figures and not so good figures for the Labor Party.
All right, Anthony, thank you very much for that. We've got some interesting figures there. No early figures, the Jackie Lambie network. Now, the woman who heads that network, Jackie Lambie, joins us now from the Launceston RSL in South Launceston. You're not actually standing yourself, but your candidates look like they might have picked up a little bit of support across Tasmania, especially in the north. How are you feeling?
You know what, they've been out there. They have worked their butts off, to be honest with you. We don't have the money that the major parties have. It is out there at the traffic lights, at the roundabouts. It's waving to everybody. It's out there communicating. It's out there showing up in as many forums as we possibly can. And then it obviously, it does come down to me performing and putting extra performance out there that last 4 to 5 weeks, getting every gig I possibly can to raise our portfolio.
Senator, I'm going to quote from you from during the campaign. You said, we're never going to make policies because we're never going to be in government. However, it looks like your candidates may be in the House of Assembly, which is where legislation is passed and where the government is formed. You've campaigned on transparency, being open and accountable, integrity. Have you dudded Tasmanians by not telling voters what your candidates actually believe on issues that are crucial? I will acknowledge before you do that you had some policy principles that you set out, but in terms of things like social issues or particular pieces of legislation, we haven't had any clear messaging.
You know, we haven't from the Liberal Party either, because they've got commitments. They've got to a point where they've even dropped their policies and saying commitments. And what we do know is that the Tasmanian people, if they are re-elected in government, they're going to say, if they've got to go into power with independence or with Jackie Lambie networks, they're going to water all that down. I'll tell you that right now, because they'll say we didn't get a majority. We didn't get a majority, and we only promised this on a majority. So that is the first problem that we have. Our people are out there talking to people. People can see where I stand. I've been up there long enough in the Senate. They know I stand for integrity. They know I stand for truth. They know they know where I stand on everything. They know the houses I've delivered down here. They know what we've done for health down here. This is what we're all about. What's the point in having policy out there when most of them can't stick to it? So that's our choice. We will fight like hell for Tasmanians. We will look at those bills. We'll look at that ledge. We'll make it as best as we possibly can if we have the influence to make change on that, which hopefully we will. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to be like police on the beat. We're going to bring integrity back in the state of Tasmania. That's the first thing we're going to do. And what we're going to do is truth in advertising. And we're going to look at those political donations and take them back to where they should have been, down to that $1,000 point, because quite frankly we've had enough.
Senator, let's talk about this potential minority government, because you could play, or your candidates could play, a crucial role. Now, you've brought up truth in advertising. I know you were quite annoyed about the false website that the Liberal Party put out, and your own actual website is quite clear about the need for change in your view. Would you support the Liberal Party in minority government, or are you more likely to support Labor?
I got a message through to Jeremy Rockliff yesterday. They're trying to hunt me down already, the Liberals. And I said, if you wanted some goodwill and you want to put the hand out to the Lambies, shut that website down on yesterday. That still has not been done. He has not showed goodwill. That has not been helpful. He just can't help himself. If anyone brings down the Liberal Party, it will be Jeremy Rockliff himself. It's been played really stupidly. It has not been smart politics. I say this to both Liberal and Labor. Look at what's going on. Look at what's going on around the rest of the world, because there are independents and micros coming in and majors are going out. That's where we are in the 21st century.
So to be very clear, Senator Lambie, are you ruling out a deal with the Liberal Party that would allow them to govern the state?
You know what? It's not up to me, but I'm telling you how my people feel right now. When that sort of behaviour and leadership, they just rolling their eyes back, saying, "You are kidding me." This is going to be quite difficult for them, I would imagine, to be able to support them. Of course, if Jeremy wants to come in and wave his magic wand around, be my guest. But seriously, we're going to watch the numbers, we're going to see who's elected, we're going to see what sort of personalities they have, and then, of course, it'll be up to the guys that are elected in State Parliament to choose what they are going to do for the Jackie Lambie network.
And what's your personal view, Senator Lambie? Should the Liberals be given another term?
Look, my personal view is they have done a really crap job in the last 10 years. That's going to be a problem in itself. Does that mean, is it going to be a Labor-Green government with Jackie Lambie network? Because we know, especially up in the north here, what a Green Labor government looked like beforehand. So it's really going to come down to the mix. My people are going to watch that. Look, my people, we may only get just a couple up, and that means that they sit on the sidelines and let everybody else go over and make deals with the Liberal Labor Party and watch what happens with that in the next 12 months to 2 years. That's where we're at. So it may just come to them to say, you know what, we don't want to take the risk, we don't want to hurt the brand, we'll sit on the sidelines and everybody else can go and make government. Who knows? We just don't know until we see what that looks like in both major parties and who's taken what seats.
But can I ask, Jackie, Erica Betts here, if the Governor asks, test the numbers on the floor of the Parliament before I determine who should be Premier, what would the Jackie Lambie network do? Would they simply not vote in the Parliament in relation to the will of the Jackie Lambie network voters who have elected representatives into the State Parliament?
Oh, sorry, I'm not sure if I've got you quite clearly here, but let me get this right. The reason they're voting for the Jackie Lambie network is over transparency and integrity. And they're expecting us to make a decent decision if we have that choice to form government. And quite frankly, your side has done a really crap job of it. It's been very violated against me as my face of my party. They're not off to a good start. They're not reaching out, really. They had a choice yesterday with Jeremy Rockliff to drop that
Senator
URL
Lambie, Senator Lambie and Erica Betts will have to move on. Thank you for your time, Senator Lambie.
Thank you so much.
Clark Electorate Nuritinga, Kriwa Laiti, Nipaluna Lakarana, Liprina Muwinina. Nipaluna Nuritinga Rala, Palawa Prungi Manta War. Kunani Ningina Makuminya, Nini Mapia, Luchuwita, Luwuli Timtimili Minanya. Nika Makuminya Nuritinga, Palawa Mapali Manta Manta. Takara Ngaipi, Riawina, Kanapli Lamapia Patrula Pulawini, Kunani Ningina Warana, Pailiti.
You're watching Tasmania Votes live from Hobart. I'm Guy Stoner.
And I'm Sabra Lane. It's 7:15 here in Hobart. Let's get the latest with the count. Anthony Green.
Well, we're going to do an overview. What's the statewide figure at the moment? These are projected numbers on vote share. We're projecting the Liberal Party to be 35, Labor 29, Greens 14, Jackie Lambie Network 9.5, Independents 5.9, another 6.9. The one caveat I'll put on that, there's nothing from Franklin or Clark. I expect the independent vote to go up once Franklin and Clark start to report. There's no Jackie Lambie candidates in Clark, and they probably won't do as well in Franklin, so that may be the maximum vote they get tonight. We can't really do a projection of that. It's a simple aggregation. But if you look at the change in vote, at the moment, mainly rural booths from those northern areas, the Liberal vote is well down, and it's the Jackie Lambie network where it's up. Everyone else, not much change. So, as I said, it's only 1.4 statewide. It's only the 3 northern and rural electorates. At the moment, that's what the trend looks like. We'll see if that proceeds on for the next half hour or so.
All right, Anthony, thank you very much for that. It's still pretty early in the count tonight, let alone that it will continue for weeks. Erica Betts, I'm going to go to you about what Jackie Lambie just had to say. She's sounding a little bit burnt by what happened with, the Liberal Party fake ads, fake site. It sounds like if we get to that position, and it's hypothetical, you need their support, Is the Liberal Party prepared to make any concessions to the Jackie Lambie network MPs to get them on side?
Well, it's going to be a question as to what is being asked of the Liberal Party. But first, let me be clear. I think the Liberal Party was entitled to point out the fact that the Jackie Lambie network basically bragged about the fact that they had no policies to offer the people of Tasmania. And in fairness, if you want a seat in the Parliament, the people are entitled to know what you might be voting for or against, what your philosophical framework is. And what Jackie Lambie has done very well...
They were upfront about that. They were upfront by saying we don't have policies.
They were up front, and I think what the Liberal Party sought to do was to flush that out, and I think achieved that to a certain extent, because people then became aware of that. But what Jackie Lambie Network has done, I think quite well, is become a protest movement, and if those early figures are an indication, the vote hasn't shifted from Liberal to Labor, but to a halfway house in the Jackie Lambie Network, where there is a sense of this is a bit of a protest vote, but people don't really know what they're voting for. And I would have thought in the core light of day, the party that gets the most vote, the highest vote, should be the one that forms government, and I think the Jackie Lambie Network members would be obliged to consider that very seriously.
Emily Blake.
I'm just going to quote to you Erica Betts from during the campaign, in fact the leaders' debate this week. Jeremy Rockliff said, "I will not be trading away any ministries and I will not be trading away any policies." You've just said it depends what's being asked. Why has that changed between today and Wednesday?
Well, there's no difficulty with that at all. It depends on what Jackie Lambie Network asks, and if they ask for things that Jeremy Rockliff cannot and will not deliver, then there's no deal. I would have thought that's pretty obvious.
So what's
Emily.
up for grabs in that case?
Oh, well, it depends what they ask, and given that they had no policies, we don't really know what the Jackie Lambie Network might be asking for. If they ask for things that are doable, and this is all hypothetical, but fingers crossed we might still get there to majority government, but if that's not the case, then there's some of the discussions that are had, and it depends on what the requests are. If the requests are too demanding, then the Premier may well say, well, that's too much, we can't do a deal. If they're reasonable requests, the Premier can say, well, that does not impinge on my philosophy, on my policy platform, we can do business. Let's wait and see. We don't know what their request is going to be.
Sarah Lovell, can I take this over to you? If it is possible that Labor gets significantly fewer seats than the Liberal Party, I've got some people telling me that Labor at the moment are positioning themselves to throw a Hail Mary, if you like, and to try and win government from minority and from some way back of the Liberal Party. Is that an approach that you would support, or indeed are you involved in that thinking at the moment?
No, I don't think Labor's positioning ourselves to do anything. We're waiting to see what comes through in the count. I think this is really squarely with the Premier to decide whether, and as the incumbent Premier, that will be his first responsibility as the incumbent government. He has the first responsibility to try and form a workable parliament. So I think it really falls with him to see if he can make that work. If he can't make that work, then there's a range of options available to the Governor, to the Premier, in terms of how we move forward. But look, we're not getting ahead of ourselves. We'll see how many seats each party ends up with at the end of the night, how many independents and minor party candidates are elected, and we will go from there.
Well, speaking of how many seats we might get to at the end of the night, let's get the latest from Anthony Green.
Now, you'll see I've started to colour in some spots here, and that's simply because even on very early figures, it's clear the Liberals will win 3 seats in Braden, Bass and Lyons, and Labor's winning 2 in each of those. They will Labor, the Liberals may win more, Labor may win more, but it's absolutely they're the minimum numbers that are there. Let's have a look at the figures for Lyons, and we'll look at the party totals. We've sorted this out now. This is a projected number. I was a bit confused there for a moment. We're projecting the Liberal Party towards about 37, which is a definite 3 quotas. Labor Party's 31, which was 2 and a bit. The Greens are currently a little bit under a quota. This is on the raw numbers. This is where we're projecting. John Tucker's only polling 4.3%, but the warning about Lyons is a very regional seat. and John Tucker's vote is mainly on the East Coast, I understand, where he was a councillor previously. So those numbers may bounce around as the numbers come in. But the change in vote at the moment is that figure. We're seeing the Liberal vote down, Jackie Lambie network up. John Tucker's vote is up. So that's the number. So the Liberals will be losing votes to both John Tucker and Jackie Lambie network at this stage in Lions.
Anthony, thank you very much for that. And speaking of John Tucker, he joins us now. He's at home in the seat of Lions. John Tucker, welcome. Thanks for joining our coverage.
Thank you.
How are you
for
feeling?
inviting me on.
How are you feeling about those early figures showing that you've increased your vote?
I'm very happy with where I'm sitting at the moment. Considering what happened at the last election, where a lot of the booths where I was strongest came in at the end. So, I'm very happy where I'm sitting at the moment.
John, according to Jeremy Rockliff, you're to shoulder half the blame for this early election. Looking back, was it all worth it?
I'd do everything I did in the first place again. I wouldn't change a thing, to be honest with you. I don't see that it's my fault that the election was called. That was solely the Premier's decision. He had supply and confidence from myself and Lara Alexander. All he had to do was uphold Parliament decisions.
And John, who are you more likely to support in forming government? Obviously, the obvious answer may have been the Liberal Party until earlier this year.
What I would say to you is let's just wait and see who gets elected, and once we find that out, then we'll think about what we're going to do first. After that, I've got to get elected myself in the first place, and let's see who else is elected.
Sure, let's just keep playing in the hypotheticals at the moment, ones that may be likely. If Leon's intel is correct, and I'm hearing the same thing, that Labor may try to form a government from behind with a crossbench, is that something you'd be open to talking to them about? Do you feel like there is a need for change and perhaps you would support the Labor Party?
What I would say to you is that I'm open to discussions with everyone. I'm not going to lock myself in one way or the other. I will discuss with everyone, and I will be trying to get the best outcome for my constituents of Lions, and that'll be my focus going forward.
John Tucker, it's Leon Compton. I mean, the issues that you left the party over were a stadium at Macquarie Point and questions about Marinus. I mean, they're exactly issues that the Labor Party have been campaigning on. Surely now they would more naturally be bedfellows for you if you had a choice in which way to show your loyalty.
I'm not going to predict where I'm going to go, Leon, but that is true. The stadium and Marinus Link are big issues for myself, especially Marinus Link. So going forward, yes, they will be a big focus on what I think will be the best outcome for my Tasmanian constituents in Lions.
And just again, to follow up on that, surely if they were the issues that you left the party over, and that is ultimately taken to the state to an election, that it would seem we could be clearly understanding that would be where you'd throw your support, the Labor Party, if your support is asked for.
Let's just see what's put on the table by both parties before I make that decision. But before that, I've got to get elected, number one, and let's see who is elected before we start to put hypotheticals out there and say this and say that.
John Tucker, thanks for your time.
Well, as you can probably see behind me, the crowd is building, and somewhere out there on the tally room floor is Alexandra Alvaro. And Alex, come in wherever you are. I believe you've got a guest for us.
I do. Look, it's a bit of a who's who here. There's lots of people, political staffers, politicians, and of course here I have with me David and Hugh. Tell me, what's the reason for coming out here tonight?
Oh, look, Hugh's doing a civics unit at school, and so we just thought we'd come and see how it plays out at the end of the election, and also knowing it's the last tally room in Australia, so just to have that experience as well, and just to see all the personalities and everyone about some of the candidates. Martine Delaney, for example, very finely dressed here tonight, and yeah, so just to be part of it and just to give Hugh a sense of it, because in the future it's going to be his world, and it'll be nice to see him engage with politics as well to a point, however he chooses, you know.
Yeah, perfect. And Hugh, what's it like kind of seeing it all play out?
It's really interesting, like seeing all the
booms and all of that. It's really cool.
Yeah, awesome. And I suppose for you guys, I don't know where you're from, maybe suburbs around here.
Yeah, we live out of Dromedary, so in Lyons.
Perfect. And so what have been the major issues that have been like front of mind for you during this election?
Yeah, look, I think like everyone, education, cost of living, health, all the housing and what have you. I think the stadium, it's been a big issue. It's come up. I think it's a bit of a red herring, I think 150,000 people, have signed up to that side. There would probably be more if the stadium wasn't a bit divisive in it. And I think, we should just call their bluff and say, call it the Mainland Football League if they hold us to that contract. But, that's one of the issues I think is clouding it a bit. So those are the issues. And I think for Hugh, and I don't really want to speak for him, but I think that the environment and all those sort of things are going to come up in his lifetime. And I think sometimes we probably need some more adults in the room other than perhaps Liberal and Labor. So not saying how I voted, but I think that's important as well. So those are the issues for us. But certainly those really intimate issues like cost of living that hit everyone in the hip pocket, health, ramping, all those things are really important.
Yeah, definitely. Cost of living, a huge one. Well, thank you so much, Guy and Sabra. Back to you.
Thank you, Alex Alvaro.
And Anthony Green, election analyst, you got an update for us?
Yes, we've got some Franklin figures. This is one polling place in Franklin. It's from Southport. If you drive south from Hobart, you can't go any further than Southport. So it's right down the bottom of the electorate. Now, the Labor Party on that one polling place is trending towards 36, which would give them 3 seats. The Liberal Party, the high 30s, which was about 2.5 quotas, and the Greens there over a quota. David O'Byrne doing all right. But again, one polling place at the far end of the electorate. What we can look at is we've got a few more figures in Clark, where there's a great deal of interest in how this contest will go because of the number of independents. The Liberal Party's on 25.9, projected to 25.9, which would be 2 quotas. They currently hold 2 seats. The Labor Party's predicted the mid-30s, which would put them on the way towards a 3rd quota. That's a raw number quota. We're talking about projections here. The Greens are doing very well at the moment, 23.3. That can vary depending on whereabouts in the electorate you come from with Clark. Now, Christy Johnson is on 9%. Sue Hickey is not doing well, 2%. Again, depends what sort of electorate you are. And you've got Ben Lohberger and Louise Elliott as the other 2 independents. So there's quite a vote there for independents. A lot more counting to come, only 1.2%. But I think it's very important to get people the sense that there are figures coming in. And we will go through those electorates in that order persistently through the night. Bass, Braden, Lyons, Franklin, Clark. And we'll do them regularly. So if you keep watching the coverage, we'll keep coming back to your seat.
Thank you, Anthony. Well, if you keep watching the coverage, I suggest you take a little look at the big board, because we've got Selena Ross just over here who's going to give us an update on what's happening across the state.
Well, the big update is that we have some colour on the board now, which is great now that Anthony has started calling seats. So we can see that he has called 15 seats, and he's given 3 of those to the Liberals in all of Bass, Braden and Lyons, and 2 of them to Labor. So we can see their colours filling out those blocks there. And now the Liberal Party, if they want to win a majority, they really need to win 4 seats in each of these 3 electorates that we're seeing already, because they're typically their 3 strongest electorates. The fact they've already got 3 this early in the night in all 3 of them is a really strong start for them. Now, if we come in, we can look at who we've got in so far, who through the quota system, who has a really high personal vote that we've already been able to show is re-elected back into their seats in Parliament. We have the Liberal leader, Jeremy Rockliff, his deputy, Michael Ferguson, and Guy Barnett in Lyons. Also in Lyons, we have the Labor leader, Rebecca White. Now, Guy and Sabra, we know that all 4 of them have very strong personal votes, and so that's why they've been re-elected tonight.
Thank you, Selena Ross at the big board. Erica Betts, just having a look at some other figures in Franklin, it looks like you, at the moment, are top of the pops there. So I'm not sure if it's too early to say congratulations.
Oh, look, I don't speculate about myself, but somebody sent some figures in from a very tiny booth down the Huon, suggesting I was topping the poll for the Liberals there. But somebody else sent in some figures for an Eastern Shore booth where Jackie Petrusma was leading. So let's wait and see how it all pans out. But I'm rooting for 3 seats in Franklin, and if I can be one of them, I'll be very happy and pleased.
Nick McKim, can I bring you in? We heard Jackie Lambie talk a short time ago, saying that she's really concerned about truth in politics, truth in political advertising, and dare I say it, for the third election in a row, we're talking about political donation reforms.
Well, and so we should be. So Jackie should be concerned about those things, and so should Tasmanians be concerned about those things. We've got a terrible political donations regime in this state. There is no truth in advertising in politics. And interestingly, the conversation we've had tonight shows that, there's been a giant con run on the Tasmanian people. There's all this stuff, and Eric's saying, oh, well, that's just campaigning. No, it's a giant con perpetrated by the Labor and Liberal parties, and now everything's completely changed once the ballot boxes are closed. And I have to also say, the fact that both Labor and Liberal are not letting the media into their events tonight is a disgrace, and it just goes to show how tightly controlled the messaging is from the major parties and the amount of spin that you will get for those parties. And that is why more and more Tasmanians are becoming disillusioned with the two-party system.
The Jackie Lambie network didn't have any policies. Is it fair enough to put up a fake website that highlights that fact?
Oh, look, we're not into that kind of stuff in the Greens. Other people can do whatever they want to do. But what I will say, and, I don't agree with Eric on much, but I will agree with him on one thing. When the bells stop ringing on day one, when there is either a confidence vote or a no confidence vote in the government, Jackie Lambie candidates, like everyone else, are going to have to walk to one side or the other and put their backsides down on the seats. It's an abrogation of your democratic responsibility to do anything else. So there will be questions asked, and all will be revealed in due course.
Nice to know we've agreed on something, Nick.
And can I just jump in there? Because what we don't know about the Jackie Lambie network, and what she can't guarantee, is that you couldn't have a situation where one Jackie Lambie candidate votes one way and one Jackie Lambie candidate votes the other way. That is entirely possible if she gets two members elected to the lower house at this election.
Or Leon, I think we saw that with commentary about the stadium, that one of them came out very strongly saying, yes, I do support the stadium, which is in contrast to what Senator Lambie and others have been saying. So it'll be interesting.
Erica Betts, we are just going to back the truck up about 30 seconds and mark the time that at approximately 26 minutes to 8 o'clock, Erica Betts and Nick McKim formed a unity ticket on one issue tonight. So congratulations. Is this a sign of the new coalition?
Look, I don't think the Greens will be part of the coalition, but look, when I was a senator from time to time, I actually did deals with the Greens in the Senate chamber on amendments and things of that nature, and that is the nature of the beast, especially when you're senators, or like Sarah in the upper house, in the Legislative Council in Tasmania. That is part and parcel of daily living, and so I'm used to it. But Nick, now don't spoil it for us. Don't spoil it. Good.
I'm just going to make the observation, if you want to talk about a grand coalition in Tasmanian politics between two groups whose values and policies are nearly identical, I'll give you the Labor-Liberal coalition.
All right, we do need to move on back to this very particular coalition of chaos a little later in the program. But right now, Anthony Green has an update for us.
We're going to look at Bass. We've got a substantial count there, 4.7%. The Liberal Party's settling in on 3 quotas. Labor Party on about 2 quotas. The Greens are above a quota as well. Jackie Lambie network is now on about 10%. I want to break down the party ticket here. I'm trying to remember how to do it. I've forgotten how to do it. What's happening on the Liberal ticket is most of the votes are on the with Jeremy Rockliff. And Felix Ellis is running second on that ticket. Sorry, I'm in Bass here, but I've got to press the leaders. That's what I'm going to do. Now I remember.
That's the big Michael.
Michael Ferguson is easily over a quota. Michelle O'Byrne and Janie Finlay are well ahead in the Labor ticket, and they'll be re-elected with 2 quotas. Rob Fairs is then second on the Liberal ticket, and Simon Wood, who was re-elected on the countback, is the next on the Liberal ticket. And so at this stage, you say, and the Green ticket overall is on about a quota, but it's not concentrated in their lead candidate at this stage. There's a lot more counting to come, but if we can definitely say Michael Ferguson's been re-elected, you'd say Rob Fairs is well on track to win the second seat in Bass, and I'd say that both Michelle O'Byrne and Janie Finlay are highly likely to get re-elected in Bass. And we've now got to go to Braden, which is the Premier's electorate, which I was getting confused by a moment ago. And the totals here again settling down. The Liberal Party's doing better in Braden. Now, much of that is with Jeremy Rockliff, and I'll come to that in a moment. The Labor Party's on about 2 quotas. Jackie Lambie Network's on about slid down to about 9.4%. Garland, Craig Garland is on 4% and he's not going to get elected from there, projected towards 4% at the end of the night. That's a raw number quota. Well, we're projecting his vote will drop, as it normally happens with him when you come to the bigger cities. And if we look at the leaders on this display, you can see Jeremy Rockliff has got more than 2 quotas in his own right and a third of the vote. And Craig Garland, again, he will not be there by the end of the night. That's a very early... the figure will project to be much lower. Felix Ellis, we believe, will be elected, and Anita Dow and Shane Broad are both leading their ticket. Though Shane Broad's vote is quite low, it's projected to be higher by the end of the count, but I think both of those will be re-elected on that ticket.
Anthony Green, thanks for that update. Well, joining us now from the seat of Braden at the Cafe Europa in Burnie is Labor's Deputy Leader, Anita Dow. Welcome, Anita.
Good evening, Guy, and good evening to the panel. It's wonderful to be with you.
How are you seeing the vote early on tonight?
Well, things are going well here. We've got a great crew here at Cafe Europa celebrating with the Braden Labor candidates. We've had some fantastic candidates across our electorate who have worked tremendously hard out door knocking, speaking to the electors of Braden, who told us quite clearly that they wanted change.
Anita Dow, Braden was once Labor heartland and is considered crucial to forming government. We saw early in the election polling that suggested Labor might get just 1 seat in Braden. Obviously, it looks like what we're hearing from Anthony is that it will be 2. But what are you hearing on the ground about why voters in Braden aren't warming to the Tasmanian Labor message?
Well, people that I spoke to, Emily, were very much wanting change, and it's about where they place their vote. And we did a lot of work talking with the local community about how a Labor government would be for the benefits of all Tasmanians. I can't explain why people have chosen not to strongly put their vote with us, but what I can say is that we've been working hard across the electorate for the last 3 years. We've got a dedicated team with Shane and I and our dedicated candidates, and it's very early on in the counting tonight. Hare Clark's a strange beast, and we'll see how things progress.
And so you're saying you can't explain the result, but after 10 years, might you have a better idea of why that might be?
Well, I haven't been elected for 10 years. I've been elected for 6, Emily. And as I said, speaking to people on the ground, they told me quite clearly that they wanted change. And a lot of people were voting Labor this time. We've only counted a number of the smaller booths, is my understanding, and there's a number of larger booths to come in as the night progresses. So hopeful that things will improve, and certainly everybody here is looking forward to celebrating at the end of the night.
And Anita, you're Deputy Leader of the Labor Party. What's the magic number in your view from which Labor will try to form government with a coalition from the crossbench?
Well, as I said, Emily, I think it's really early in the evening. We've run a really strong campaign across each of the electorates across the state. There's still a lot of counting to go. And I think at the end of this, what the most important thing is for Tasmanians is that they have a workable parliament, because they haven't had that under the rule of Jeremy Rockliff. And really tonight is a test of his leadership. He called this election very early, a year out, because he wanted majority. Now it's becoming very clear that that's not going to happen, and that's a reflection of his leadership.
It might be early in the evening, but you must have had discussions about whether it might be 11, 12, 13 seats that would then give you the confidence to approach, say, the Jackie Lambie Network or other independents and go to the Governor and try to form government. Can you give us a sense of what that magic number is, Anita Dow?
Look, I'm not in a position to say that to you tonight, Emily. What I would say, as I have said, that it is early in the night. There's a lot of booths to still be counted across the state. And what is the most important thing after this election is that the Tasmanian people have stability and they have a parliament that works collaboratively together for them. They haven't had that over the last 3 years. They've had lots of uncertainty and turmoil within the Liberal Party. And we've always said that we wanted to form a majority Labor government. That was our key priority. Tasmanians do better under a Labor government. Our key priorities are cost of living, health and housing, and we've campaigned hard with really solid policies across each of those key areas. And they'll continue to be our priorities.
Anita Dow, it's Leon Compton here. You were given the opposition's job of taking up the cudgels to the government on the issue of health. It is the government's weakest point. Given what we know about this vote at this stage, what does it say? You cannot convince people that you're a better alternative, given the vulnerability for the Liberal Party there.
I think after 10 years, the health system is the worst that it's ever been, Leon. You're absolutely right. And we'd had some outstanding health policies that we conveyed to the electorate over the election campaign, whether that be our plan to address ramping, rebuilding the health workforce, which has been absolutely decimated under this Liberal government. The thing with his health is it's going to take a long time to repair the damage that's been done by the Liberals over 10 years. And we're under no underestimation about that, Leon. I think Tasmanians are dismayed about Tasmania's health system. I think in many ways there's apathy about the ability of anyone to improve it. But my commitment to Tasmanians as the Shadow Health Minister is that I was up for the challenge and I am up for the challenge. And we want to start repairing our health system and healing it. As a former nurse, Leon, I'm absolutely committed to that.
But Anita Dow, and again to come back to this, I mean, you talk about the despair that Tasmanians feel. They have lived experience in many cases of waiting at emergency for admission, and yet your party, given all of that, has been unable to convince people to go your way. How seriously do you need to reflect on that?
Well, I think you always reflect on these things. The count's not over yet, Leon, and they're not at the end of the night. But what I will say to you is that we did have strong policies across health, whether that was in preventative health, rebuilding regional health and rebuilding our workforce, which, as I said, are incredibly low on morale and at an all-time low across the state. It's a significant challenge, the health system, but we put our policies to the Tasmanian people, and the night's not over yet, and they were good policies.
Anita Dow, thank you.
Thanks, Guy.
This is the electorate of Bass, situated in the northeast corner of the state. The electorate covers 8,000 square kilometres, with 3/4 of electors living in Tasmania's second largest city, Launceston. The electorate has existed since 1903 and is named after George Bass, the first European to discover that Tasmania was separated from the mainland by the strait that bears his name. This is Tasmania Votes. I'm Sabra Lane.
And I'm Guy Stainer. It's nearly 16 minutes to 8 o'clock. Let's get the latest on the count from Anthony Green.
Well, we'll look at the statewide vote at this stage. We've now got 6% statewide. The Liberal Party's on about 36. The Labor Party 28. Greens 14. Jackie Lambie Network's down to 8.1%. The Independents 6.8 and others 6.6. As I said, there's a low of count in Franklin and Clark at this stage. Look at the change in votes since last time. The big drop is in the Liberal vote. The Labor vote must be unchanged, which is why it's disappeared off the graph. The Greens are up. Jackie Lambie Network's up 8.2%. And what I thought we'd do is start to look at the chamber. We're starting to give away seats. Rather than elect members, we're making it clear the seats which are definitely going to be won by one party or the other. And at this stage, we've got the Liberal Party on 10, Labor on 8 and 1 Green. So that's the current situation with 6% counted.
OK, with Anthony Green calling more seats, let's fill in more of those blocks on the big board. Selena.
Yes, we have been filling in more, particularly in the electorate of Clark. So as you can see here, the Labor Party has picked up 2 seats in Clark, and that's really significant for them because they came into this election with just 1. And the second seat there is likely to be Josh Willey, who's moved across from the Legislative Council. That's proved that that's been a good move for the Labor Party because that has helped them, his personal popularity has helped them pick up that extra seat there. As we can also see, the Greens have managed to get their first square on the board as well. And now if we have a look at how that's looking on the Pathway to Power graphic, we can see that we have a crossbench now. We can also see that the Liberals have made it across the halfway mark to that yellow majority line. Labor's not too far behind. They're on 8 seats compared to Liberals' 10, so they've got a little bit further to go to reach that line for majority. There are still, however, plenty of seats left to give away over there, 16, I believe. So, Guy and Sabra, we'll see the results are flowing in thick and fast at the moment, so we'll see how much longer it takes to get a few more colours filled in here.
Selena Ross, thank you very much for that. Nick McKim, I can see you tapping away on your phone and getting plenty of messages. What are you hearing?
Yeah, we've got a bit from the scrutinies. Look, just firstly, in a couple of Lions booths, the Lambie votes are staying very tightly into the ticket and then going to John Tucker, which is interesting because there's every chance they'll be duelling for the last seat in Lions. A lot of informals we're hearing out of Sorell and Exeter, a lot of people voting 1 to 5, which of course was formal vote last time, won't be a formal vote this time. By the way, we should have savings provisions in Tasmania, and unfortunately we don't. A little bit of mountain bike swing to Tasmania in the northeast to the Greens, to 3% swing to us in Winnaleah and 3.5% in Branxholme. That's where the mountain bike tracks have been put in. And
by the
tourism
Liberals.
Operators.
By the
no,
Liberals.
it was actually, the money was delivered by a Labor Green government, Eric, as you well know.
No.
And look, a swing to us in every seat, so we've got reason to be optimistic at this stage of the night. And just a little heads up, we're in the hunt for 2 seats in Clark, in my view.
Sarah Lovell, just talking about that too, are you getting information along those lines about informal votes and people not being sure about how many boxes they need to mark off?
I haven't had that information come through. What I'm getting through is that we're seeing, our scrutineers are seeing preferences from independent candidates flowing strongly to Labor across the board. I think it's interesting that what we've seen tonight so far in those early results, and they are early results, there's only small numbers, but they're typically the regional, rural, more conservative booths where normally we would see a swing towards the Liberals. We're seeing quite the opposite of that and strong swings away. So I think it's still very much early days and lots of results to come through and unpack as the night goes on.
Erica Betts?
Look, for Sarah to say that there's been a big swing, well, let's go to the last election. Peter Gutwin won a huge landslide election victory. In Hare Clark terminology, that only gave us a 1-seat majority. But if that were replicated on a percentage basis in the federal parliament, it would be a massive landslide election victory. So we're going from a very, very high base to what might be considered possibly a more normal base for the Liberal Party.
But Erica Betts, we have established that you don't like to talk about hypotheticals, so if we just stick to the state...
hypothetical was about me.
The majority of the swing that we're seeing going towards Jackie Lambie network, a little bit to the Greens, it looks like it's all coming out of the Liberal Party.
Look, they're clearly what the figures are showing, and what it indicates is that people are not satisfied that Labor is an alternative, and they're currently, on the current figures, giving the Liberal government a bit of a kick. But there is no appetite for a change of government, and I think Leon Compton summed it up well, and I got this at door knocking as well. Nobody was out with a baseball bat to try to get the government. And I spent a day door knocking in Risdon Vale deliberately, Labor heartland, just to see what the mood was, and interestingly, very well received. As an aside, when I did door knock, I was accused of having a cop knock. I knocked too hard on the door and somebody thought it might have been a policeman knocking, so my apologies to that constituent. But that aside...
You say there are no baseball bats, but it looks like lots of people have had pencils and they've changed their vote from Liberal at the last election to somebody else this election.
Yeah, but they haven't switched to Labor, and so it's a protest vote, or some of them are protesting, saying the Liberals, and we've come from a very high base as well, so keep that in mind, a high base, and then saying, come on, lift your game, but the Labor show just is not acceptable as an alternative to us, and that is, I think, what we'll need to exercise the mind of those that sit on the crossbenches.
Emily Baker?
You're saying it's a protest vote, and we've heard throughout the campaign one message, that we will govern in majority, and from 6 p.m. tonight, you said it yourself, it sounds like a little bit more's on the table. Is that, when we hear one message during a campaign and politicians do something else once they're in the parliament, isn't that kind of exactly what people are voting against? Isn't that why we're seeing things like a protest vote?
No, Emily, we had that discussion earlier tonight, and what I'm saying to you, and I think the people understand this, it would be a bizarre proposition for a Liberal leader or a Labor leader, for that matter, to say, I'm in this election not to win majority government. Of course they want to win majority government, and therefore their promises and commitments are made on the basis of, if we're elected and we are in control, then these are the factors, they're the levers we can pull to deliver these outcomes. If there are going to be other hands on the lever with ours, then we cannot determine what the outcome's going to be. And so that is why I found it interesting that my former colleague, Senator Lambie, thought that there was some difference between commitments and promises. If I commit to do something to you or for you, isn't that a promise? So I'm not quite sure where the differential is between commitments and promises. I would have thought they're the same thing.
But Erica Betts, people talk about, it's not just that part of it, it's the fact that you say no deals, when the reality is you're going to have to do some sort of deal if you're in minority to form government. And where people call out all the time, they want politicians to be more mature, they want them to tell the truth. And, you know, here we are now having to talk about deals only minutes after the votes count.
Look, when it comes to those matters, let's be very clear. We have gone into this election seeking majority government because that is the best that we can deliver for the people of Tasmania. And let's make no mistake, the Tasmanian economy is not in the shape that it's in today by accident. 10 years ago, it was in recession, schools being closed, 200 nurses sacked, and so the list goes on. Huge number, I think it's 1,200 new medical professionals appointed in our health system. So there's been a huge surge in that regard, and I think that is a good record. But things can always be better, and after 10 years, it's always difficult for a government.
I just saw Saul Eslake walking past you, one of Tasmania's best-known economists. He would argue that Tasmania has significant financial headwinds in terms of the amount of debt that is looming that someone's going to have to deal with. Do you acknowledge that as whomever forms government looks forward, they're going to have to seriously think about increasing revenue in Tasmania or think about having a hard conversation about reducing spending?
I like the second better, reducing spending. I don't think governments have a revenue problem. They nearly always have a spending problem.
This government seems to say we don't have a problem at all, though.
I think Michael Ferguson's done an excellent job as Treasurer in ensuring that we keep things in balance, and the legacy Peter Gutwin left in that regard was exceptionally good. And we do have the legacy issues of the COVID expenditure. But when I was in the federal parliament, I was always very much of the view that we owe an obligation to the next generation not to mortgage it. And that's why I was always against deficit budgeting unless there were very, very really good arguments. And when you've got a COVID crisis, that might be one of those.
But we've still got deficits now out over the horizon. That's the reality of it.
Can I just interrupt here? Sarah Lovell, I'm going to come to you. When voters also deliver a message like this, are they sending a message to all politicians that they're over conflict? They want people to collaborate and get on with policy?
Yeah, look, I think they are. I think that's certainly, the mood amongst... Tasmanians want a parliament that works. They want a parliament that delivers good outcomes, that is constructive. I think most Tasmanians are not watching what happens in Parliament day to day. They just want to know, how is it going to impact on their everyday life? How will it impact on their ability to feed their kids and pay their bills and get about their work and work a meaningful job and live a good life in Tasmania? So, yeah, I think most people have never been interested in the combative nature of Parliament. I think that's probably, to a degree, always going to be there, because the reality is that we're dealing in an environment where people care very passionately about what they're doing, and sometimes that passion comes through in that combative way. When you're caring about something and you're trying to negotiate to an outcome, that can happen, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But the bottom line is that Tasmanians want good outcomes, and they want government that will deliver good outcomes. And if that means having to work more closely with crossbenchers, independent members, minor parties, then that's the message they're delivering. I think the message clearly we're seeing come through tonight is that they don't want a Liberal government. We've got massive swings away from the Liberal Party. They might not be coming directly to Labor, but they are absolutely coming well away from the Liberals.
Nick McKim, you've been in a position to hold the balance of power in politics. We heard Jackie Lambie being quite scathing about some of the tactics from the Liberal Party. Can you denigrate minor parties and independents and still be able to negotiate some kind of deal with them?
Well, I mean, ultimately you can, but you have to change what you've done and said before the polls to what you do afterwards, and we're seeing that again tonight. Look, the history of Tasmania is that when the economic headwinds blow, a government gets moved from majority into a power-sharing parliament, and it's the power-sharing parliaments that have to step up and do all the tough work. That's happened 3 times in the last 50 years in Tasmania, and in all 3 times, twice with the Greens and Labor, once actually with the Greens and the Liberals. Those tough decisions have had to be made, and they've been very, very good parliaments for Tasmania. In 2010 to 2014, we got on top of the state debt crisis, and we massively reduced Tasmania's greenhouse gas emissions. Those are the sort of things that you get when you work collaboratively, constructively and transparently, and you get the corporations and the vested financial interests out of those smoky, locked door back rooms where they do deals with majority government.
Nick, we've already seen the two of you sniping at one another tonight. How much more difficult is it if there has been denigration behind the scenes, political campaigns against one another, to then try to form a consensus to move forward?
Well, I've been there. I mean, the 2010 election campaign was brutal for us from both the Labor and the Liberal parties, and I don't need to repeat all the things they said about me. But at the end of the day, you've got a responsibility to the Tasmanian voters, and I really admire the way Rosalie Woodruff has carried herself in this campaign, because she's been very clear that the Greens are about actually respecting the will of the voters, and we will work with the parliament that the voters deliver, and we will do that in good faith, and we'll do that in order to deliver outcomes for Tasmanians. That's been her very clear message, and I think the figures show she's being rewarded for that this evening.
All right, we're going to hit pause on this discussion right now. Anthony Green, back to your touchscreen. You've got some news about Franklin.
Yes, we've declared Erica Betts elected.
Thank you very much, Anthony. That's very kind. Thank you.
Look, basically, the Liberals got definitely over 2 quotas. Now, Jackie Petrusma clearly headed the ticket last time. Her vote's down about 14%. Erica Betts is polling about 11%. I think Erica's clearly eaten into Jackie Petrusma's vote. I'll leave people to talk about the regions and the factions and stuff, but that's what all the votes are looking like. And Erica's well ahead on the ticket, and I don't see any reason why he wouldn't finish there. So if the Liberals are electing 2, then Erica Betts is clearly one of them in Franklin. Okay. Now, what we wanted to do was then move on to talk about Lions. At the moment, where the figures, we've got quite a substantial count in Lions now. What's interesting here, the Liberal Party vote is settling at 3 quotas. The Labor Party vote at 2 quotas, 2 and a bit quotas. The Greens have got about a quota at the moment, a very diverse electorate, as I mentioned. Jackie Lambie network is drifting downwards. John Tucker has got a very low vote at 3.3%. There's not a lot from the East Coast yet, so that may pick up later in the evening. But at the moment, it's looking like 3 Liberal, 2 Labor. The Greens have got a strong chance for a ticket, and what's going to happen after that is with how Jackie Lambie, whether her vote holds up when you get into the southern parts of the electorate and to the East Coast or not. So, look, every electorate is looking like 3 Liberal, 2 Labor, and then it's the other 2 seats which will be worked out as we go later through the evening.
All right, Anthony, and how's the Jackie Lambie network going in the north?
If we go and have a look at, I'll just do the overall numbers here. In Bass, Jackie Lambie network's on about 9.6%. And if we look next door, I'm going to go back to the map, and we go and have a look at Braden. I think it's about the same vote. Last time I looked in Braden, that the Jackie Lambie, party total, Jackie Lambie network is on about 10%. The one thing I will say about them, if you look at the candidates, is their vote is way down the bottom here. There's no clear leaders on their ticket, and they're all getting roughly the same votes, which raises the possibility there might be a bit of leakage out of that ticket. But for them to win a seat, their preferences have to fold up the ticket, and they've got to stay ahead of other groups on the ballot paper. But at the moment, they're sort of above 9% in both Braden and Bass. But in both electorates, you need the big towns to come in first, the Burnage, your Davenports and your major Launceston birds.
All right, Anthony Green, thank you very much for that. Now we're going to speak with one of the Jackie Lambie network candidates, Troy Fitzner. He joins us from the Launceston RSL in South Launceston. Good evening, thank you. Welcome to the program. How are you feeling about your numbers so far tonight?
Thanks for having me. Look, nervous. That's the best way to describe it. We've put ourselves out there, and all we can do is hope that the public have realised the quality that we will give them and the passion that we have to help them out.
At the moment, would you, I mean, if you end up being elected, have you got any thoughts on what kind of government you might like to be dealing with?
Look, that's way ahead of the game at the moment. I haven't put any thought into that. I'm really just put the effort in that to try and get myself out there so that people know what we stand for, and hopefully I get the opportunity to look at what the options are.
Troy Fitzner, it looks like the Liberal Party will be more like, or in a better position, to form government in the event that you get a say in who is in the hot seat. Where are you leaning? Just to pick up on what your leader said, that the Liberal Party, in her view, is doing a crap job, and I'm quoting. Do you agree with that assessment?
Oh, how can you not agree? They've had 10 years and we've got health issues, we've got education issues, we've got cost of living issues. They haven't done a great job. They're going to have to come to the table with some pretty good things. I think the public will probably realise that too, and hopefully the vote will reflect that. We'll see.
And we're hearing tonight that maybe some conversations are to be had about what your support may cost. Can you tell voters now what your support might cost in terms of forming a government, helping form a government?
Oh, look, that's asking me a question that's way ahead of the game. I'm just out there to earn a seat and represent the people of Tasmania, the real-life people, the people that are working hard to make a dollar. I'm not talking about any sort of deals or putting any thoughts of that sort of thing in my mind at this point in time.
Troy, it's Leon Compton. You've got 3 candidates in lines, as Anthony was predicting may happen. You've all got about an equal number of votes. You've run before, you're moderately well known. Does your party need to sort of get real and start actually picking a lead candidate to give yourself a better chance of winning in the future?
Who knows, Leon? Look, we worked as a team. As everyone well knows, we've got a very, very low budget. So we don't have advertising money, we don't have radio advertising money. So the 3 of us work real close together, and we're all passionate about getting real representation for real Tasmanians. And I'd be happy for either one of my 2 Lions candidates to get up. Either one of us 3 will be happy for each other. So, yeah, I don't think that we've done anything wrong. I think we've run a great campaign, and people will see that.
Troy, good luck for the rest of the night.
Thank you.
This is the Electorate of Franklin. The seat is named after Sir John Franklin, the former Lieutenant Governor of Tasmania, and covers 10,000 square kilometres in the south of the state. Franklin is split in 2 by the Electorate of Clark, with the majority of electors living in the Clarence City Council area on the eastern shore of Hobart. The less inhabited part of the seat, to Hobart's southwest, includes the Huon Valley, as well as Bruny Island and even Macquarie Island. This is Tasmania Votes. I'm Guy Stainer.
And I'm Sabra Lane. It's now just gone 8:04 Eastern Time, and let's get the latest on the count from Anthony Green.
Let's look at the overall state vote at this stage, with 11% of the vote counted. The Liberal Party vote has stabilised at about 37, the Labor Party 27.5. The Greens are up at 14, Jackie Lambie Network's drifting down now on 7.5, the Independents 7.8, and others 6. The change in vote is the Liberal Party vote is well down, the Jackie Lambie Network is up. That's the big shift we've seen. Now, just to go back to that primary vote, I would say at this stage, this isn't a call, but at this stage, you can't get to majority government from 37% of the vote. You just cannot win. At this stage, they've got a chance of 4 seats in Braden, 3 in Lyons, 3 in Bass, which gets to 10, 2 in Franklin, 2 in Clark. That gets to 14 seats. Now, there's a fair bit of counting yet, and if this Jackie Lambie network continues to fall, where will their preferences go in some of these seats, which will have an impact? But at this stage, the Liberal Party is not going to reach majority government, but they are clearly going to be the largest party in Parliament.
Anthony Green, thank you very much for that. I'm going to go straight to you, Erica Betts, because I could see you nodding in agreement with what Anthony was saying then, that it's hard to make majority from 37%.
Given those figures, Anthony's conclusion is inescapable. But what was also interesting, not only did the Liberal vote go down, but the Labor vote also has gone down marginally on the statewide figure. But what I'd be interested in is where we've got independents and others, those two columns, I'd be interested in Anthony telling us what categorises somebody as an independent as opposed to an other. Are you able to do that for us if I'm not interrupting the flow?
Anthony?
What I've done, I've actually separated out all those single groups. So last time it was just the 2 in Clark. This time there's 14. If I have I'll have a quick look at this. Let's bring up Clark, because we can look at I want to look at the change in vote in Clark, and what you're seeing there is that Christy Johnson's vote is down 2.7%. Sue Hickey's vote is well down 4%. On my initial look, I think Christy Johnson is highly likely to get elected. I would expect she would get preferences from the other independent groups. But looking at the party totals there in Clark, Labor's heading for 2, Liberals 2. The Greens, if they get to 23, which is our current projection, they will also get 2. But anyone who knows Clark, there's a fair bit of differential at different ends of the electorate, so we'll wait and see what happens there. Christy Johnson is on 8.2. Again, she's from the Glenorchy end of the electorate, so, you know, are these Glenorchy booths? I'm not sure. And of course, Sue Hickey has served on both Hobart and Glenorchy Council, but her vote is down at this stage. The other independents, Ben Lohberger is only on 3%, and Louise Elliott is on 1.9%, so I don't think either of those have got much chance of getting elected.
All right, Anthony, great. Thank you for that. We're going to pause for right there right now. I'm going to go to the big board now as Selena Ross. Selena, what have you got for us?
Well, we really are starting to see a lot of these seats fill up. All of the 5 electorates now have 5 seats that have been called. But what you are seeing is a lot of colour rather than faces in so many of these. And the reason for that is with the quota system that we know that a party has won that seat, but we don't yet know which of their candidates has won that one. So if we come over to Franklin here, we can see that the Liberals have won 2. Now we can see Erica Betts has one of them, but in one of the really interesting battles that we're seeing play out, there are 3 other Liberal candidates who are actually in quite strong contention for that. One of those is Jackie Petrusma, who quit the Liberals in 2022 and quit Parliament. Then the other 2 are the 2 incumbent members that were sitting in the Parliament leading up to this election. So at the moment, we've got one who's new to the Parliament in Erica Betts, and then potentially there'll be those 3 battling it out to see if the Liberals can win any more seats there. Now, if we switch over to our pathway to power graphic, we can see now that they are moving closer to that yellow line, but as Anthony Green has told us, it is looking really hard for the major parties to win, to get to the yellow line and to win majority government. We are seeing part of the reason for that. We're seeing numbers coming up on the crossbench. We can see 2 Greens have been re-elected, and one of those is the Greens leader, Rosalie Woodruff, so that will be making Nick McKim very happy, I'm sure.
All right, Selena Ross, thank you very much. Anthony Green, I'm going to come back to you. To be clear on what you were saying earlier, Liberals can't win majority from here, neither can Labor, is that what you're saying as well?
Look, Labor's 28%. They're over 2 quotas in every electorate, but they're nowhere near 3 in any of them. So in that case, they're going to get 2, 10, maybe an 11th, but they're not going to get more than that. Liberal Party, it's a mainland habit to say coalition. The Liberal Party's on 37%. They have a strong chance of getting 4 in the Premier's electorate in Braden, though you always have to worry when the Premier gets such a high vote because you might get a leakage out of the ticket, which damages, but because they lost about 0.2 of a quota in Bass last time. But that's the seat where they can get 4. They're not going to get more than 3 in Braden, in Lyons or Bass. They're on track for 2 in both Franklin and Clark, so that brings to 14. So Liberals are tracking towards 14, maybe 15. Labor's on 10, maybe 11. So there's a 3-seat gap between the two parties. So the Liberals will be the largest party. And given Labor's got such a low vote, to actually go backwards at this election, they're just not going to form government. Because even, say, if they've got 11 seats, even if the Greens win 5, that's still not a majority if you combine the two parties. And Labor said they won't form government with the Greens. Will this be a parliament of transition where the opposition won't take government, that the government forms government again, but having lost the majority?
Anthony Green, thanks for that update. Well, it is time now to head to the electorate of Braden. We're going to the Burnie RSL, where Liberal MP Felix Ellis joins us. Felix Ellis, you've just heard Anthony Green say you cannot form a majority government. How does that feel?
G'day guys, great to be with you. Look, it's very early days still. Obviously the counts will come through and the votes will obviously flow in the way that the Tasmanian people choose them. So we'll be watching closely, of course, over the rest of the night and coming days to see how we go. But we've had a really strong result here in Braden, led of course by our Premier, Jeremy Rockliff, and we're really confident about the result up here.
Felix, I'm going to put my faith in the election analyst who says that you can't form a majority government. Tell me what happens from here if that scenario eventuates.
Well, look, obviously it's a hypothetical, but we'll continue to watch the count closely. It's still really early days, including major boos in places like Braden, but right around Tasmania. So we'll be watching closely and we'll see how it goes. Obviously, the key for this election, though, is about restoring certainty and stability for the Tasmanian people. We think we've delivered a plan that can do just that, and we've had a fantastic team working hard right around Tasmania, but particularly here in the beautiful northwest, west coast and King Island. I think we've had clearly the strongest team, and the results, though early days, are reflected in that here in Braden.
We've already heard that Jeremy Rockliff sent Jackie Lambie a text yesterday that she says was trying to butter her up. Who else is receiving these text messages about forming a coalition of, I won't say chaos, that's your phrasing, but it may be a coalition government going forward?
Well, look, you'll have to ask the Premier who he sends text messages to, but broadly speaking, what we do know is the arrogance and the desperation of Rebecca White has been clear for everyone to see over the last few days, and reports that she's already been trying to do deals with the Greens despite saying that she wouldn't clearly just shows how far that these people will go to try and grab power, despite the fact that they are their vote has gone backwards, and it's been a terrible night once again for the Labor Party.
Felix Ellis, it's Leon Compton. You announced during the campaign you wanted to reopen 40,000 hectares of forest that had been protected under the peace deal to native forest logging at a time when on the mainland they're banning native forest logging altogether. It likely would take us back to some sort of forest wars. Most sawmillers don't want the timber. If Anthony's right and it's minority government for you, are you going to scrap that policy? Is that now off the table?
Well, look, obviously, we're still hoping for majority government, and that's really important in terms of delivering the certainty and stability for timber millers and for the timber industry more broadly, Leon, and the Tasmanian people. We've taken a really strong plan for more certainty and more supply in the forest industry as part of this deal. The Greens, their plan, they've clearly said it tonight and they've said it for years, is to shut down the native forest sector here in Tasmania. Our plan is to grow it. And again, Labor, in many ways, like they've been throughout this campaign, have just been sitting on the fence. Now, it's important that we back in our forest industry so that we can manage this land for fire mitigation, for carbon projects, recreational access, and of course in the regrowth areas for timber production as well, which is the ultimate renewable resource. But we'll be working closely to ensure that we can grow that certainty and supply for Tasmanian millers, because we can see the catastrophic results in places like Victoria and Western Australia, who haven't stopped a demand for timber. They've just stopped it being produced locally, which we think is a terrible outcome for everybody.
Felix, I remember when you did your maiden speech, your dear friend, the former Greens leader, Cassie O'Connor, declared you a potential future Premier. If we're looking at a result of a minority government tonight, is that something that you'll be thinking about, becoming Liberal leader and putting your hand up for that top job?
Look, I don't take character references or professional references from Cassie O'Connor, but look, obviously we've got an outstanding Premier in Jeremy Rockliff. He's run an incredible campaign. I like to think I work pretty hard, but no one has worked harder than our Premier over the last 5 weeks and across the term as well. He's been an outstanding leader for us here in Braden too. So we're backing him in. He's doing an incredible job. And as we look to restore that certainty and stability for Tasmanians, he'll be leading the charge.
Well, good luck tonight, Felix. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, everybody.
Well, it's time now to check in with Alex Alvaro, who's somewhere out on the floor behind this sea of humanity behind me. Where are you, Alex, and who have you got for us?
Oh, it's absolutely pumping here on the tally room floor. No shortage of lovely people to speak to. Here with me at the moment, I have Judith and Ian. You guys have come from the mainland. You moved over 2 years ago. It works a little bit differently here. Have you managed to work it all out, or is it still a bit of a mystery?
Still a bit of a mystery, yes. Not quite.
Making sense of the big board?
Kinda.
Might take a little while. Look, you've described yourselves as floating voters. You managed to, give your votes out in every direction. Has that always been the case for you, or have your voting intentions changed over time?
I guess they've changed a little over time, but I guess I also like to vote on the issues, so they have changed from time to time. I don't stay with one party, I guess.
And I suppose living a little bit outside of Launceston, health, you said to me, was a big one for you. Explain to me why that is.
Well, I guess it's the distance, but also what you didn't expect was the community. Although the houses are sort of far apart, there are centres where lots of things are happening and people talk about things, and the community hall is really great. They have information centres, sessions and things of that sort as well. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Perfect. I was more talking about health. No worries. Why is that a big one for you?
Health, I'm sorry. We had experience of that. Ian had a turn and had to be taken in by the ambulance to Launceston Hospital, and I followed behind in my car and spent the whole day in the emergency waiting room. And, I described it as Dante's Circle of Hell. It was just dreadful. And it was so crowded. There were no seats. People were leaning against walls and sitting on the floor. And the nurses were just so good. They were kind. They were polite, even against all odds. I'd be putting medals on them all. But the conditions that they were in was just not good at all.
Absolutely, and it's a huge problem across the state. Thank you so much for talking with us. Back to you on the panel.
Alexandra Alvaro, your interview got photobombed with a kiss. Thank you very much.
I think many people would probably agree with the sentiment there of nurses winning gold medals tonight. Anthony, I understand you've got an update for us with the touchscreen.
Yeah, look, we'll just do the statewide figures first. Again, they're stabilising Liberals 37, Labor on around 27. I want to point out, if you add those numbers together, you get about 20% for other parties. Now, the politics has been dominated in Tasmania since the late 80s by three parties, Liberal, Labor and Greens. That's twice as high as the vote for others we've ever seen, certainly in the modern era. So that's been a big change in voting patterns. Now, the change in vote, just to talk on that, is that the Liberal vote's well down, the Greens up 1.7, Jackie Lambie up 7.6. The one thing I want to say is at the moment, the Greens could end up with as many as 6 seats. I don't know, they're not well positioned in Braden, so I don't think they'll get a seat in Braden. They're well positioned with around a quota in both Bass and Lyons, and at the moment they're on track for even 2 in both Clark and Franklin. I would caution on that though, the vote can tend to dip with the Greens. It's as the vote's gone on, pre-polls and postals tend not to be particularly favourable for the Greens. And you want to see, we've got about 20% in most of the electorates, but you'd want to see more votes on that. It also depends on the cut-up of tickets. But while it's not a big shift for the Greens, the lower quota is putting them closer to getting elected. If you take the last election results, they could have won a seat on a 7-member quota in both Lyons and Bass. And at the moment, with not much change in the vote, that's roughly what's happening.
All right, Anthony, we're about to go to Christy Johnson in Clark for an update on what she's looking at tonight. What can you tell us before we go to her?
I haven't looked at them. We've got you're going to go to the total, that's not the percentage, is 7.2. Labor's on just over 2 quotas. Liberals are just over 2 quotas. The Greens are just under 2 quotas. And Christy Johnson is the next one on 8.5. I would imagine Christy Johnson would get a good flow of preferences from the other groups as they are excluded, because all of these groups have only got one candidate. They must have 7 preferences, and we do know there is a tendency amongst voters who vote for independents to vote for other independents. So if Christy Johnson stays well ahead, she will do well and probably get elected. And Clark could produce a result: 2 Labor, 2 Liberal, 2 Greens, 1 Christy Johnson at this stage.
All right, Anthony, thank you very much. We're going to go to Christy Johnson right now. She joins us now from Clark. She comes to us from the Maypole Hotel at Newtown, and much like we're seeing here in the tally room tonight, a lot of people have brought in their kids. You've got Harry with you tonight.
Yes, I brought in my son with me tonight, and family supporters and friends are gathering here at the Maypole, and we're feeling pretty upbeat.
You're looking fairly good to retain your seat tonight. You're feeling confident that you will?
Look, the early indications are looking very positive. My scrutineers who've been out in the booths are coming back with some positive messages, and the vote is very early count at this stage. But it looks like I'm holding my vote at the 2021 election. That's really pleasing. So fingers crossed. I'm still not counting my chickens yet, but I'm feeling positive now.
Christy, it's Emily Baker here. You've been a vocal critic of the Rockliff government during your tenure. Can they count on your support in the event you become one of the kingmakers of the upcoming Parliament?
Look, I have been very critical of the Rockliff government. I'm equally critical of the Labor Party for issues around integrity, around accountability, about backflips in policies. So look, I'm really keen to see what Tasmanians have said tonight, and I will be giving consideration, if I'm lucky enough to be elected tonight again, giving consideration to what they're saying at the polls.
And according to what Erica Betts is saying, there might be some wriggle room on what we've heard during the campaign, and maybe something that may be up for negotiation. Is there something that you'll be asking for in the event that you get that text message from the Premier as well?
Look, I've been very clear right throughout my term in Parliament and throughout this campaign is that I don't do deals. I will not be selling my vote. Health, housing, education, transport are all incredibly complex and important issues, and they deserve to be dealt with on their merit. So I won't be selling my vote to the highest bidder. But what I will be doing is I'll be trying to make sure that the Parliament is a more accountable Parliament and one with integrity.
Christy Johnson, it's Leon Compton. No deals. How is it you could potentially hold the balance of power in your hand and deliver so much for the electorate of Clark, and would choose not to take that opportunity as part of your promise of no deals? How does that make sense to anybody watching this broadcast this evening?
Look, I think Tasmanians expect matters to be dealt with in Parliament on their merits. So I'll be considering, as everyone in Parliament should be considering, each issue on its merits. I want to see a Parliament that's more collaborative. I want to make sure that we are actually working for the Tasmanian people, not for political party interest. And so I'll be working very hard. I'm looking for greater integrity, greater accountability, and for the Parliament to actually be listening to the crossbench, because quite clearly what we're seeing tonight is that there's going to be a strong influence from the crossbench.
Christy Johnson, have you received any calls yet from anybody, whether that's Jeremy Rockliff or Rebecca White?
Look, it's very early in the night. Certainly haven't received any calls yet, apart from family and friends who are wishing me luck. But look, we'll wait and see what happens over the coming days. It's very early days. We know that it's going to take some time before we can count the second preferences. We may not know for a week and a half or so how the Parliament actually looks, but I'm really keen to talk and listen to people, what their concerns are, and to understand the desire of the community when it comes to what their Parliament looks like.
Thank you.
This is the electorate of Lyons, covering just under half of the area of the state. Lyons stretches from Hobart's northern fringes to the agricultural outskirts of Launceston in the north of the state. It also takes in the holiday and fishing towns on the state's east coast, the white beaches and pink mountains of the Freycinet Peninsula, as well as the historic township of Richmond. The electorate was renamed Lyons in 1984 in honour of Joe Lyons, the Premier of Tasmania and the Prime Minister of Australia. and his wife Dame Enid Lyons, the first woman to reach cabinet ranks, serving in the cabinet of Robert Menzies after the Second World War. This is Tasmania Votes. I'm Sabra Lane.
And I'm Guy Stainer. It's currently 25 minutes past 8, so let's get the latest on the count from Anthony Green.
And we'll just start with that, again, show the primary vote stabilising, still 37-ish, 27-ish, 14-ish. We'll fill in the chamber at the moment. The seats we're definitely giving away. 13 to the Liberal Party, 10 to Labor, 2 Greens. I think we might have another likely or 2 as well. We got an independent. Yeah, that's the extra one, which would be Christy Johnson, who we think is highly likely to win. But that's what the numbers look like at the moment. So it looks like the Liberal Party will be the largest party, but they will not form majority government.
Anthony Green, thanks for the latest. Nick McKim, the latest figures indicate that more than...
I will take a guess, unless I declare someone
elected. A third of Tasmanians are not voting for either major party. Is this where you trot out the line that it's another nail in the coffin of the two-party system?
Well, I think it is, and it's a pox on both their houses. Like, that's the clear message out of tonight, is that Tasmanians are sick and tired of being taken for granted by the Coles and Woolworths of Australian politics. And this is a vote that I do think is a nail in the coffin of the two-party system, and it means that we're going to get a parliament which is creative, collaborative, works together on the floor of the House rather than behind closed doors in the back rooms. And it turns out that people don't want major political parties with absolute power doing secret deals with corporations and vested interests to hock off Tasmania, our beautiful environment, our forests and our waterways to big multinational companies, which is what's been going on for far too long. But look, I'll make a prediction here. If we get 14% of the vote, we are certain to win 4 seats. If that 14% holds up, we will win Bass and Lyons. We're well in the hunt for 2 seats in Clark and Franklin. Very good night for us so far. Bob Brown's just texted me saying there's a 10% swing to us in Dunstan in a by-election in South Australia. So good night for the Greens. The one caution I would give in Franklin, and this happened in 2010 when I was the leader and the member for Franklin, Rosalie Woodruff quite rightly has got a very high vote. I expect there will be a reasonably high leakage away from her that may not flow through to the rest
Nick
of our
McKim, can I just jump in for a moment? Because there was a young woman that I was told to keep an eye on through the course of this campaign, and it's Tabitha Badger in the Electorate of Lyons. She was your lead candidate there, and it looks like, well, what are you being told about her chances of making it into Parliament as a new parliamentarian?
Well, we think she's a very good chance as we sit here, and I think
Will you call it?
If we get 14% of the state vote and the numbers in Lyons hold up, so they've counted nearly 25% in Lyons at the moment. We're on just under a quota, but that's a comfortable hold if those figures hold up. Tabitha's a fierce environmental campaigner. She's a really keen bushwalker, photographer, works for Restore Lake Pedder, so she's got a really great green environmental track record. She'll be a fantastic MP for the people of Lyons.
Sarah Lovell, with more than a third of Tasmanians looking like they've voted for minor parties or independents, is it time that the Labor Party and the Liberal Party start using the phrase minority government with maturity and not like it's electoral kryptonite?
Well, I think this is a continuation of that trend that we've seen around the country, and it is a reflection that Tasmanians are looking for a different type of parliament. We are going to, one of the things that is exciting about tonight is we will be left with a parliament that looks very different to the types of parliaments we've had in the past. I don't know that we'll ever go back to majority governments like we've seen in the past. So we do, as major parties, we do need to take that role seriously and treat that responsibility with the reverence that it deserves, and look at how those parliaments can operate in a way that deliver good outcomes for Tasmanians.
Erica Betts, if we are seeing a breakdown of the traditional voting patterns and a structural change in voting happening here in Tasmania, perhaps have we seen the last of the majority governments in Tasmania?
I don't think so. What we have to keep in mind is that 2/3 of Tasmanians have voted for the 2 major parties. So to say that this is the death knell for them is a prediction just a fraction too early. That said, when there has been minority government, such as Nick McKim was part of, the very next election you saw a huge swing back, and the two parties, the Liberal Party in particular, made significant gains. And so just one election does not indicate a change. And at the Dunkley by-election, for example, federal election, the Greens went backwards by 6%. So each individual election is different.
But
and
boy, Eric, it's a very strong trend, trending down.
Yeah, it is.
It sounds like you're in denial about the vote.
Yeah. When you've got 2/3 of the people of Tasmania voting for a majority government on any analysis, of the two major parties, on any analysis, that indicates a pretty great degree of satisfaction.
It wasn't long ago that figure was about 90%.
Oh, of course, fully understood. And the challenge for the two major parties, is to restore the confidence within their base, etc., to get those votes back to them. And that's what we were able to do, for example, with Tony Abbott in 2013. And those sort of elections are often not discussed on occasions such as this, but it goes up and down. And tonight is a downtime in relation to both major parties, but I have every confidence it'll come up as well.
More so for the Liberal Party on the primary votes at the moment. Liberal votes down nearly, there's been a swing away of 11%.
Yeah, which means only, 3 years ago, whatever it was, the last election, people had confidence. And so to say that there's a trend, no, the Liberal Party was up at an all-time high, stands to reason it's come down a bit, and possibly a bit more than I would like tonight,
or you've lost
I have confidence that it can come back up again.
We do need to continue this discussion, but first, we're about to check in with Lara Alexander in the seat of Bass. Before we go to Lara Alexander, Anthony, can you bring us the latest figures on Bass, please?
Yes, and we've declared that Lara Alexander has been defeated. Her vote's consistent. It's been 2% all along. It's not suddenly going to leap up from that. That would have to increase to at least 6 to 7% to have any chance of getting elected. We've got to 13% counted, and it hasn't budged from 2% the whole time. So I think Lara Alexander has been defeated.
Thank you, Anthony. Well, let's get the word from the horse's mouth now. Let's cross to the electorate of Bass. Lara Alexander is at her electoral office in Invermay. Lara Alexander, welcome to the program. Commiserations. Anthony Green has just declared that you've been defeated. What's your reaction?
Look, I don't see it as a defeat. Yes, in numbers it is a defeat, but for me it's been an absolutely fantastic experience. I have enjoyed every minute of it, and I feel that I was able to actually bring a different perspective to politics in general. For me personally, it's been an absolute blessing to have been in this position and this opportunity. Having been born in Eastern Europe, left 30 years ago, no family here in Australia apart from my husband, who I met here in Australia. I consider myself a really lucky person to have had the opportunity to serve, even for a brief period of time, in the Parliament and to represent my community.
Lara, I asked John Tucker the same question that I'm going to ask you, because according to the Premier, you shoulder the other half of the blame for this early election that we're in. I'll ask you, was it worth it?
Look, I stood firm on my principles. I am a certified practicing accountant. I have had a career as a professional person, and I have to be able to look back on the brief time I've had in politics that I have upheld the same principles I would have upheld in any other job. For me, fiscal responsibility, corporate governance, all those are actually strong principles that I have to be standing on if I am to be true to myself.
Now, it didn't end so well, but I'll ask you your advice to the people who may have to work with the Liberal Party in terms of giving them confidence. You've been in the tent, you've been out of the tent and working with the government. Tell me what your advice is to the independent candidates or the minor parties who might be working with the Liberals after tonight.
Yep. I would say that they need to take their time to analyse absolutely the details of every single piece of paper that is put in front of them. The devil is in the detail, as they say, and please do take your time to scrutinise anything that is being put in front of you.
Lara Alexander, it's Leon Compton. I mean, you effectively blew things up over issues around the cost and the scrutiny of Marinus Link and the cost of a prospective stadium for the AFL at Macquarie Point. It looks like you won't be there to champion those issues anymore. Are you worried for the trajectory of Tasmania without people of your voice in the Parliament?
I think there are still independents like Christy Johnson and also potentially, in the upper house and whoever else is going to come along. I think one lesson that has come from this whole process is that people will be showing a lot of scrutiny, and also they understand a lot more the importance of accountability and transparency. And if it's something that I can look back and say I have started this particular discussion, I am very proud of it. So I hope that those people who are not in the major parties will show the same scrutiny that is necessary in order to make sure that money is not wasted, that business plans and all that are actually done properly and with respect to the Tasmanian community and their needs.
Lara Alexander, thank you for joining us on a difficult night.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, the votes are now coming in thick and fast. To get the latest on the big picture of what's going on, let's go across to Selena Ross at the big board.
So while it's always hard to predict how long an election night will go for, we're probably about halfway there now. So let's take a quick look at the board. Now, as we can see, in Bass, we've got 3 Liberals elected and 2 Labor. The same in Braden, 3 Liberals, 2 Labor. In Clark, 2 for the Liberals, 2 for Labor and 1 Greens. The same in Franklin is that, 2 for the Liberals, 2 for Labor and 1 Greens. And then in Lyons, another 3 for the Liberals and 2 for Labor. Now, if we look at how that's looking on the pathway to power graphic, now, we've heard from Anthony that neither party has enough to get to that majority yellow line. But what we are seeing is that the Liberal Party has 5 seats to get there, and there are still 10 over here in the seats left in doubt. So you might think that, the Liberals could get there, that there are 10 seats there, so why couldn't they win 5 to hit that yellow line? But the thing that we're seeing through the numbers that are coming in is that out of those seats that are left there, the Liberals aren't performing strongly enough to reach that line that they need to get to win enough seats to get 5 of those to fill that section and to reach that majority line. So yes, the figures are coming in, we're going to see what's happening, but at the moment we're just not seeing that they'll be able to win enough seats to hit that majority.
Thank you very much for that, Selena Ross. I'm interested to hear from you, Sarah Lovell. This means definitely that Rebecca White, this is her 3rd election tilt. It's not a majority for Labor. Can she stay on as leader?
Well, I think it's still very early in the night to be talking about leadership and those sorts of things. Rebecca's a good friend of mine. She works like nobody I've ever seen before. Opposition leader is probably one of the toughest jobs to take on in Parliament, in any Parliament. It's pretty thankless. It is hard work. Rebecca White was out door knocking with me in my campaign for Rumney last year in a moon boot with a broken bone in her foot. This woman does not stop. So it's really too early in the night to be talking about leadership prospects or changes in leadership. We don't know what the end result is going to look like. We don't know what the Parliament will look like. There's time to have those conversations later, but, Rebecca is an outstanding parliamentarian. She's extraordinarily popular in her electorate, as we've seen come through in those results. She has the support of the party. She is well liked and well respected in the party. But we'll see what happens with the end result.
If the government is as bad as Labor's been painting, why is it then that voters just haven't flocked to you?
Well, look, that's something that we will need to look at. And obviously you review your campaign. Every campaign we review, we will learn lessons from the campaign. It was a very short campaign. 5 weeks is really no time at all. We had amazing tickets of incredible people across the state putting their hand up to run for Labor, but they're not well-known people. They're not people who have a big name or a big profile. In 5 weeks, to get yourself out there and have as many conversations as you need to have to build that profile, it's next to impossible. So we were up against it in that regard. It's a trend we're seeing across the country. I think really the takeaway message from tonight is that this is a really resounding rejection of the Liberal government and of Jeremy Rockliff. Where those votes have gone is to clearly people who are not Liberal, and I think that's a clear message for them.
All right, we're going to hit pause for the moment. We'll continue this conversation in shortly. Nick McKim mentioned earlier that there is another election happening tonight. Anthony Green, you've got some details about that by-election happening in Adelaide. It's in the seat of Dunstan, the seat that was held by the former Premier, Steve Marshall.
Yeah, people with political memory will understand why we've got pink shorts there, but it's the seat of Stephen Marshall, the former Premier. It's in the eastern suburbs. Used to be known as Norwood and was held by Don Dunstan for 3 decades, now named after him. And Anna Finizio is the new Liberal candidate. Cressida O'Hanlon, who was defeated Labor candidate from the last state election, is running again. The Liberal margin is only 0.5. It's the most marginal seat in the state. Stephen Marshall, of course, the former Premier. The first preference votes we're seeing, we've got 5 of the 12 primary votes. The Liberals are on 40, Labor on 30, the Greens are on 23. If we look at the change in vote that's occurring there, is the Green vote's well up, both the Labor and the Liberal vote is down. But as the Liberal vote goes, the Green vote goes up, 80% of those preferences flow through to Labor. And at the moment, that's translating. We've only got 2 polling places here, but the same sort of trend is occurring if you project. There appears to be a 4.9%, which would be enough to deliver a victory for the Labor Party. Now, this is a by-election. It's 2 preference count booths, and I'm not watching it intimately, but there is definitely a swing to Labor, and if that proceeds through, then Labor would win the Dunstan by-election, and that would be a loss of a seat for the opposition in South Australia, but there is more counting to come.
Anthony, thank you very much for that. Now, Nick McKim, let's pick up where we left off a little earlier. If the government's so bad, why isn't Labor a shoe-in tonight?
Well, that's a fair question, and I go back to what I said again, people are just sick of the duopoly. Look, I do think there'll be questions asked about Rebecca White. That's like 3 election defeats in a row. Labor sort of mired under 30% of the vote. I think there'll be questions asked about Jeremy Rockliff as well. So I think both of those leadership positions are a very close watch over the coming weeks. Want to just make sure everyone knows where we are in Clark. So we've got more quotas than both Labor or Liberal in Clark at the moment, so just under 20% of the vote counted. We're on 2.17 quotas. The Liberals on 2.07, Labor on 2.02 of a quota, and we've got a really strong number 2 candidate. Vicar Bailey's obviously elected, and deservedly so, great mate of mine and a fantastic MP. But Helen Burnett, Deputy Lord Mayor of Hobart, really strong candidate, terrific human, and she's polled extremely strongly, which will keep her up in the count as the exclusions start. And honestly, hard to see there being 2 quotas for independents and others in Clark. Important to remember that the Electoral Commission doesn't count votes for parties or votes for groupings of people. It counts votes for candidates. That's what it counts. And by the look of it, Christy Johnson will probably be re-elected, I'd suggest, but she'll soak up a lot of those votes as other independents are excluded.
And
so
Nick McKim,
I think we're looking good for 2.
It looks like it'll take still a good number of days to sort out what happens here in the end. I'd like to take the conversation back to Sarah Lovell for just a moment. Sarah, I'm still being told that there is something of a Banzai, Stephen Bradbury-style plan for Labor to try and make it into government from behind in the number of seats at the moment by cobbling together a coalition of minor parties and independents. Are you hearing that, and is that a strategy that you'd support?
No, I'd love to know who your sources are, Leon, because you're hearing things that I'm not. We've said all along we will respect the will of the Tasmanian public and see what is delivered in that and make an assessment from there. I think it is still too early to tell. We're still hearing good preference flow through to Labor candidates from some of those independent and Jackie Lambie candidates in particular across the board. There are still a number of seats in question. We're not ruling anything out tonight because we're not going to know for probably days, maybe weeks, what the end result will look like. But no, there's no I don't think there's any text messages or phone calls happening behind the scenes.
There's no attempt to cobble to really try and whatever happens, even including if the Liberal Party finishes in front of you, trying to throw everything at getting a coalition that will be able to help you get across the line and into government.
Well, that's not conversations I've been part of, Leon. No, I think the result we're looking at now is that, it'll be Jeremy Rockliff that has to try and cobble together that kind of coalition government that he was trying so desperately to avoid, and it'll be up to him to see whether he can make that work.
Okay.
Can I jump in, Sarah Lovell? You're saying that it's too early in the night to talk about Rebecca White's leadership. There's obviously been a question over it before. In 2021, she resigned from the leadership after an election loss, returned, she's back. If we're at a third election loss, it's a bit naive to think that there haven't been conversations about what that means for Rebecca White's future.
Well, I think, again, we're days, maybe weeks away from knowing exactly what this result is going to look like and what the Parliament will look like. So I think it is too early to be talking about Rebecca's future in that regard. Obviously, there are decisions that Rebecca might want to be making herself. There are conversations that people might be having. I'm not part of any of those conversations. I want to wait and see what the result is, what the Parliament looks like, and we can... we've got plenty of time to find a pathway forward from there.
OK, Anthony Green, have you got some information for us?
No, I was just going to comment on that. Labor's going to have 10 seats, might get 11. Labor's not going to form government with 11 seats. They're just not. I mean, the only way they could do is to get all the Greens on side, and they've point-blank ruled out governing with the Greens. They're not going to do it. It would be in Labor's interests to leave the Liberal Party to try and govern. We've seen that. We saw this in... after the 89-92 Parliament, after 96-98, and after 2010-2014. And we know this from around the country. If a government falls into minority, it's very difficult for them to recover. We've seen governments form in minority. Steve Bracks, Peter Beattie, Chris Minns, or even Colin Barnett formed government in minority. It was OK if you do that, if you were the largest party and you've fallen short. And each of those governments went on to win big elections next time. But in my 35 years of covering politics, I haven't seen a government lose its majority at election and recover the next time. So that's the problem the Liberal Party will face. And I can't see why the Labor Party would want to try and intrude on that by forming government themselves, especially when they are the second party.
All right, Anthony Green, thank you very much for that analysis. Now we're going to go to Jackie Lambie, the leader of the Jackie Lambie Network. Even though she's not actually running in this election herself, she's got 3 candidates under the banner. She joins us again from the Launceston RSL at South Launceston. Jackie, looking at the numbers tonight, do you think you're going to get MPs in this new Parliament?
Look, we can only hope. We've given it all we can. We can't do any more than what we've done. We run on the smell of an oily rag. We don't take those big political donations. That's my people have never ever bought, especially while they're running under this banner. I just can't. We couldn't possibly have given anything else. They've been out there at the street corners, been out there at the roundabouts waving to people. They've done their own mailing out there. They've walked around street after street and put it in letterboxing. It's been an amazing effort by my people, and I congratulate them. We can only give Tasmania that other choice, and if they don't pick up on it, then I'm not sure what happens from here or our future.
Senator Lambie, we've just heard from Anthony Green that it's basically impossible for Labor to cobble together a coalition based on the numbers we're seeing this evening. You've already described this evening the Rockliff government as crap. Can we expect your candidates to back them in now that it's looking more like a certainty that may be the case of what needs to happen?
I'm going to sit back like the other independents. Is that you, Christy Johnson? Or sorry, I can't see you.
No, it's Emily Baker.
Sorry, Emily. Sorry, I wasn't sure what was going on. It sounded a bit like Christy there. Look, I think it was her speaking beforehand, Emily. We're going to watch what happens. Obviously, if we're in the mix, we're going to see who else is in the mix, see what that form of government looks like. Whatever, my guys, they may not be asked to be in that mix. They might be put on the sidelines. They're just waiting to see what happens. They'll either sit on the sidelines and they'll build themselves up and learn how to do the job, or I guess they're going to be part of that mix. But once again, that will be up to my people.
surely, Senator, they'd like to be in the mix, and we're hearing that the Liberal Party is the other party in the mix. So there must be some conversations or some thinking going on in this respect about what the future of government in Tasmania looks like and the role that your candidates play in that.
Yeah, I think that my candidates have watched the integrity of the Liberal Party, and that's been very hurtful. And their values, when we base ourselves on integrity and values, and they haven't been able to show that through the election. So I guess, it just depends. We're going to get 2, 3. Do we end up pulling that 4th one from Franklin? Who knows? We probably won't know that for a couple of weeks. But what they will be doing is tomorrow they're going to go back home, they're going to pull their signs down, they're going to pack up and refurb. That's what they're going to be doing over the next week. So we just have to wait for those numbers to keep counting and then see what's in the mix at the end. They'll continue to talk to each other over the next week, but they know what I do. They just back it off now and they'll wait to see where those numbers go and see if we are in the mix and if so, how many that is.
Come on, Senator, you're known for your candour. Why don't you bring Tasmanians into your confidence and tell us what you're really thinking on this issue and whether you'll be backing in a Rockliff Liberal government?
A Rockliff Liberal government. I couldn't tell you, mate. To be honest with you, I could not tell you because we don't know what the numbers look like. And I think my candidates, whether it's been through them or through me, have been very honest through this. But we'll wait and see what the mix looks like at the end. It would have helped yesterday if Jeremy Rockliff had extended the hand of friendship, which he did not do yesterday. My people asked me over the last few days to ask him, to get it through to him, to remove that URL that was out there and show some integrity over that. He never did that. He hasn't bothered to do that. It's like he doesn't want Jackie Lambie a networking part of the mix anyway. So, so they're not exactly feeling the love. So I imagine that if they're going to need them and if mine do get on, there's going to be some grovelling done. And I'll tell you what, they are going to now want. They're going to now want. All right, and so they should. The way they've been treated from the Liberal Party of Tasmania has been a disgrace. So let's just see, there might be enough independents out there that form government with them and leave ours out on the sidelines, if that be the case. So we just have to wait and see that mix.
Tell me, Senator, it sounds like you said earlier, though, that Jeremy Rockliff did send you a text message. Can you tell us what he was saying in that text?
No, there was no text message. I'm just getting through other avenues, through second avenues. There's been no text message sent for me from Jeremy. My message to Jeremy, which I know he got yesterday, was to remove that URL. That would help. That would help extend the hand of friendship. He has not done that. That's all my candidates asked for yesterday over the last 2 days. I've got that message through to him. He has not done that, and that would have shown some integrity that they actually had towards the end, and he still has not done that. So I think, it's not just these guys I'm pretty close to. So when they're coming at me and doing that sort of stuff for me, they just go, whoa, but they have no values, that Liberal Party. And that's what they're saying at the moment. So it is going to be really difficult because of the way he's played things. I would imagine that, my people are probably going to go in there and want some guarantees. But what my people if they get in there and have that opportunity is they want Parliament sitting as soon as possible and they want to get onto getting onto what needs to be done for Tasmanians. That's what we want.
Thank you, Jackie Lambie.
Well, from Bogue's heartland in the north of the country, it's time to check in on Cascade country in the south. We're heading to North Hobart, where at the Greens function in the seat of Clark, where Vicar Bailey has just been elected. Vicar Bailey, congratulations. You were already an MP, but you were elected on a recount. This is the first time that you've been elected in your own right. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Look, thanks, Guy. Look, it feels fantastic, and I'm humbled to be elected in my own right, and incredibly thankful of the, many hundreds of people in Clark that got out and banged on doors and dropped off leaflets and waved banners and the like. I'm very conscious and thankful because, obviously, to be elected in my own right, I'm following in some very big shoes in Cassie O'Connor, who did a remarkable job leading the Greens through some difficult times. And I'm just so thrilled for Hobart voters as well, actually, that in 5 weeks' time, they can get up, they can step up, and they can turn out to vote again for Cassie because she's running in the Hobart, the division of Hobart in the upper house. So it's an exciting time for the Greens. There's real momentum here, and Cassie's not done yet, and we've got an opportunity to get her into the upper house. But I'm humbled, I'm really thankful, and I'm looking forward to the next 4 years in this Parliament.
Vicar Bailey, it looks like a very different parliament to the one that you've joined. How do you see the role of the Greens in this parliament where we've got more of a mix of minor parties and potentially independents?
Well, look, Emily, I feel as if we've run a really positive and propositional campaign. We've put forward positive policy ideas. We've been out on the front foot. We've stayed above the kind of nasty attack ads. And however it lands following this election, when this count is done, that's what I'd expect we'd take into the next parliament. So we're always open for conversations. We're always going to be negotiating in good faith. Rosalie Woodruff, as our leader, demonstrated an incredible capacity to do just that in the last half of the last parliament, you know, getting incredibly important initiatives up like the ramping inquiry, negotiating additional days of parliament so that we could scrutinise the Rockliff government over their commission of inquiry response and more. And so we'll take that positive energy into the new parliament. Hopefully we'll take a suite of new colleagues in there as well, and we'll continue to fight for the things that really matter for Tasmanians. We want to deal with the cost of living crisis. We want real reform and rights for renters. We want to deal with invest more in the health and education system, and of course we want to protect the environment. We want to end native forest logging.
Vicar, I might just jump in there because it's a long list of policies that you've brought out. It's Leon Compton here on the panel. Helen Burnett, Deputy Mayor, second on the ticket in the same electorate as you. What do you know? Is she going to get up?
Well, Leon, we're all reading the tea leaves as best we can now. I mean, Helen is a fantastic person. She's done a stellar job over 20 years on the Hobart City Council. The voting clerk looks really strong, and we're in as good a chance as we've ever had to get two up in clerk. You know, that has never happened for the Greens before. This is obviously a unique opportunity with the numbers of the House being finally returned to 35 seats, and we're really, really hopeful. We're cautiously optimistic that Helen can get in there, because we know that if she can, she will continue to do a fantastic job for the people of Nipaluna and indeed for the people of Tasmania.
Well, thank you. It's been good to talk to you this evening.
Good on you. Thank you all. Thanks for your time.
And you're watching Tasmania Votes live here from the Grand Chancellor Hotel in Hobart. I'm Sabra Lane.
And I'm Guy Stainer. It's coming up to 9 o'clock. Let's get the latest on the count with Anthony Green.
Well, let's look at that overall vote for the state. It's, did that box go away? Thank you. 37% for the Liberal, 28% for Labor, so there's no change in the major party votes. The Greens are on 14. Jackie Lambie vote is continuing to drop through the night. The Independents are now up a little bit to 7.7. Some of that is just simply to do with Clark votes coming in. There's no Jackie Lambie candidate in Clark. The change in vote is the Liberal vote down 11, 12%, and is spread across Jackie Lambie Network, Independents and others. We'll have a quick look at the chamber, which at the moment we're slowly filling in. We've got definite 1. We're saying the Liberals have definitely got 13, Labor 10 and the Greens 2. And I think we've got a few more. I think we've added some likelies since. The Liberals up to 14, Independent 1, Greens 3 and 10. So that's 13, 14, 28, 7 seats to go. The Liberals, that's their base number. They're 14, pretty much definite. They might get to 15. They've got a good-looking result in Braden at this stage, but not beyond that. The question is how many other independents get elected. Now, I said earlier, there's the outside possibility of the Greens getting as many as 6 seats. Now, say they got 6 seats. Labor plus the Greens wouldn't have a majority. But the Greens might have enough seats, which gives the Liberals no other chance to form government other than to talk to the Greens on the crossbench. To some extent, this looks like a little bit like the 96 election when the Groom government lost its majority. Labor and the Greens could have formed government, but Labor refused, and Tony Rundle took over, leading a minority government for 2 years. This looks a bit like that, but more complicated because of the higher vote for others. Bruce Goodluck was elected in 96 as well, one of those rare independents elected, generally supported the government. It still wasn't enough to give them a majority. So, look, there's a lot more counting to come in some of these seats. I've been looking at a few people like David O'Byrne. He's got 2/3 of a quota. But you really have to wait to see all of the electorate come in. Again, his vote is stronger in Clarence. There's a lot of Clarence booths to come. So there's a few things like that which make it rather hard to be certain what's going on at the moment. But definitely the Liberals are the largest party in Parliament. They will not form a majority government. It's a question of when all these numbers are done. I mean, I was just looking at Braden. You've got Jackie Lambie Network on about 0.8 of a quota. Craig Garland about 0.5. The Greens got about 0.5. There's going to be a lot of preferences flow out of other tickets flowing elsewhere. The last seat, normally the last seat is a race between the major parties based on their primary vote. At this election, with 20% of the vote with others, who wins the last seat of the major parties is going to be determined by those flows of preferences from excluded groups. And that's not normally the issue at Tasmanian elections.
Anthony Green, thank you. Erica Betts, 14 was the number you said at the start of the night was the bare minimum for the Liberal Party. Yeah. Now, you've got 14. Anthony Green is saying it's possible that you could have 6 Green MPs. How do you govern with that bare minimum with a block of 6 Greens on the crossbench?
Well, my maths tells me 10 plus 6, and 10 is the Labor number of seats, plus 6 makes 16, which is not a majority. And what the Premier has said is that he would not trade ministries, that he would not trade the 2030 strong plan that he took to the election, but things outside of that, depending on what independents, Jackie Lambie Network, etc., might want or say, just as long as it doesn't impinge on ministries and being in the cabinet and on the 2030 strong plan that he took, then things are open for discussion. So I would see
just to flesh this out, does that mean that there'd be no formal deal or coalition, but you would have each individual piece of legislation would be treated on its merits and voted in the House?
Well, that is basically what occurs anyway, but for stability of government, what you need is a guarantee in relation to confidence and supply, and that is what will need to be discussed as to what, if anything, is being required by an independent or independents, the Jackie Lambie Network, should they win seats, as to what they would require for a guarantee of confidence and supply.
So would this be a coalition of chaos?
That remains to be seen, but I think we can be agreed from the Liberal Party point of view that it is not the most desirable outcome for us, but life is what it is, reality is what it is, and if the people of Tasmania have voted in a particular way, then it is incumbent upon those within the Parliament to try to make it work to the very best of their ability. But all I'm concerned about is that, you know, Rebecca White and Rosalie Woodruff might get on a push bike and take a ride up Mount Wellington, because we know what happened last time when a Labor leader and a Green leader did that. They all of a sudden formed a Labor-Green minority government. So look out for push bikes on the road tomorrow morning as to whether Beck White and Rosalie Woodruff are riding around.
Mr Rebetts, I just want to pick up on something. You said it's not a desirable result for the Liberal Party. Is it not a desirable result either for Tasmania?
Look, from my perspective, and that is why we campaigned for majority government, was we honestly believe that the best outcome for the people of Tasmania is to have a majority government, and that is what our belief is, remains, but the people have decided otherwise, and that's the beauty of our democratic system, that people will determine these matters, and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. The good news is we've got the largest bloc in the Parliament, we've got the largest vote, so that is something that Premier Rockliff can quite rightly hang his hat on.
All right, we're going to go shortly to David O'Byrne, an independent candidate in Franklin. But first, Anthony Green, could you give us the latest on vote and counting in Franklin?
Well, the Liberal Party's doing well in Franklin. They've got 2.6 quotas, 36% of the vote counted, so that's definitely an electorate where they can still reach 3. The Labor Party's on 2 quotas. The Greens are on 1.7, so that's dropped a little bit since the last looked. David O'Byrne is on 0.7. If these numbers continue, then that'll be 2, 2 and 2, and Liberal and David O'Byrne battling out for the final seat. But to be honest, with votes off with other candidates, there's a lot more counting to come. There's there's a lot more counting of first preferences to come once we've settled on what the first preference tally is for each of these groups, and then how it turns out there. The other issue which does come up on these sorts of contests is the vote for the candidate. Rosalie Woodruff is clearly elected with a high vote. Dean Winter is on 0.8. Meg Brown. I'm trying to think. I was expecting to see Casper Dean hasn't done that well. There's a bit of a problem there with the Labor ticket that it's not coalesced around anyone at this stage. Dean Winter is the one with the highest vote on that ticket. I haven't looked at it that closely. David O'Byrne then is the third highest polling candidate. Eric slipped a little, but still leading the ticket. And I would say that's going to be a lot more counting to come in that electorate. But David O'Byrne is in a position where he can get elected for that. His vote can't go lower than that, but he can get preferences from elsewhere.
All right, Anthony Green, thank you very much for that. Now we're going to David O'Byrne, who joins us now from the Domain Tennis Club in Hobart. Thanks for joining the program tonight. You're not quite across the line yet, or are you feeling like you are?
Well, I think the numbers are encouraging. Clearly, as Anthony just explained, there's preferences to flow, and I think given the nature of the ticket in Franklin across a number of the major parties, that there will be some interesting flows of preferences, and I think there are a couple of issues that would predicate some of those preferences flow. So I'm hopeful. I know that there's some of the larger working class Eastern Shore booths that are yet to be reported. Some of my scrutineers are reporting some really good results out of that. So being where I am at the minute, I'm more confident that I can retain my seat. So I'm quietly confident I can get there.
David, I'm wondering, I know it's been a difficult couple of years, but I'm wondering if there's an element of freedom in having left the Labor Party. We've seen, for example, that you've described the former leader as naive on her handling of the stadium. We've been able to break away and speak your mind on that issue in particular. I'm wondering if you are elected to the Tasmanian Parliament, whether we might see a slightly different David O'Byrne freed from the shackles of the Labor movement.
Well, I suppose when you look at, there's really two things. I think I really only declared as an independent in late January, and up until yesterday I was talking to people who were not really clear that I'd left the Labor Party and I was running as an independent. So it took me some time to talk to people and talk them through the reason why I was running as an independent, and so I think that was partly an issue. Secondly, look, in 2021 people voted for me as a Labor candidate, and whilst I wasn't in the caucus and I was on the crossbench, I still didn't think that I had any sort of scope to be an independent. I was voted in on Labor votes, and therefore I voted with the Labor Party on virtually every vote apart from two where I abstained. That was the right thing to do. I think now that I've clearly put myself forward as an independent, there are issues I feel strongly about, and the issues of the stadium, as you raise. I've been very clear since day one. Good governments deliver on health, education, housing, good public transport, but also take advantage of something like the stadium and the team, which will create significant jobs for Tasmanians for a generation. When Mona opened, all of a sudden in the next decade, there was a decade of construction jobs in Hobart for hotels, and I would see the stadium, again, it's not a blank cheque, it needs to be sustainable, it needs to be able to be delivered. That will deliver a significant economic uplift for Tasmania, and that is, for me, traditional Labor territory.
And David, we've heard that it's essentially impossible for the Labor Party to cobble together a coalition after this evening. Are you willing to work closely with a Liberal government, and what would you expect in return for your support?
Well, this is something that's been raised with me by a number of people. I'm making clear I will be one of 35 members if I can get across the line tonight, and I've got a responsibility to work with other parties. I'll talk to the leaders, I'll talk to other crossbench members, but I think all of the members of the 35-seat House have a responsibility to deliver stable government, and however that looks, and if it means that there are discussions, I think very clearly on the doors over the last 6 weeks, people are over the threats of election elections, the backbiting, the nastiness, the factionalism that occurs in the parties. They just want state politicians to get on with the job of delivering good services and delivering on the issues that people feel strongly about. That will be my focus, and I'll sit down and I'll talk with anyone with a reason about what the new parliament looks like. People know my values. I'm traditional Labor values, and I'll follow those through.
Well, David,
but at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to make this parliament work.
David, can I just jump in there? It's Leon Compton. David, let's talk about making it work, about maturity, but about your Labor values. Clearly, off the back of a fourth election loss, Labor needs help. Can you see a pathway to you not supporting the Liberal Party in government, but moving back into the Labor Party and helping out there?
Well, I've run as an independent, and this question has been asked of me. I've had a commitment now with the people of Franklin to run as an independent and to be an independent. I'm not going to say never about the Labor Party, but I'm absolutely, like I did in the last Parliament, I'll respect the views of the people that they voted as a Labor member, and I voted as a Labor member. I've now been elected as an independent, and you're right, this is an election where Labor should be in a position to form government. It's a Liberal government that has lost so much talent, that has controversy as far as the eye can see. They haven't been a good government, yet the Labor Party can barely build a vote that gets them close to government. So I think someone in the Labor Party needs to take responsibility for this, and this is a key issue for the Labor Party moving forward.
David, would that proposition of rejoining... I'll let those supporters cheer in your ear for a sec. Would that proposition of potentially rejoining the Labor Party be a better prospect in the event that there's a new leader? Is that something that you would really seriously entertain?
I wouldn't seriously entertain that in the short term. I'm an independent. I'm never going to say never, because politicians say that will never happen, and then it happens. So I will never rule that out. But I've been elected as an independent for the next 4 years, and I want to hold that commitment with the people of Franklin and do the best I can by them. People are over the party politics, really. That's what I'm getting on the doors, and I think the vote is reflecting that today. I will work hard on the issues I feel strongly about, as I have the last 2.5 years, on public transport, on housing, on the key issues. I'll focus on the issues, and the parties can play their games, and I'll let them do that.
Thank you, David O'Byrne.
Thank you.
David O'Byrne there from the Domain Tennis Club in Hobart. Now, we're hearing that Labor leader Rebecca White is heading to the Grand Chancellor here, the tally room. So that will be happening shortly, and we'll keep you across that. Sarah Lovell. David O'Byrne, is there room for him back in the party?
Well, I think David's made it really clear tonight and in previous comments that he's made throughout this campaign that he's not intending to rejoin the party in at least the short term. He's been elected as an independent, he's run as an independent. If he is elected, that will be as an independent, and he will stay as an independent for the term of the government.
Is Rebecca White on her way here to make a concession speech?
I don't know. I only found that out from you, actually, Sabra. So, no, I don't know. Yeah, I imagine she's coming here to speak to people. I'm sure she'll be here to speak to Labor supporters in the function room and others on the floor, and I'm sure she'll come and speak to the tally room when she's ready to do that.
David O'Byrne said that someone in the Labor Party needs to take responsibility for this result. Is that Rebecca White?
Well, look, I think as a party we need to reflect on every campaign, and we do that every time, and we will do that again. We will assess the campaign, we'll look at what happened and how that played out, and work out ways forward from there. I don't think it needs to necessarily sit with any one particular person. I think that that's something we do as a party. There's time to do that after this election, and we will do that as we always do.
We heard Anthony Green say earlier that these kinds of results tend to become a governance hot potato, that neither major party actually wants to govern. Is there any chance that you would actually support a Liberal minority to keep them going in government and set yourself up for the next election?
Well, I think this result is really a disaster for Jeremy Rockliff and for the Liberal Party. He sent Tasmania to our second early election. A disaster
for them, but they're going to win several more seats than you.
They are, but he sent Tasmania to our second early election, so our third election in 6 years. Second early election on the basis that we needed a strong, stable, majority Liberal government. He's failed to deliver that. people have sent him a resounding message that that's not what they want. I don't see how it's tenable for Jeremy Rockliff to try and form a coalition and get enough support on the floor of the Parliament, particularly in light of the comments we've seen, the campaign against the Jackie Lambie network we've seen from the Liberal Party, the comments about, you only have to look at how John Tucker and Lara Alexander were treated in that last Parliament when they did make that decision to leave the party. I don't see how Jeremy Rockliff can possibly think that he can get enough support on the floor of the Parliament to get his legislation through, get his agenda through and have 18 votes in his favour.
And Rebecca White and David O'Byrne?
Well, it's not a question about Rebecca White and David O'Byrne. Jeremy Rockliff is the one that went to the early election. The Liberal Party are picking up the most seats. He is the one that will need to sit down and try and form a government. Now, if he's not going to do it, is it going to be you, Eric, or is it going to be Michael?
If it's not going to be Rebecca White, who's it going to be? That's the question. And there's a complete dearth of talent. There's a complete dearth of talent in the Labor Party, and that is why it was most flattering for me, for Anthony Albanese, to mention my name at the Labor launch. And the question that he failed to ask was, if Rebecca White were to fall under a bus, who on earth does the Labor Party have to lead them, with David O'Byrne now being an independent?
I think Tasmanians are more concerned about who will be leading the government.
People that might be capable of leadership, but we're all rock solid behind Jeremy Rockliff.
I think Tasmanians are more concerned with who will be leading the government, Eric, and that's the real question.
Ding, 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 end of round 7, but round 8 will commence shortly.
Now, we're going to go to Alex Alvaro. Understand, Alex, you've got someone on the tally room floor behind us.
Yes, well, we've had a lot of colourful characters and a lot of diverse people talking throughout this campaign, but someone we don't often hear from are young people, and so I've rustled some up for you. I have Zara and Lily. Thank you for joining us. It's often said that young people don't care about politics. Is that true?
Well, I think just because people are young doesn't mean that they don't understand that some of the big issues in politics still will really affect us. And I think that also a lot of adults aren't invested in politics either. So it's like quite the same in like the way that we see it.
Perfect. And what are some of those issues that are really important to you?
Well, I think obviously education, because we're both still in the education system, but also the future of the state is really important to us. So like climate and the environment, native forest logging is something we care a lot about, and like the financial stability and like sustainability of the state is really important to us. And I think that it's really important politicians like care about our future, even if like it's not something they're going to be a part of.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay, and I guess you probably saw this question coming from a mile away, but should we lower the voting age? You guys seem quite informed. Do you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, for sure.
I think that if we lower the voting age, we should make it optional, so that way informed teenagers can get more involved in the political system without having like all of these pressures of having to make correct decisions for like our future. I think that would be the best way to go about something like this.
And I think we're definitely capable of like making really great decisions and as informed decisions as like adults are.
Especially because it's going to directly affect our future, considering we are young people. Like, for example, a lot of people voting won't be directly affected by things like climate change or if the government goes into a heap of debt.
Okay, well, that's Zara and Lily. They could be our future politicians. Thank you so much for joining me, guys. Back to you.
Alex Alvaro, thank you very much for that update. Nick McKim.
Well, this election has been an absolutely catastrophic disaster for Jeremy Rockliff and the Liberal Party. Like, that is a massive indictment on his decision to go early. It's a massive indictment on a shambolic,
How can you say that? They've still got the most seats out of any party.
There's a 12% swing against an incumbent government. That is an absolute indictment. Labor, really not much better, because a 12% swing against the Liberal Party, normally Labor would pick up a significant part of that, and they haven't. This is a historic election in the national context for Australia. This is a continuation of a well-trodden path away from the political duopoly of the Liberal and Labor parties in this country, and the start of a really exciting, creative new dawn of politics where no one has absolute power. There are power-sharing parliaments, and ultimately there are people working together for the interests of the people that voted them in.
Power-sharing parliaments. I think we went to this a little bit earlier, Eric Abetz.
Oh, look, Look, we hear this from Nick McKim and the Greens each and every election, that this is the dawning of a new era. I've done these election calls now for, nearly 3 decades, and it's the same mantra each and every time. And given the gap between elections, it sort of sounds fresh and new, but it's very old mantra from the Greens.
But there has been a structural change in support for the major parties.
Nick McKim, at the current moment, the projection is Liberals 3, Greens 2, and even if the Greens were to get to 6, and the suggestion is we might get 14, that means the Liberals have got twice as many seats as the Greens, and yet somehow this is a great victory for the Greens and devastating for the Liberal Party when we've got twice as many seats.
Their vote has gone up and yours has gone significantly down.
But we are still doing so much better than the Greens. But one thing that I would be interested in from Sarah is, did she, in her previous comment, suggest that it was going to be Rockliff that was going to form government, which tells me that Sarah's jumped the gun in conceding defeat on behalf of Rebecca White.
No, I'm not conceding anything, Eric. I said
right.
On the numbers that we're looking at here with Anthony Green, Jeremy Rockliff was the one that sent us to this early election on the basis that he couldn't work with a smaller crossbench than he will be faced with now, if that's the outcome. If the outcome is what we're seeing projected
right,
here.
well, let's hold that thought on the outcome. We will come back to it. But let's check in on what the big picture is with the big board and Selena Ross.
So what we're looking at in terms of the Liberals, at the moment they have 13 seats. Now, it's looking like their pathway is that they might pick up one more, and that's Braden. So we're going to bring that across from the seats in doubt and pop it over onto the Liberal side. In terms of Labor, they've got 10 seats at the moment. We can see a pathway forward for them to get to 11. That would be picking up a seat in Lyons most likely, so we're going to bring that one over as well to the Labor side. But beyond that, we can't actually see the major parties winning any more of those seats that are left in doubt over there. So that would mean that all of those would come to the crossbench. At the moment, the Greens are looking like they could get up to 6. Jackie Lambie network's looking strongest in Braden, and then the rest would be a mix of independents. So at the moment, we're looking like a real licorice all sorts of independents with all of those colours and mix in the crossbench there. So, Guy and Sabra, how do you think this parliament is going to work?
That's a question probably not for you or me,
No,
Sabra.
definitely
I think it's
not for you or me.
Question for the other members of the panel.
Definitely. The one thing that we did hear from Jackie Lambie a little earlier, saying that she thought that the Liberal Party should come back grovelling to her. Will that happen?
Oh, look, that is for the leader to determine, and the terms grovelling and things like that are sort of those inflammatory terms that I'm sure that at the end of the day, Jackie Lambie hopefully wants the very best for the Tasmanian people, and to expect people to come grovelling to her, for her to come grovelling to other people, isn't the sort of language that is used to form a cohesive, stable parliament. And I'm sure that on reflection tomorrow morning, Jackie will say, no, we don't need grovelling. What we need is a mature approach.
Erica Betts, we heard from John Tucker and Lara Alexander earlier. Both of those current independents, at least in the form of John Tucker, both of them said that they have no regrets over the way they handled things, that they voted with their conscience, and that they're very proud of the work that they did in Parliament. Now, the Liberal Party champions the rights of the individual, and they actually have individual freedom written into the Liberal Party constitution. So therefore, I'm curious to know, what do you think about people potentially getting kicked out of Parliament in the Liberal Party for voting with their conscience, which of course is the legislation or the policy that's been put forward for a new government?
No, let's be clear on what was announced as policy, and that was if they were to leave and resign. The Liberal Party has always accepted a conscience vote, and that does not change. What I think the people of Tasmania are concerned about is when people get elected with one hat on and then switch to another.
So it would only apply if they formally became an independent?
That is, as I understand the policy, it is not to deal with issues of conscience voting, which I've done on many occasions, may well occur again in the future, who knows, but you still remain respectful. So each and every time I cross the floor, I always said I trust my colleagues respect me and my position as much as I respect theirs, because men and women of good faith can disagree on issues, but it doesn't mean that I need to resign from the party. I can still be part and parcel of it.
Emily Baker?
The second tranche of that policy, as I understood it, though, was that if you were also ejected from the party, that you would lose your seat. Is that a policy that you agree with?
I'm not sure that that is part of the policy.
Certainly the policy I saw.
Well, I would need absolute clarification on that, because I don't think that that is what the party policy was or is.
And on conscience votes, Eric, something that will be coming to the Parliament when it resumes is something like conversion therapy, legislation to ban conversion therapy. I can guess your position, but can you state it for us? Will we be voting on an issue like that?
In relation to issues such as conversion therapy, I believe in freedom of speech and freedom of association. So if people want to seek therapy from somebody or a prayer or whatever else from somebody in certain circumstances, they should be free to do that. In a free democratic society, people are entitled to make good choices and sometimes not so good choices, and it's up to them to determine that. So what we need to do is ensure that we don't throw freedom out with the bathwater in seeking to ensure that the very ugly side, which is now no longer practiced, of electric shock therapy, etc., which once was the expert view on some of these things, that those sort of practices don't occur. But if somebody wants to have a chat or a prayer or something like that, well, in a free society, people ought to be allowed to check that out should they wish to.
So you'll be crossing the floor on that issue?
Oh, well, it depends what the legislation says, and there are elements of it that I can fully understand why you would legislate in this space, but you don't want to go overboard and then have a situation where people are denied freedom of association and freedom of speech. And that's the thing that I suppose I consider most important.
OK, we're going to go to Anthony Green for the moment. Anthony, you've got an update for us on Bass?
Yeah, what I'm going to do is getting complex. I think we haven't done the seats sequentially enough, so we're going to go over the next 15, 20 minutes. I'll go through each of the 5 electorates. I'm going to start with Bass because we're going to talk quotas here. The Liberal Party's on 2.9 at the moment. We think they'll actually approach 3 quotas from here. Labor Party's on 2.38. Both of their lead candidates are on about 0.8, 0.9. So they're not going to get a third one up. The Greens are on roughly around 1 quota. Now, most of that is at the top of the ticket, so it may drop a little bit, but they've got roughly 1 quota. So 2 to 3, 2 and 1. The Jackie Lambie network's got 0.64 of a quota split over 3 candidates. Now, the issue is they've got a third of a quota with ungrouped, 0.2 with shooters, fishers and farmers. We've got Lara Alexander. We don't know how preferences will flow. All of those are short groups, so they will be, all their votes will distribute to other parties. I have the suspicion that Jackie Lambie Network might do well with those preferences, which would lift them up and would result in, I think, the Lambie Network competing with the Liberal Party for the last seat. But we'll have to wait and see. If I look at the individual candidates here, and let's look at the individual tickets. On the Liberal ticket, Michael Ferguson, easy elected. Rob Fairs will win the second seat. The rest of the ticket is completely distributed between them. So Michael Ferguson's quota, assuming it doesn't leak out of the ticket, the question is whether they can all stay within the ticket to get a third seat or not. And at the moment, there's 2 locked in, and then there's another quota which is spread all over the place. So the difficulty is whether any votes leak out of that ticket. If we go to the Labor ticket, as I said, Michelle O'Byrne and Janie Finlay are elected, but the rest of the ticket, again, very few votes there, and they've got 2.38 overall, so they're going to exhaust. If you look at the Greens, Cecily Rossell, she's got most of the ticket. I would expect that will lift up. She'll get to about 0.8, 0.9, maybe in towards 1 quota. So that's 2 to maybe 3 for the Liberals, and then the Greens Greens 1, Labor 2. If I look at all of the leaders at once, the issue is this is clear. I think I have to go back to the party totals first. Then I go to the leaders. As you can see there, the top of the ticket, they're all going to get elected. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candidates. The Jackie Lambie ticket is spread all over the place. It's split between 3 candidates. So, look, that last seat in Bass is going to depend how all these excluded parties go. And so at this stage, I'd say Bass is a definite 2 Liberal, 2 Labor, 1 Green. Liberals potentially the 6th seat and the 7th seat, possibly Jackie Lambie Network. We don't know yet. Got 42% counted. It's a long way to go.
Long way to go, and it may take us quite some days to know for sure before those last 2 seats work out. And
as I said, the last seat, basically they'll do the distribution of the Ferguson quota. That's the only one above quota. Then they start at the bottom of the pile and come up. There'll be a whole bunch of Liberals excluded and Labor excluded and low on the ticket. And then they'll come down to these candidates which got 2 or 3%. So it's going to be several days to get a better picture of that last seat in Bass, I suspect. And that's when they start the distribution on Tuesday week.
Anthony Green, thank you. Nick McKim, Anthony's saying it's likely that Cecily Russell will get elected in Bass.
I'll go one better. She's won the seat. Congratulations, Cecily. Terrific human, healthcare worker, registered nurse, councillor, will be an awesome member for Bass, and I just cannot see her being chased down from there. I also want to give a shout out to Darren Briggs, Dr. Darren Briggs and our folks up in Braden. It's going to be hard from there, but they've got a solid swing to the Greens in Braden. It's our hardest electorate demographically, and to Darren and all his support candidates and all the up in Braden, a terrific job tonight.
All right.
Hello, Alice. How are you? Oh, nice to meet you, Alice. I've got a...
Sorry about that. 2 seats definitely for Labor, not a 3rd.
Yeah, strong results there, though, for Janie and Michelle. I think what's interesting that we're starting to see come through in some of these seats is the number of sitting members who are looking at potentially losing their seat. On the Liberal side in particular, you know, Simon Wood there potentially. I think in Franklin, Dean Young would be feeling pretty concerned. You know, Clark potentially, there's a number there that have been sitting in Parliament that might not be after tonight, which is, you know, Herr Clark, that's the nature of it, and it's always a disappointing result for those people. I'm also really interested, I don't know if Anthony has any data on this at any stage, but on the makeup of the Parliament in terms of men and women. We reached majority women in the Tasmanian Parliament a couple of years ago, which was fantastic. We've maintained that in the Legislative Council, but that's gone backwards in the House of Assembly, and as women have left the Parliament, they've been replaced by men. So we've had Jackie Petrusma replaced by Dean Young, Elise Archer was replaced by Simon Barakis, Cassie O'Connor was replaced by Vicar Bailey. So we have dropped in gender representation in the Parliament, which I think is a real shame, and I would love to see some more women elected tonight to try and work back towards that.
Well, let's see how the gender representation is going in the seat of Lyons, Anthony.
Yeah, we want to do Lyons simply because we want to talk about John Tucker. The Liberal Party have 3 quotas, will elect 3 members. The Labor Party has 2.6 with Rebecca White doing very well on that ticket. So there's 5 members and Labor's in the race for another seat. The Greens are on 0.82. That vote's been dropping. We'll see how the rest of the count goes, but that puts the Greens down into the field with others. Jackie Lambie's on 0.68, Shooters, Fishers and Farmers on 0.4. We don't get a John Tucker till 2.24. That's too low to get elected. He's going to get excluded while there's still a substantial number of candidates in the field. It's just too low down the list to get elected. So I think we can say safely John Tucker. We've declared John Tucker is defeated at this stage.
Anthony, can we just clarify, earlier in the night you spoke about John Tucker having potentially a high vote in a very small section of the electorate. Do you know if any of those booths have been counted yet?
I had a look. There was still St Helens to come last time I looked. That's not going to turn around 0.29. It's too low. But if I look at the let's look at the tickets here, and you can see some of the issues here. On the Labor ticket, it's all Rebecca White. Jen Butler is a sitting member you would presume would get elected on that surplus The question is how much vote leaks out of the Labor ticket at that point. There will be a personal vote for Rebecca White. Some of it will leak out. That makes it a little harder for Labor to get to 3 because there just aren't enough. Casey Farrell, who was talked about, he's well down the ticket at this stage. And unless there's, for factional reasons, Rebecca White's preferences flow towards him rather than Jen Butler, that's the only way Casey Farrell will get elected. But at the moment, that's not a very strong vote for him. If you look at the Liberal ticket, Guy Barnett will be elected. I haven't looked at this closely enough for a while, but I think Jane Howlett will be the second, Mark Shelton elected. Stephanie Cameron's problem is the Liberal vote's not high enough to get 4 out. So I think might go through, and I think Jane Howlett and Mark Shelton are both likely to be elected. And on the Greens ticket, because I haven't looked at it much, Tabitha Badger's got 0.4. Her problem is if the vote has been dipping a little bit recently. If that dips any further, any leakage out of the ticket, she's going to fall behind one of the other candidates on the major party tickets. So we'll see what happens there. And as for the Lambie network, again, they've got 8.5% of the vote, but it's split across 3 candidates. So if there's any leakage out of the ticket, if there's a personal vote, then that vote starts to drop. But if you come back to the overall party totals again, as I said, her advantage is I would expect that as these other candidates are excluded, the Jackie Lambie network vote might firm up. Seeing we've seen so many votes go off to other parties, I've got the suspicion some of those votes might stay with other parties before drifting back to the back. But again, that's the last seat we're talking about. We won't know until they start doing the distribution of preferences.
Sarah Lovell, those latest results, do they give you any cause for concern in terms of the gender representation that you were talking about earlier?
Well, yeah, look, it does. I mean, fact of the matter is there weren't a lot of women on some of the tickets. You know, the Liberals had only 1 woman running for them in Franklin. I think, you know, it's really important that we are finding opportunities for women to run and to run in seats that are winnable. And I think the Labor Party does that really well. We've got women leading in a lot of our tickets. We've got, you know, most of those women are looking like they'll be re-elected. It is a problem that we need to address, and I think it's something that we need to be talking about, because if we're not talking about it, then probably nothing will be done about it.
One woman who is a chance, Nick McKim, is Tabitha Badger, but you were very bullish about her chances earlier in the night. Anthony seems to be not so sure at the moment. What are your figures saying?
Well, look, there's nearly 60% counted in Lions. We're over 10% of the vote. Very, very hard to chase someone down when the quota's 12.5%. Very hard to chase someone down if they poll over 10% primaries. I'm certainly not calling Lions for us yet. I think we're in a very strong position there. I've always had a view that 10%'s about where you can feel reasonably confident on the night. A bit to play out there. We'll have to wait and see how it goes, but certainly not calling that yet. But still, as I said, you take some chasing down if you're over 10% in the primary vote.
It's turning out to be a long night like we thought it was going to turn into. We've got 53% of the vote counted. It's nearly 20-10. Erica Betts, any word yet from your camp officially?
No, not officially, but I agree with you. It has been a long night, will continue to be a long night until the 2 leaders have spoken. And, yeah, let's wait and see what pre-poll postal votes and other things do. And, yeah, with a Hare-Clark system, you never know, because sometimes it's just a matter of a handful of votes that determine who gets cut up first, and that can then determine the last seat. And often the last seat, of course, is only just a fraction over a quota, so the last person gets elected without a quota in their own right, but the other person, their competitor, is also below a quota. So it'll be interesting to see how it turns out.
Now, our numbers guru, Anthony Green, has an update for us on more numbers.
Yeah, we're just going through each of these seats just to avoid getting completely bogged down in numbers. Well, we are getting bogged down in numbers, but with the numbers in front of us. The Liberal Party's on 3.6 quotas. They've got 3 seats in Braden, and they've got 0.6 left over. And I think they might. We're projecting vote's going to go up a bit higher from there. The Labor Party's on just under 2 quotas. I think they'll get 2. Jackie Lambie is on 0.89. I don't think the Greens can get there. There's nobody, or maybe, I think Garland's preferences will go to the Greens and Lambie network. Shooters and Fishers, the young group, I suspect, will go to the Jackie Lambie network. That number's been dipping consistently through the count. We've still got pre-polls and postals to come, so maybe it'll drop further. If we look at the leading candidates, Jeremy Rockliff has got 2 quotas in his own right. Anita Dow will be elected. Felix Ellis should be elected. I expect Shane Broad to be elected. Garland's high, but he's the only person on his ticket. Jeremy Rockliff will pick up numbers for Roger Jensch. Giovanna Simpson is on 0.2. She will get some, depending on if the Liberals get 4. Then Simpson and Jensch will be elected.
What would you like to do?
You need all the votes in Braden, because I think Giovanni Simpson is from Burnie, Roger Jensch is from Central Coast, if I remember correctly. So they'll both benefit from the different areas they're contesting. Chris Lynch, Labor's not going to get more than 2. Darren Briggs from the Greens, they just don't have enough vote overall. I happen to think, Labor's not going to have any surplus to distribute. The Greens go out, I think Jackie Lambie's network might do better. But again, the issue with Jackie Lambie network is there's no personal vote there. These people have voted for Jackie Lambie because the vote, under Robertson rotation, they've all basically got the same vote because 1 in every 3 ballot papers has them at the top of the ticket.
Thank you very much for that insight there, Anthony. Not so strong there for the Greens. Nick McKim?
In Braden?
Braden?
No, look, it's going to be hard from there for Darren. And again, look, I just want to say thanks to Darren and his crew up there for an amazing job. I mean, that's a 1.5% swing to us in our hardest electorate. But look, on those numbers, it will be difficult for us from there in Braden.
Look, and we're hearing that the Premier, Jeremy Rockliff, is on his way here to the tally room to make a speech. We don't know the flavour of that speech, but we'll just have to wait. We'll keep you posted on that.
And that would be really interesting if he was to speak first. I mean, traditionally, that is not the order that these things happen in any way, shape or form. No. So very interesting, Sabra, if that happens.
We're seeing interesting results tonight, so maybe it's going to be an interesting evening that continues to unfold. Sarah Lovell, still no word from your camp?
No word at all, actually. So I'm not sure what's happening outside of this room and this panel, really.
We had the tom-tom drums beating about an hour ago, suggesting that she was on her way.
No, I hadn't heard that. So, no, I think that might have been some misinformation coming through somewhere. I'm, not sure what's happening. So.
And, Sarah, what does it suggest that we don't know where Rebecca White is or what she's doing right now?
Well, I'm sure there are others that know where she is. I've been busy here. I have limited my communication to be, looking at just what I need to look at to be able to conduct myself on this panel well. So I'm sure producers and others may know what's going on.
All right. Now, Anthony Green, you've got some figures too for us on Franklin.
Well, the Liberals are leading in Franklin, 2.6 quotas, so they've got an outside chance of getting a third in Franklin. Labor is going to get 2. The Greens will get 1.66. I'll come back to that number in a moment. David O'Byrne, 0.7. Nobody else down there is going to get elected. So let's look at the leaderboard. And these are looking at the individual candidate. Rosalie Woodruff, Rosalie, I think the pronunciation, Woodruff is on 1.14. If I look at the rest of the Green ticket, it's Flotsam and Jetsam. The numbers are tiny. There are 2 things that occur in a Hare-Clark count. There's the trickle down at the top of the ticket, and there's the fold up from the bottom. There'll be a small leakage at the top. There'll be a leakage on the totalling up, and where we get to the 1.66, I think is going to drop. And David O'Byrne has 0.7, and there's a surplus on the Labor ticket. So I think it's a battle between the second Green and David O'Byrne for that ticket, with the Liberals on 0.6. So we've got 2, 2, 1. So we've got 5 seats. We've got the third Liberal, second Green, and David O'Byrne battling for 2 seats in that one. And if I look at I'll go to the leaders again, and I will need to look at the Liberal ticket because we've got Erica Betts here. I think it's worth bringing up the numbers. Eric Betts is on 0.67. He's elected. I'll declare Jackie Petrusma elected. I haven't looked at it for a while. Dean Young will be defeated. He was elected when Jackie Petrusma retired, and he was elected on a countback. He can't get elected from there. Nick Street is still in with a chance to get elected, but definitely Jackie Petrusma and Eric Betts are elected on the Liberal ticket. And a quick look at the Labor ticket. Dean Winter's elected. Casper Dean had a lot of publicity. Meg Brown is from the Eastern Shore and has done well. Toby Thorpe is from Huon Valley. Casper Dean from Kingborough. Casper Dean's problem is competing with Dean Winter because they're both from Kingborough. And in this case, it looks like Meg Brown has a chance of getting the second Labor ticket.
All right, Anthony Green, thank you very much for that. You might hear in the background that the sense of anticipation here, the buzz has sort of gone up a couple of notches here.
It's certainly getting harder to hear the directions from the control room.
Exactly, it is. Erica Betts, your words on what we just heard about Franklin?
Well,
safely in with Jackie Petrusma?
Yeah, look, it's a good result for Jackie Petrusma getting re-elected. She resigned during the course of the last Parliament and put her hand up again and has, clearly been re-elected in my assessment. So if I'm elected as well, it'll be great to be able to work with her.
Anthony Green, you've got an update on the seat of Clark.
And I'm looking at Clark now. On these numbers, you've got 2 Labor, 2 Liberal, 1 Green. So that's 5 seats. The next 2 largest partial quotas are the 2nd Green and Christy Johnson. Well, we need to look at the votes for the candidates. Ella Haddadi's got 0.9, Josh Willie 0.64. So they're both going to get elected. And the rest of the Labor ticket is down the bottom. Vicar Bailey will be elected. Simon Barakis and Madeleine Ogilvie lead the ticket there. Helen Burnett is the 2nd Green, who would have a chance, but she's going to stay in the count for a long time. But Christy Johnson is the only person on a ticket, starts with 0.63. She can't lose preferences. She can only gain them from this point. Let's look at the individual tickets just to break them up. Simon Barakis and Madeleine Ogilvie, they've got 2 quotas. That's a little close there, but I'd expect both of them to be elected the top 2 there. I don't think that Marcus Vermain will close that gap. On the Labor ticket, Ella Haddad's elected, Josh Willie's elected, and the rest of them will be distributed as preferences. The Green ticket.
In a few minutes, the leader of the Tasmanian Liberal Party, Jeremy Rockliff, will join us in the tally room.
All right, we are just hearing that the leader of the Liberal Party, Jeremy Rockliff, will be entering the Grand Chancellor Hotel, the tally room, in a few minutes. Back to you, Anthony.
That is.
I haven't got much else to say, but I'll just go back to those party totals. As I said, 2, 2 and 1, and I would think that the Greens and Christy Johnson would likely take the last 2 seats, which would be 2 Labor, 2 Liberal, 2 Greens and Christy Johnson. It will depend on how much leakage there is out of the Greens ticket.
Can I quickly say Simon Barakis has made a wonderful election result here for himself. He got in on a recount and is now outpolling a sitting minister.
Erica Betts, Jeremy Rockliff speaking first tonight. What do you think he's aiming to do here?
I have no idea. But knowing Jeremy, it'll be honest, it'll be straightforward, it'll be what you see is what you get with Jeremy Rockliff, and I'm sure that's what he'll do tonight.
Emily and Leon?
I'm really interested. So we've got Jackie Petrusma returning to the party room, yourself in the Liberal Party room. You've got Simon Barakis, of course, one of your former staffers, in the party room. Does that change? I mean, these are people from the Conservative side of the Liberal tent. Does that change the nature of the Liberal Party that looks set to form government after tonight?
We're a broad church, and the electorate will decide which of the 7 Liberals in each electorate are going to be elected.
But it shifts the dynamic, doesn't it, Eric? I mean, it means that there is a greater weight on Conservatives. Dean Young out, these changes. Does it not mean that there'll be a greater weight, a greater voice of Conservatives in the party room after tonight?
Well, look, I don't sort of see the Liberal Party in those terms, but you can do so, Leon. But it's an outcome that the people have determined, and I'm not going to comment on that.
Emily Baker, I'm interested for your thoughts about why you think Jeremy Rockliff will be speaking first.
I'm a little bit with Erica Betts on this one. I have no idea. But I suppose we might expect... I mean, a victory speech feels ambitious, perhaps. They will have the greater number of seats, which is an achievement, of course, and one worth acknowledging. Will they be in majority government? No. So it's going to be a bit of a different speech to what we might expect. I remember last time we were here, Peter Gutwin had big cheers as well. He had maybe a little bit more to celebrate, so really fascinated to see.
The normal convention is that we usually hear from the concession speech first. So...
But Sabra, is this, and I mentioned this earlier, and some people are saying this, is it because Rebecca White does not want to concede, which would be traditional in these sorts of situations, does not want to concede, holds out hope that tomorrow something different will happen, and has said to Jeremy Rockliff, you do you?
Well, it'll be... Not much is going to change tomorrow because there'll be no counting tomorrow.
No. Yeah.
So we're going to... This is going to clearly drag out for some days yet.
Yeah.
So the question then for you, Sarah Lovell, are we going to hear from Rebecca White tonight?
Well, we are going to hear from Rebecca. I'm as curious as everyone else as to why Jeremy Rockliff is coming in first. Ordinarily, that is the concession speech that happens first, so I'm not sure why he's made that decision to come in now, but...
and what do you make of Leon's theory that Rebecca's not offering a concession speech because she's trying to hold her cards close to her chest?
I haven't heard anything along those lines from our people, so no. I'm
but you haven't heard anything.
Well, can I ask, Sarah, I've been using my phone a little bit. I'm sure you're looking at yours. Have we heard from Rebecca White or people associated with her, any of your colleagues, about why she isn't giving the first speech tonight then?
We weren't aware that the Premier or Jeremy Rockliff was on his way, so that was news to us as it came out on the panel, and I'm not sure if
she was planning on giving that first speech?
Well, she's certainly planning on speaking. I mean, in terms of an order, I don't know, but yeah, we weren't aware that Jeremy was coming in first, so we are as much intrigued as everyone else.
Nick McKim, what are your pearls of wisdom on this one?
Well, my pearl of wisdom is Rosalie Woodruff will definitely be making a speech here tonight. She's either not far off or on her way down, so I'm very confident about that. But look, it is interesting. I mean, I've been here, I've given speeches in tally rooms, some after good results, some after not such good results. Generally, the incumbent and the likely next government is the last speech, and I do think that it's instructive that Jeremy Rockliff is going to give an early speech. Like I said, I think there's a really close watch on his leadership, and I think Eric will be watching more closely than most. But for me, there's a watch on Jeremy's leadership tonight in his speech. I'm not convinced that he's going to stay on.
And when you say it's instructive, what's your assessment then?
Well, look, Emily, you're well connected in Tasmanian politics. Everyone knows Jeremy was going to leave, but Peter Gutwin beat him to the punch and left before Jeremy could. I reckon the farm is calling. Jeremy, I like Jeremy. He's terrific. He's a terrific human. Get on very well with him. I reckon the farm's calling really loudly to Jeremy, and I'm not convinced he's going to make it through this term.
Okay, this rumour's been circulating for many years now, but sorry, Leon.
Can I just jump in for a moment? I just jumped away from the desk and ran off into the crowd that had gathered behind us, and I just spoke to a Labor Party elder and asked him exactly the question that we're debating on the floor. Is the reason Rebecca White's not speaking first because she will not concede at this point and is hoping to form a government? And that party elder's answer was yes, that is exactly what is happening here at the moment. Sorry, carry on.
Honestly, I've forgotten where I was, but perhaps we can get Sarah.
It's getting my steps up. Yeah.
Well, we can. Sarah, what's your reaction to that? Again, I am finding it a little hard to believe, with respect, that you haven't got any communication on your mobile phone.
Nothing to say that that's the reason why Rebecca is not speaking yet. So without knowing who that person was and where they might be getting that information from, I can't really comment on the veracity of it. So
what is the feedback you're getting then?
I'm not getting any feedback about Rebecca coming to the tally room other than that she is coming at some stage.
Can I just say one thing, just quickly on Rebecca? that would actually be a reasonable position for her to take, to not concede tonight and to leave open the opportunity to form a government. That's a mature approach for her to take, given what's unfolded tonight, and it's a fulfilment of the democratic and actually, in my view, moral and ethical responsibility that everybody has who gets elected to the parliament, to leave open the opportunity to work across parties in a power-sharing parliament to deliver outcomes and stability for Tasmanians, to reflect the will of the voters. So for me, that's credit to Rebecca White if she does that.
So tomorrow morning, look out for a whole host of cyclists riding up Mount Wellington. Is that what you're saying, Nick?
Well, look, I know David Bartlett's watching tonight, so good day, David, and a couple of his mates there. No, look, that's part of Tasmanian history, and it was a very good government, Eric, and I'm sure you'd agree that turning Tasmania from a massive emitter of greenhouse gas to a net sequester of greenhouse, saving all those forests, terrific government, and we're really proud of...
wiped out, Nick.
Can I interrupt this competition that we're having? I picked up where I left off, actually looking at Nick McKim. He was telling this rumour that we've been hearing for actually many years now, that Jeremy Rockliff's on the verge of retiring, and that is yet to happen. But Eric Abetz, if that were to happen, would you like to be the Premier of Tasmania?
Of course he would.
The suggestion that Jeremy Rockliff is retiring has been around now for I don't know how many years,
and it's never happened. I've stuck a pin in that, so what's your plan?
And has never happened. Look, the leadership's not even up. It is not an issue, and I did not enter Tasmanian politics to become Premier. I entered it to serve the people of Franklin.
Sure.
But you must have some ambitions. You'd like to be in the cabinet, presumably. You're very experienced. Do you see yourself as a future leader? That
is for other people to decide in relation to cabinet. That will be for the parliamentary leader to determine.
Sabra, I understand Rebecca will be speaking after Jeremy, is the information I'm getting.
Okay, thank you very much for that. It's some information that we're getting from tonight. Eric Abetz, everyone, I mean, you and I have both been in federal parliament. You were a federal parliamentarian for 28 years. What was the famous saying that Peter Reith said? Everybody's got a leader's baton in their backpack.
That was Peter Reith, rest his soul. Some of us get into it to serve, and what comes along the way comes along the way. And I was blessed with leadership in the Senate, but I've entered state politics like I entered the Senate to serve.
Eric, you're very humble, but please tell us your plans once you're in the Tasmanian Parliament. Are you happy to sit on the backbench?
I'm happy to serve in whatever position, and that is why when I got ceremoniously assassinated by Malcolm Turnbull, I was happy to sit on the backbench and not leave in a huff and puff, but continue to serve the people of Tasmania. If I am elected to Franklin this evening, then will be my same approach.
Watch the space.
Sorry for butting in there. Sarah Lovell, just coming back to the message that you got where you said that confirmation that Rebecca White will be speaking shortly after Jeremy Rockliff. Within that message, have you got confirmation that Rebecca White is not going to concede?
No, I don't. That's all I have, is that she will be speaking and it will be after Jeremy. So I don't know if that's sounds like they're about to happen now.
Jeremy Rockliff is taking the stand. So Jeremy Rockliff is making his way towards the rostrum here at the Grand Chancellor Hotel. There's obviously a large and noisy crowd here at the moment. It has become increasingly difficult to hear over the last half hour or so. His wife Sandra is alongside him. He's about to reach the microphone. Let's have a listen to what Jeremy Rockliff has to say. Craig?
Hello, everyone. Well, wow, what a day. A day of milestones. And on that note, happy birthday to my beautiful mum, Jerry. Well done. And today also looks like a fourth consecutive win for the Liberal Party. And firstly, of course, I would not be standing here today if it wasn't for my wonderful electorate of Braden, the beautiful northwest coast, King Island and West Coast. Thank you, my Braden. I've represented Braden for 22 years and been proud to do so. I wouldn't be here without the Braden electorate, and I look forward to representing them for at least another 4 years as well. And can I thank my family, my beautiful family, Sandy, Ruby, Lucy and Holly behind me here today. Thank you for your love and support, everyone. And to all my parliamentary colleagues, both old and new, in terms of current and new, I should say, shouldn't I? Current and new. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the Deputy Premier Michael Ferguson, a very loyal deputy. Thank you, Michael, for your support over the course of the last few years. We're a great team, and I appreciate each and every one of my parliamentary colleagues and indeed fantastic candidates. We truly have had the team of the decade. I could not be prouder of the 34 people that stood beside and along with me as we travelled our electorates right across this beautiful state of Tasmania, listening, learning and appreciating Tasmanians and their concerns and also their aspirations. And can also thank, of course, my incredible campaign team. They worked day in, day out, early mornings and late nights as well. Thank you to the campaign team. There are so many to mention. I would like to pay particular tribute to our State Director of the Liberal Party, Mr Peter Coulson, and indeed our State President, Michael McKenna. Thank you, Michael. Fantastic effort by the both of you. And there is still clearly much counting to do and to go as we move forward over the course of the next week or more. But two things are very clear tonight. First, an historic fourth consecutive win for the Liberal Party of Tasmania. This has never happened before in the great state of Tasmania. Congratulations, team. And let's be clear, the Liberal team has clearly gained the most votes this election and the most seats by a large margin. So well done and thank you. And secondly, Tasmanians have delivered a very clear message, and I want to assure each and every Tasmanian that we've heard it, and I thank you for it. But Tasmanians have not voted for a change of government. Make no mistake, this has been a very poor result for the Labor Party of Tasmania. It looks like their lowest vote, primary vote, ever. Labor hasn't got enough seats to form a cabinet, let alone a government. But as I said before, but as I've said at the beginning of this campaign, from day one, we will now work with the Parliament that Tasmanians voted for today. And I will seek a new government, to form a new government, to give Tasmanians the certainty and the stability that they deserve, and to deliver our 2030 strong plan for Tasmania's future. Finally, can I say to all here tonight, in fact, every Tasmanian, it is incumbent upon the new Parliament to work together, to put aside our differences, to ensure that we work day in, day out for Tasmanians right across this beautiful state. This is the best place, not only in Australia but indeed around the world, to live, to work and to raise a family. And I couldn't be prouder of Tasmania and Tasmanians. And my message is very clear. I love this place. I was born here. I'll always live right here in Tasmania, and I thank each and every Tasmanian for standing up to be counted today, and I look forward to the next 4 years, and I'm only going to get started. I'm only getting started right now, ladies and gentlemen. I love this job. Thank you all. I very much appreciate your time tonight, and thank you each and every Tasmanian. Thank you very much.
Rockliff. They're saying that he sees a clear result today for the Liberal government. He's claiming a fourth historic win for the Liberals, saying that it's incumbent on the new Parliament to work together. We're seeing pictures of Mr Rockliff and his family, his wife Sandy there and his mother Jerry. It's her birthday today too, leaving the tally room. We're expecting that Liberal leader Rebecca White will enter the tally room here shortly.
Yes, Labor leader Rebecca White expected shortly. Interesting that Jeremy Rockliff emphasised that that the Liberal Party has won the most votes, that it's won the most seats. He said that Labor does not have enough seats to even form a cabinet, let alone a government. But he also said that the second clear takeaway from this election result was that Tasmanians have delivered a clear message. Interestingly, he did not spell out exactly what that message is, but he said that the Liberal government and he as Premier has heard that message and will act upon it. He highlighted that it's a very poor result for the Labor Party, the lowest primary vote ever for the Labor Party. Interestingly, he also said that he congratulated his candidates and called them the team of the decade. It's also the worst result for the Liberal Party in the past decade as well.
Now, Erica Betts, I'm interested to hear from you. The Premier said we've heard the message. What is the message?
Oh, look, that's for the Premier and others to enunciate, but clearly when your vote goes down, as it has, there is a message from the people, and it's right and proper that that is acknowledged. And I think the areas of health, cost of living, those sort of matters are clearly going to be addressed further with this incoming government. But interestingly enough, when you do the compare and contrast of health systems right around Australia, Tasmania performs exceptionally well in contrast. That said,
I'm sure the figures bear that out.
Absolutely,
there's plenty of shaking of heads over the other side of the panel.
I don't know which figures you're looking at.
Go to Queensland and see what ramping does up there.
I think the Productivity Commission might have something to say about that.
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, but
suffice
to say, we now have more nurses, we now have more doctors, we now have more hospital beds open than when we came to government 10 years ago.
With respect, Erica Betts, those figures don't respect. They talk about the metrics of what you're spending. They don't talk about the performance when you're waiting in an ambulance to be admitted to the hospital, when you're in the emergency department hoping to get seen, when you're waiting for elective surgery.
And they're the policies that the Premier announced during the campaign. But the campaign is now over and the messages have been received, and clearly people want the Liberals to do even better than they're doing.
Anthony Green, I want to hear from you on this particular point. Jeremy Rockliff said that Labor could not form a cabinet. Is he right?
I'm not sure the size of the cabinet, but if it's 8 and they've only got 10 members, it gets difficult. I'm just not sure what the size of the Tasmanian cabinet is. I went to do the chamber, and we'll show seats we're also saying are likely. The seats we've definitely given away. We got the Liberals up to, I think, a little bit more than 12 earlier. We've taken it down. I think some of them are better off in likely. The Liberals are 12, Greens 2, Labor 10. When we've got adding in the seats which are likely, we're getting up to Liberal 14, Labor's still on 10, 4 Greens and 1 Independent. So that's 29 seats with 6 to fill in. Labor might get one more, but that's all, no more than 10. I think the field government had 13 when it took office. I think that's the smallest party that's formed government. You've only got 11. It's very tough to form a ministry. 14, it's going to be tough as well. It's going to be a tough parliament. At this stage, there is still the chance that Jackie Lambie will get elected. I think Braden, her ticket will elect members. The figure is firmed up for them in Braden, so I think that's a possibility for them. But at this stage, it's going to be not a very stable government. I would say that. Labor and the Greens still could potentially end up with nearly as many seats as the Liberals, but Labor and the Greens are not going to form government in this parliament. I think the Labor Party would be very loath to go into government with the Greens because they still wouldn't have a majority and then have to deal with a crossbench. So I think the advantage for the Liberal Party is there may be others they can deal with without dealing with the Greens.
Anthony, thank you very much for that. Sarah Lovell, I want to come to you. Is it incumbent then for Rebecca White to concede?
Look, we'll hear from Rebecca White shortly, and I'm sure she'll have more to say about that herself. I'm a bit bewildered by that speech from Jeremy Rockliff. I feel like he's been watching a different election count than we have been. There was no mention of a massive swing away from the Liberal Party, no mention of the fact that for him to govern in the way that he's described, he'll be governing in minority, the very kind of minority that he called this election to avoid. There was no acknowledgement of that at all, and I just find that a really strange, quite bizarre speech from him.
He did point out that it's the lowest vote ever, primary vote for the Labor Party.
Well, I don't have those. Look, I couldn't answer. That could be true. I don't know. I don't have those figures in front of me.
It seems likely to be true.
Massive swing against the Liberal Party. He's got a big swing against the Liberals in his own electorate. No acknowledgement of that at all. I don't see how he can.
Based on that,
based on the reason that he went to, that he himself, based on the reason that we went to this early election. How can he now turn around and say that he's going to govern as Premier in minority in that way?
Based on that, do you expect Rebecca White will be talking about Labor recording its lowest vote ever?
Look, I don't know what Rebecca's going to be talking about.
But isn't that exactly the same, that Jeremy Rockliff isn't going to be highlighting his failure at the election?
No, I would have expected to hear from Jeremy a bit more of a tempered response. They've had a huge swing against them and there was no acknowledgement of that. He was speaking as if they'd won a big majority, which they have not done.
Erica Betts, will you be expecting Rebecca White to highlight that it's the lowest vote ever for the Labor Party?
Well, of course not, and she won't. But the fact that the Premier did acknowledge that a message had been received is an acknowledgement of the lower vote that the Liberals have got. And so, Sarah, with respect, the Premier did acknowledge that. But if you think 10 Labor, 4 Greens, it makes 14, then Rebecca White would have to cobble together another 4 to somehow form a government, and that, with respect, would genuinely be a coalition of chaos, whereas the Liberals have got that base number of 14, fingers crossed, possibly 1 or 2 more, which would mean that you have to deal with lesser people, or lesser number of people, I should say, to get to that important majority. Sorry?
Still a coalition of chaos, though, wouldn't it be?
No, because if you cobble together the Greens and the Jackie Lambie network, what do they actually have in common other than they try to denigrate each other all the time?
But won't Jeremy Rockliff need to be doing that, Eric?
I can't see that sort of a coalition
Eric,
working.
who are you looking to cobble together in that case? How are you not forming a coalition of chaos? What is this smooth coalition we're heading into?
Oh, look, the Liberals have at all times said we want to be a majority government.
I understand that.
If we get 14 seats, then you need another 4 seats. And in the event of a Jackie Lambie network or some grouping, I think that would be a lot better, because nobody is suggesting at this stage that they want to form a coalition with the Greens. And so what I'm saying is, if you take the Greens out of the equation, with Labor with such a low number, it is very difficult to see how they can get a majority in the Parliament.
I'm going to stop you there for a moment. Anthony Green, what have you got to offer us?
Lowest Labor vote was 27.3 in 2014, 28.2 last time. 28.9 in February in the 1992 election. So, but the point is 28.6, so it might be the third lowest, but they still haven't recovered since losing office in 2014. So there'd be 1% higher when they were turfed out in 2014.
While we've got you, Anthony, you mentioned earlier that the difficulties of trying to govern with this kind of, with these kind of numbers on the floor of the House. Jeremy Rockliff has used the rhetoric that he's excited, he's here for 4 years, he's only getting started. Can you highlight again for our viewers the difficulty he's going to face in the next 4 years?
The advantage of political parties is they vote together as a general rule. So if you've got something like, a good example, the AFL Stadium, it's an enormous project. If you've got a political party and you stick to it, you've got a good chance of actually voting together and holding a position. If you've got a collection of independents, 2 Jackie Lambie network people, maybe 2 independents, as independents, as single people, they will be under enormous pressure from all sorts of lobby groups on those sorts of issues. And as single individuals, they're much more likely to be caught in the problem of how to support things. Big decisions tend to rely on having party government to a large extent. So that's just one example of where there would be difficulty. A government that relies on getting several crossbenchers on the time. We know Eric's been in the Senate and would know what it's like trying to get legislation through the Senate. If it's in the lower house of Parliament, it can be very difficult as well. Yeah.
And of course, we've even seen in the lead up to this election that the Liberal Party has become fractured itself with a large issue like the AFL Stadium. They haven't been able to hold the numbers together.
You go back to the 1970s and the Franklin Dam issue. That just split government. There are other issues like that have come up from time to time, have split government on stuff. And just imagine if you're not a majority government and you've got a complex crossbench, it's tough to do. I mean, good luck to them for trying. I mean, Tony Rundle tried. It wasn't a split crossbench. But in the end, they as a government got frustrated. So that's what the problem is.
Leon?
I'm worried because there are a lot of people playing at home tonight who are playing bingo, and we have not mentioned the stadium once in this whole conversation. It has been an issue. When you talk to people, the further you get from Hobart, the more reservations people have. When you get closer to Hobart, the more likely people are to support it and support it very passionately. But I think we could ask, and let's not all go through our stump speeches, but what have we learned? Is the Liberal challenge today on the votes a consequence of your endorsement of the stadium? Or what else can we divine from tonight's vote about this $1 billion plus deal?
In relation to the stadium, it'd be fair to say when I went door knocking, there were a lot of Labor voters indicating they were going to vote Liberal. In my seat of Franklin, they then took the halfway house of David O'Byrne. In fairness, there were some Liberals who were concerned about the stadium and were therefore thinking of parking their vote with an independent.
But the Libs have lost votes at this election. Did it cost you votes?
And the stadium, whilst it was an issue, I think the real issues were health and cost of living, which is starting to hurt people. And they are cost of living in particular is largely the issue of a federal government, but it's hard for a state government to deal with that.
So, Sarah Lovell, to you, I mean, one of the challenges for your party is Rebecca White's position on the stadium was actually very hard to understand until you firmed it up until about a week and a half out. You sort of focused that. Did the stadium issue and your position on it cost you votes?
No, I don't believe it did. I don't think it was one of the big issues. I think the big issues were resoundingly cost of living, health and housing. The stadium didn't often come up on the doors. I was out door knocking quite a lot through the campaign and there were very few conversations I had. I think if there was the great levels of support that the Liberal Party seemed to say there is for the stadium, we would have seen a landslide of votes to the Liberal Party because they were really the only party saying they would deliver the stadium. We haven't seen that. We've seen a swing away from them. So that would either indicate that support is not there at the levels that they've claimed that it is, or that it's not the big issue of the campaign, which I think is really what is the reality.
Nick McKim, you look like you're chomping at the bit to get in there.
Look, the stadium came up a lot for us on the doors and people were just asking, I mean, I won't give the stump speech, Leon's asked me not to, but people were asking how we could be spending hundreds of billions on a stadium while we got ramped ambulances, while people are living on the streets. I
probably can't let you get away with saying hundreds of billions.
That's a stump speech.
Hundreds of millions, but in all seriousness, it did come up a lot for us on the doors, and this Parliament is by no means certain to back in the stadium. When it comes back into the House of Assembly, there is no guarantee as we sit here
152,000 members.
That stadium is going to be endorsed by the House, as it now needs to be. So watch that space.
152,000 Tasmanians have already joined up to the
That's to the team, Eric, not the stadium. You know there is a difference,
but
right?
everybody knows that we won't have a team unless...
That's not true at all.
Unless there is a stadium from which to operate.
Eric, you used to oppose the stadium back in the day.
No,
then you had a road to Damascus conversion, and now you support it. I mean, you're all over the place.
This is your style each and every time. I have never opposed the stadium.
Rubbish.
Never. I've written an opinion piece in favour of it.
Yeah, now you have.
We're going to hit pause here for a tick. Anthony Green, what have you got to add?
I wish I hadn't mentioned AFL. The Swans have won, which is a good thing. But look, in 2014, Labor was tossed out of office. Tonight, the Labor vote is 1% higher than at that election. The Green vote is 0.5% higher. So the Labor and the Greens have done no better than 2014. The difference is the Liberal vote is down 14%. And the vote for others is up 14%. So there's been a huge shift from government to the crossbench. I've always said in Tasmania, one of the problems of the Hare-Clark system is governments can be defeated, but it's not always clear who's won. A defeat for the government doesn't turn into a victory for the opposition. What's happened here is exactly that. The public has not backed to the opposition, the two existing opposition parties, but they've kicked the government and gone for something in the middle.
14% is a big swing there, Eric Abetz.
That's over 3 elections, I'm saying. But all I'm saying is that the Labor and the Green vote is no higher. It's like 1.5% up on 2014. The difference is what's happened to the Liberal vote over 3 terms since.
And that's been parked with people like the Jackie Lambie network and some other independents. So Labor and the Greens, whilst they have been crowing all evening, we've now got Anthony Green.
We've got to stop you there because it sounds like that Rebecca White, Labor leader, will shortly be joining us here.
How you going? Good.
You've just heard that there's audience here, including Eric Abetz, is applauding that news.
Always, it's the courteous thing to do.
Great result.
Indeed. You heard the message earlier about, you said that health and cost of living had really bit in here, and that's part of the reason why the public has given a kick to the Liberal Party. What more then should the party be doing to address those concerns?
Look, in relation to cost of living and housing, I think the planning issues in this state really do need further addressing to ensure that the cost of getting housing, unit developments, new subdivisions, etc., that it's all about supply, and the supply has been limited, and that is what's been driving up the cost.
Now, Sarah Lovell,
Your microphone's not on, Nick. We'll just go to Sarah Lovell. Sarah, could this be the final speech from Rebecca White as leader?
We'll have to wait and see what Rebecca has to say. I have no more information on that than you do, guys. So I'm waiting to hear what Rebecca has
Come on,
to say.
you're good friends with her.
It's a little bit later in the night.
If
I can interrupt some more barb sharing. It is a little bit later in the night now, Sarah Lovell. You wouldn't comment earlier on whether it's appropriate for Rebecca White to remain on as leader. Now that we're edging in on 10:20, what's your view?
Look, I don't want to preempt anything that Rebecca might say or any decisions that she might be making herself.
And what's your view?
My view is that we as a party, we have one of the most democratic processes to elect our leader, and as a party, we will look at that over the next few days and a decision will be made within the party.
Well, she's a leader until she resigns, is that not true?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
So are you expecting her to resign?
I am not expecting anything. I'm waiting to see what she has to say right now.
Here we go. Rebecca White is now entering the tally room here at the Grand Chancellor in Hobart, and as you can hear, she's getting a rapturous welcome from the audience here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. As a deep reflection on the lands we stand tonight, I want to recognise the Palawa people of Lutruwita and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging, and acknowledge any Aboriginal people who are in the room with us this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot that's unclear about tonight, but it is clear that Tasmanians have voted to reject the Liberals. It's going to be a long night and likely a long few weeks until we know the exact makeup of the next Parliament. Thank you to the people of Tasmania who have chosen to give their support to Labor candidates this election. I'm proud to see so many Labor candidates across the state have been supported by their communities to be elected to represent them, and on their behalf I say thank you. I'm really proud of the campaign that Labor ran. I'm really proud of our candidates, I'm really proud of our volunteers, and I'm really proud of the plan that we laid out for the Tasmanian community this election. A plan that is grounded in putting Tasmanians first. There are still votes to be counted, but what is clear is the Liberal Party will not be getting a majority. Tasmanians have humbled a Premier who called an early election expecting to be returned in majority. Tasmanians have clearly voted for change. And when the Liberals called this early election, the second in 3 years, they called it not because they wanted to address the cost of living, not because they wanted to start turning around our health system, not because they wanted to give young people hope that they might one day own their own home, but because they couldn't even work with people from their own party. Which means that dealing with a crossbench the size of Tasmanian community looks to have returned in this election will be a very difficult task for them to manage with respect. Because respect requires an honest appreciation that the voters cannot be sent back to do it again, and that each member of the crossbench represents a constituency that has to be listened to. Humble people don't speak of a coalition of chaos whenever they don't get their own way, or claim a victory when the results aren't clear. They pick up the phone and they talk to people. Strong but humble leaders accept the responsibility of making the Parliament that the Tasmanian people have chosen work for all of our communities and for all of our regions. The final makeup of this Parliament will not be known for some time, but it is clear that Jeremy Rockliff will not be in a position to do so without the support of at least 4 members of the crossbench. Whether he can ultimately remain as Premier will be up to the members who are ultimately elected. I want to recognise that tonight will be a difficult one for him, having called an early election demanding stability, and instead the Liberal Party have seen a massive drop in their primary vote. After 22 years in the Parliament and 10 as the Deputy Premier and as the Premier, Jeremy has given an enormous amount to this state, and I want to acknowledge that tonight and also thank him and his family for their contribution, because there would have been a lot of sacrifices given over those years. However, this election has been decisive in its message that there needs to be change. I'm proud of the fact that Labor has laid out a plan to take urgent action on the cost of living, to ensure that Tasmanians pay a Tasmanian price for Tasmanian power, to build more affordable childcare and provide free school lunches. We've laid out a plan to build more houses for people who need them, to make life easier for renters and to ensure the dream of home ownership is put back within the reach of Tasmanians who've lost hope. We've set out a plan to start repairing our health system, to train more nurses, more doctors, more paramedics, and to provide them with the infrastructure and support that they need to care for Tasmanians. And I acknowledge that on tonight's results, Labor will need the support of the Parliament to implement these plans. And I've said that we won't be entering into any coalitions, and there will only be Labor ministers in a government that I lead. And these things and our plans are not up for negotiation. But whether we get the chance to implement our agenda will depend on how things play out over the next few weeks. But tonight it is clear that the Tasmanian community has rejected the past and wants change. It is over conflict for conflict's sake. This election outcome requires us to respect those who differ in their political colour, and Tasmanians have told us loudly through this result that they want a government and a parliament that works for them. Tonight I would also like to convey my deep thanks to every single person who supported me personally and the Labor Party as we've campaigned throughout this election. Firstly, I want to thank my family and my friends for their unwavering support. Thank you so much for always standing beside me and holding me up at times when it's been necessary. Thank you to my deputy, Anita Dow, who's been a rock. Anita is a marvellous, hard-working person who has put her heart and soul into this campaign, and I'm incredibly proud to call her a friend. Thank you to my team, and in particular to my Chief of Staff, Marcus Atkinson. Thank you for your hard work and your dedication, which has been such a strength to me and all of us as you've led from the front. To the Acting State Secretary, Jared Moore, and to the former State Secretary, Stuart Benson. Thank you. Thank you for your commitment to our movement, for the many, many, many hours that you put in and the effort you gave to make sure that our campaign was as strong as it was. It is a privilege to do this job with some of the best and most genuine people I have ever worked with. To our candidates, and I can see some of your faces in the room tonight, whether you've been successful tonight and whether it's still to be decided or whether you haven't quite made it, I want to thank you for putting yourself forward. Our democracy depends on people like you. And by putting your hand up, you've done a genuine act of public service and you've done our party proud. I want to thank the hundreds of Labor volunteers who've worked so hard across the state, talking to people, door-knocking, letterboxing. You are symptomatic of how our movement works at a grassroots level to grow support, and I'm so proud of each and every one of you. Throughout the campaign, we've elevated the stories of Tasmanians who are demanding a better future. We stood in their lounge rooms, we stood in their businesses, we sat around their kitchen tables. We helped share the story of Tasmania as it is and as it could be. And we asked for their support to help change the government so that we could deliver a better future for our state. Can I finish by saying just one last thing? Tonight's result demonstrates that there's been a significant shift in the way politics operates in Tasmania, and we can expect to see this happen again and again. It is very likely that Tasmania will continue to elect minority governments, particularly with a 35-seat parliament. It is also clear that people voted for change this election. We'll wait to see how the dust settles and for the final results to be determined. And Labor will be ready to work with the Parliament to implement our agenda and our plan for a better future for Tasmania if that is the will of the people. Thank you.
Live from the tally room here at the Grand Chancellor Hotel in Hobart, that is Rebecca White, the Labor Party leader, clearly not making a concession speech, not conceding at all. In fact, pledging to work with the Parliament of Tasmania to implement Labor's plan, if that is what the Parliament votes for, saying that it will be some time yet before the dust settles and we know exactly what the makeup is for the lower house of the Tasmanian Parliament. It's not quite clear to me either whether either leader has spoken with one another tonight, whether there's been an exchange of phone calls or text messages, Sarah Lovell.
No, I don't know either from both of those speeches whether they have been speaking. I think what we see from Rebecca there is that clearly she thinks there's still opportunity potentially, and that there is still some unclear results that are yet to be settled, and wants to wait and see what that looks like before any final decisions are made. I do think, though, what we see is a clear difference between two leaders who have stood up and one, Rebecca has said she wants to work with the crossbench and she will wait and respect the will of the Parliament and have those conversations, as opposed to Jeremy Rockliff, who made it sound like he was governing in majority and had no mention of the crossbench, no mention of any conversations he'd had or was planning to have with people. It sounded very much like a leader who was ready to head into Parliament and start governing, you know, as if he was in majority, which I don't know how those crossbench members would be feeling right now about that.
Well, I think there was a pointed message in what she was saying. Humble people don't speak of coalitions of chaos and claim victory when the results aren't clear. Erica Betts.
But a humble person would have acknowledged the very low vote that her own party achieved, which she refused to do. She did not discuss in any way, shape or form why, if the Liberals were so bad as she said from her Reid speech, and I've got to say, Jeremy spoke from the heart this evening, didn't have to read the sentences that undoubtedly federal headquarters had put in front of Beck White. Very sad reflection on her. But I would have thought humility in a leader would have said, we acknowledge that whilst we've damaged the government, they haven't voted for us.
Right. We're hearing that Rosalie Woodruff will be joining us shortly. Before she does come into the Grand Chancellor Hotel, let's get the latest from Anthony Green. Anthony, what are the figures you've got for us now?
So I've been running through trying to figure out who might get elected yet. So let's go back and we'll look at the overall vote. We've now got 66% counted. These figures have been consistent now for several hours. Liberals mid-37s, Labor 28.8, Greens 13.3, Jackie Lambie Network 6.7, Independents 7.9. The change in vote that's occurred since the last election, the Liberal vote well down. It's the Lambie Network vote and the Independent vote that's gone up since the last election. Now, Chamber, let's look at the overall picture of what we're giving away at this stage. The seats we've definitely given away as one is Liberal 12, Labor 10, Greens 2. No doubt about those numbers. We've got a bit of doubt about the likelies. Now, I've got the Liberals up to 14, Labor 10, Greens 5, Independents 1. I've got the Lambie Network on 2, but I can't name you who's been elected. There's a possibility in both Bass and Braden that a member will be elected, but their ticket is completely split across 3 candidates. But in both of those regions, I think they have a good chance. That's 16, 17, 22, 32, which leaves 3 seats in doubt. I think I think the Liberals can still win an extra seat in Braden, which would get them to 15. They've got an outside chance of an extra seat in Franklin, which would get them to 16. That's the maximum, and it will depend on that breakup. Just a couple of things on new members. 4 new members for the Liberal Party. Rob Fairs in Bass, Erica Betts and Jackie Petrusma returning to Parliament in Franklin, Jane Howlett moving from the Upper House in Lyons, and Josh Willey is a new Labor member for Clark, picking up a seat. Defeated members, the 2 defectors from the government, Lara Alexander and John Tucker, have both been defeated. And in terms of possible members, I think Cecily Rossell, I'm not sure of the pronunciation, in Bass, very strong chance of winning. Rebecca Pentland is the lead candidate on the Jackie Lambie ticket. Whether she gets elected, I'm not. I think there's a 3rd Liberal, but of the rest of the ticket of the Liberals in Bass, I'm not sure which one. They're all 0.2, 0.19, 0.18. 2 definites in 2 of the Rob Fairs and Michael Ferguson. So they're both elected, but the 3rd Liberal, who I think will be elected, I have no idea off that ticket. Simon Wood is the sitting member, though, and is the 3rd place, but only on 0.2 of a quota. In Braden, if they get 3 up, I think the 3rd will be Roger Jensch. If they get 4 up, Giovanna Simpson is a good chance of getting up. So as well. So both of those are in the running for 1 definite and 1 likely for the Liberals there. In Braden, they're the top 2 candidates on the Jackie Lambie ticket. whoever gets elected of those two, one of them has a chance of getting elected, depending on the cut-up of preferences. In Clark, I haven't given Christy Johnson elected, but I expect she will get elected. She's likely. I think Madeleine Ogilvie is second on the Liberal ticket. I'd expect her to get elected, but she's not that far ahead of the third-place candidate. Helen Burnett, I'm not sure. If the Greens get 2 up, she will be the second Green in Clark. I think David Alburn will probably get the seat in Franklin. Labor's not in a position to win a third. Meg Brown will be the second Labor candidate elected in Franklin. Lions, I expect Jen Butler to get elected on Rebecca White's surplus. She's by far and away the furthest ahead, but it's a really split up ticket apart from Rebecca White. And I think Tabitha Badger might win the last seat in Lions. And I think I've got no idea of the absolute last seat in Lions. It's very split up. So that's a quick run through of what's going on. I think there are about 3 seats which are completely in doubt. But yeah.
All right, Anthony Green, thanks for that. Nick McKim, what are we likely to hear from Rosalie Woodruff?
Oh, look, I think Rose will give a measured speech. There's been a swing to us. We'll pick up a seat or more in this election, and she should be really proud of the campaign she's run. It's her first campaign as leader, and she ran a really disciplined, values-based campaign that actually proposed solutions to some of the big challenges facing Tasmania. Look, just a couple of quick reflections on the speeches we've just heard. Jeremy Rockliff's, frankly, pretty graceless and delusional, I thought his speech was. I mean, he's come in with a 10% plus swing against him and basically claimed victory. I thought Rebecca White, a clear pitch to the crossbench, like very measured, humble, accepting of the result, and a clear pitch to the crossbench.
All right, it is time now for Rosalie Woodruff, who has entered the hotel. Here she is.
Hello, everyone. How fantastic to see you all here. I want to acknowledge that we're standing here tonight on the land of Tasmania's first people, the Palawa Pakana. They've shaped this island's landscape for tens of thousands of years. And the Greens recognise that this is stolen land that was never ceded. And we're committed to returning lands, to truth-telling, to treaty and justice. I want to also acknowledge the work of the people on this campaign and start with Jeremy Rockliff and Rebecca White. As leaders, they have both done a huge job of work. And, elections are tough for everybody, but also democracy is a wonderful thing. And on behalf of the Greens, I salute everybody who has had the courage to stand, party leaders, but also the candidates and the independents, people who had no notice that this election was going to be called, and that in itself was, less than perfect from a democratic point of view. People have gone hard and they've given it their best. Well, what an election and what an exciting opportunity to fight for real change. And that is exactly how the Greens approached this election from day one. On behalf of the Greens, I want to thank everyone, all those Tasmanians who stood with us during this campaign and publicly shared their stories. Stella, who lost her mother on the ramp at the LGH. Glenn, a victim survivor of conversion practices who travelled 2 whole days to come back to Tasmania to share his painful story. Chris, with his experience of homelessness. And Kelly and Eve, just 16 and 20, who also spoke about their housing struggles and why we desperately need youth homelessness services. Teresa Sainty, who shared the stories of Palawa people's lives in the remote southwest wilderness heritage area. The unions who fight every day. They have been at the forefront of desperate underfunding for a decade, and they feel the brunt every single day of the critical services that aren't provided, and the stories of Tasmanians who suffer real moral injury because they are forced to work under intolerable circumstances that they know are unsafe and inadequate for the work that they're employed to do. So HACSU, the CPSU, the ANMF and all the other unions, good on you for the work you do. And of course, who was there loudest and strongest? The incredible conservation movement of Tasmania, who stood in defence of the Liberal and Labor Party's attacks on our forests, relentless attacks on nature and the marine environment. The thousands of Tasmanians who joined us on the streets to march to end native forest logging and burning. So, collectively, all of these Tasmanian stories tell us why there's a problem, and our message from them that for this campaign that we have relayed is that we need change, and change is possible. It's been a momentous campaign, and we've deliberately focused on raising the issues that we want to fight for and staying out of the negative politics and negative campaigning. And through our work, we've made sure that critical issues were on the election agenda: free public transport, renters' rights, regulating short stay, stronger environment laws. We put them there. The Greens did that on behalf of Tasmanians. We were the only party to put forward a comprehensive plan to tackle ambulance ramping, to remove... Yes. It's not easy, and that's why it's a 50-point plan and not a 3-word slogan. We were the only party to talk about how we can and we must remove fish farms from Macquarie Harbour and transition the Strawn workforce. The West Coast community deserves a better future, sustainable jobs for the long term. Also, we talked about future-focused jobs and nature tourism. And so this next term of Parliament, the Greens are going to push the next government to act on the Commission of Inquiry's recommendation and close Ashley Youth Detention Centre. To legislate for the protection of Aboriginal heritage, to give the EPA some real fangs, and to properly ban harmful conversion practices. I am a proud foundation member of the Tasmania Devils, like I'm sure so many other people in this room are, and I'm committed to defending our team and our colours, and the Greens will hold firm in standing up to the whimsies of the AFL. We know having a love of football doesn't have to equal support for a stadium. This generation of Tasmanians needs a parliament of leaders working to tackle the health, housing and unfolding climate crisis. They don't need a $1 billion stadium when we have a perfectly good one at York Park. And that's where the heart of AFL and AFL football should remain permanently. So as we suspected before tonight, things aren't cut and dried right now at the moment, but they are sure looking good for the Greens. In Bass, It's looking strong for the compassionate and incredible Cecily Rossell. She is an incredible member of her community and she has such a kind, caring heart. In Lions, the tenacious Tabitha Badger. Also looking strong for us in Lions, and she will be and continue to be an incredible advocate for the environment. In Clark and Franklin, amazing results, and we're in the mix for second seats. And in Braden, we've also recorded a good swing so far too. But I know some of the results haven't been as good as we hoped, and we know the team in Braden tonight recognise that it's not as good as it is in other parts in the state. And I want to especially thank them and the fantastic leadership of Dr. Darren Briggs, an amazing candidate. This relentless campaigning has not gone unnoticed, and we know it's just the beginning of the campaign for the Greens to win back a seat in Braden. So the Greens don't take money from big corporations, and we've run a truly grassroots campaign across the island, and I wanted to thank the hundreds of people who are involved. We've letterboxed and put up posters and knocked on thousands of doors, much more than in any election before. I want to especially thank all of the 35 candidates because we put up 7 candidates in each electorate. I want to thank the wisdom, the energy and the critical honesty of the past leaders. Christine, I think I can see you here at the moment. Bob Brown, Christine Milne, Peg Putt, Nick McKim and Cassie O'Connor sitting in front of me. They are rocks of strength for us and this movement. I especially want to thank the inspirational, positive and passionate young people who've campaigned to fight on the great issues of today and into the future, and the thousands of Tasmanians who've engaged with us. I want to thank the Greens campaign team, our terrific campaign manager Rachel, volunteer coordinators the duo Nina and Emma, media advisor Eddie. They gave everything possible to our incredible lead candidates. My own and Vicar Bailey's parliamentary staff, Dan, Alex, Sophie, Tom, Steve and Alice. You've worked tirelessly for 6 weeks and you've been keeping the wheels on. And I want to thank my family who are with me tonight. Paulie, May, Tilda, and not present here, but Ziggy, here in spirit, our dog, campaign dog. Whatever the final outcome of the next few weeks, the Greens will return to Parliament further empowered to fight for Tasmanians who need a hospital bed and a secure home. We'll continue to defend our democracy against self-interest and the corrupting influence of big corporates and ideology. And we'll always be a voice for nature, unlike Labor and Liberal parties who deny the climate emergency. The Greens are with the majority of Tasmanians who want to protect our carbon-rich forests and extraordinary wildlife and end native forest logging for good. So our message this election was that change is needed and change is possible. And we're fully committed to stepping into the next Parliament with this in mind. Thank you.
Greens leader there, Rosalie Woodruff, delivering her speech saying change is needed, change is possible. She said that Greens in Parliament will stand up to the AFL. She said that we don't need a $1 billion stadium, suggesting that AFL games can be played possibly exclusively in Launceston. She said that in regards to ramping, that the Greens have a 50-point plan, not a 3-word slogan. She said things aren't cut and dried at the moment and things will take time to settle down. What did you make of that, Nick McKim?
Well, hard to argue with any of that speech, and of course I wouldn't. A terrific speech from Rosalie, as I expected, and she's right. And we've heard it from Anthony tonight. Like the last seat or two in most electorates is uncertain at the moment. There are some pretty likely outcomes there. I think there will be at least one Lambie candidate elected. I think that's very likely, possibly more. We're looking strong in Lyons and also for a second seat in Clark, which bodes really well for us in the upcoming upper house seat of Hobart, with Cassie O'Connor as our candidate there. That's on in about 5 or 6 weeks. So, look, a good night for us all up. In terms of how the Parliament looks, let's be clear about this, and I've been there before. The Governor, in the absence of another arrangement, the Governor is going to ask Jeremy Rockliff to go in as Premier on the first day and test his support on the floor of the House. Now, whether another arrangement can be made, we'll have to wait and see, but if there's not one, that's what's going to happen.
You're talking big picture there, Nick McKim, so let's see what the big picture is on the big board with Selena Ross.
All right, so we want to show you where things are looking now that we're getting towards the end of the night. So we have the Liberals with 12 seats. We have Labor on 10. We have 2 with the Greens. Now, as it's looking, the Liberals are looking quite strong in both Braden and Bass. So we're going to take those 2 seats and move them over to the Liberal side. As for the Greens, they're looking strong in Clark, in Lyons and in Bass. They also, if everything goes well for them, are looking strong in Lyons. So we're going to move those 4 seats into the Greens block there. Now, we can see there's still 4 seats left for Liberals that they need to get a majority to form a minority government, I should say. For Labor, that's another 8 seats that they need. So for Labor, they've got 8 squares here that need to be filled. But there are only 5 seats left over here that are in doubt. So it's just not possible for Labor to form a minority government unless Rebecca White goes back on her word that she won't work with the Greens. If she did work with them, they could potentially form a minority government with some support from the other remaining undecided seats as well. For the Liberals, there are a couple of options. So they could potentially work, they need 4 more, there are 5 over here. So that would rely on most of those supporting the Liberal Party in order for them to go that way. Otherwise, they could rethink their position on the Greens, and those 6 potential Greens there would help fill that space there. Now, there is so much left to unfold. We don't know if that will all go that way that we're talking about, but if it does, the Greens will be in a really strong position to help determine how this Parliament looks.
Selena Ross, thank you so much for your insights throughout the whole night at the big board. Tonight's election is the first since the ABC team has lost a much-loved former member, set designer Lee Tierney.
Lee spent more than 45 years at the ABC, and in that time worked on dozens of federal, state and territory elections.
The former head of ABC Elections, Eric Napper, said that the success of those broadcasts hinged on Lee's preparation and execution. He created working spaces brimming with technology and complemented by deliberate visual messages to the audiences.
From all of us at the ABC Elections team, we send our love to Lee's family and friends. Vale, Lee Tierney.
Now, for some final thoughts, Anthony Green, let's go to you.
I'll try and wrap up what we're seeing. The one thing I would say to at the moment, we've got very few pre-poll votes. They're coming in very late tonight, so we may have a better picture in about an hour and a half, but we're not going for another hour and a half, thankfully. Let's see the overall vote. 37.5 for the Liberals, 28.8 for Labor, 13 for the Greens, 6.7 for Lambie Network, 7.9 for all those individual independents, and 5.8 for other. Just to stress the point, we've got over 20% for others beyond the 3 traditional parties in Tasmania, and that's more than twice the highest previous figure. So, and to look at that change in vote, it has been from the Liberal Party to others, and as I said earlier, the Labor and Green vote is basically unchanged since 2014. It's actually the loss of Liberal support to others, which has been the shift over the decade. We'll now look at the chamber. Now, the numbers we're certain of are not... I like this. Liberal 12, Labor 10, Greens 2. I've been trying to push a few more likelies. I get the Liberals up to 14. There's still an outside chance of 15, maybe the 3rd seat in Franklin. I've got the Lambie Network at 2. They have a strong chance in both Braden and Bass, but they have no lead candidate. So there's always the possibility votes will leak out of the ticket, but they have a strong chance of picking up preferences from other limited groups. 2 independents, I think David O'Byrne and Christy Johnson will be elected. 5 Greens. The 6th Green would be the 2nd seat in Franklin. Rosalie Woodruff has got 1.1 quotas. The other 0.5 of a quota is split across 6 candidates, and I suspect it's going to leak out. David O'Byrne is the strongest in Franklin, and I think the Liberals would be the next one, so that's potentially the 15th, but it's really impossible to tell, and it's impossible to know the last seat in Lyons as well. Labor, I'm not getting above 10. I think there's a possibility in Lyons, one of the electorates, I've forgotten which. It's that time of night. The new members. Trying to deal with Hare Clark, honestly. Rob Fairs has won the seat that Lara Alexander vacated, but the Liberals have lost the seat in Brass. Eric Abetz, Jackie Petrusma, the new candidates in Franklin, with Nick Street, the possible 3rd candidate, and in Lyons, Jane Howlett is the new member in Lyons. Defeated member, and I've just remembered there is another defeated member who's the extra... who's the other candidate?
Dean Young
in Franklin, who was elected on the recount. So there's 3 defeated members, but both Lara Alexander and John Tucker, who were defected from the party, have been defeated, and Dean Young, who was elected on a countback, has also been defeated. So I think that's we've got some possible members. As I said, I think Cecily Rossell, I think she will win, but we haven't got any pre-polls. We've got a couple of, potentially 2 of those 3 will be elected for the Jackie Lambie network. I think Roger Jensch will be in. Giovanni Simpson, if the Liberals get to a 4th seat, so maybe the Liberals could reach 16. Christy Johnson in Clark, I think, will be elected. Madeleine Ogilvie, I think, will be elected. And Helen Burnett, if she gets the 2nd Liberal. And I think David O'Byrne, Nick Street, Meg Brown, there's a number of people there who could get elected. So there's a lot more counting to come. But it's definite the Liberals have more seats than Labor, but neither of them are anywhere near... the Liberals are not anywhere near a majority government, and the Greens have got a very powerful position in the new Parliament.
Anthony Green, as always, thank you so much for your contributions tonight. And I do know that you love Hare Clark and the Robson rotation. Now, for some quick summing up for the night, I'm going to start with you, Leon Compton.
It's a couple of things. One is, respectfully to all of their families and the work they've put in, it looks like both the Labor and the Liberal parties might well be looking for new leadership after this. The other thing is, the idea was that Parliament was going to expand to 35 and there'd be a greater pool of talent to draw from. You've got Rob Fairs, you've got Giovanna Simpson potentially coming in for the Libs. Not much for Labor, and so all of that new blood looks like it'll sit on the crossbenches. I'm not sure that is what this was initially designed to do.
Emily Baker?
It's a strong result for the Liberals in one sense. They've won more seats than any other party, but it's certainly not the result that they wanted. And we've gone twice now to an early election on the basis that they couldn't work with government in minority. I thought the tone from Rebecca White was very interesting. It'll be an uphill battle for her to form government. But equally, from what we've heard from Jackie Lambie tonight about her thoughts on the current government and from the Greens leader as well, I think both parties will be having some pretty tough conversations in the coming weeks.
Eric Abetz.
When you've suffered a loss of votes, as the Liberal Party has, there clearly has to be a time of reflection. Some of the policies that we announced will have to be looked at, be it the new tax in relation to short-stay accommodation. I know that got some feedback. The pet policy for tenants got some feedback. So there have been a few issues that will need to be considered. The method of our campaign will have to be looked at as well, whether it was a good idea to have a hard whack at the Jackie Lambie network as was done. Those sorts of things all have to be reviewed and considered, and things that seemed reasonable at the time, with a reflection of what the Tasmanian people decided, may require a recalibration, a reconsideration, and undoubtedly that will happen. But look, to all the Liberal candidates, to the Premier and those that worked so hard, well done, but the result is not what we had hoped for.
Interesting comments there, Eric. Thank you.
Sarah Lovell, what does tonight mean for the Labor Party?
Well, I think, look, there will be reflections for us as well, and particularly in not picking up those votes that have left the Liberal Party, whether that's just because there were more options for people to vote for with more independent members and more minor parties. But I think what's really clear is that Tasmanians have voted for a change. They clearly want a change of government. They haven't voted in support of a majority Rockliff Liberal government, as he was campaigning and as was the reason for this election. They've voted for a very different looking parliament, and that is certainly what they've got.
Nick McKim.
Well, a good night for us. I think the most likely result for us is 5 seats after tonight, and that's a ringing endorsement of our campaign. But look, the big story tonight is that ongoing erosion, significant erosion in the support of the political duopoly in Australia, a power-sharing parliament where no one party has absolute power and where the interests of people can be prioritised over the vested interests and the corporations. That's a great result for Tasmanians.
All right, thank you to our panel tonight. Our new member-elect for Franklin, Erica Betts.
Thank you.
And you'll take up your seat in the State's Legislative Assembly for the first time in I don't know how many weeks to come. Labor's Sarah Lovell, thank you for your insights tonight. And the night threw up a number of challenges for Labor and you, so thank you.
As well, thank you to Senator Nick McKim. The Greens look to have picked up some extra seats, at least 1, possibly 3. Thank you also to Emily Baker, as well as ABC Radio Hobart's Leon Compton. Thanks also to our reporters and crews across the state who brought us the sights and sounds of tonight's election.
This has been Tasmania Votes. The Liberals have secured the most seats, but not enough to command a majority in their own right. The Liberal vote collapsed by more than 11%, and even though Jeremy Rockliff has claimed victory, they'll now need to reach an agreement with an expanded crossbench in order to govern. And that could include as many as 6 Greens, a number of independents, as well as members of the Jackie Lambie network.
Labor leader Rebecca White has not conceded defeat and said the question of whether or not she could form government will depend on further counting over the coming days and weeks.
And as that counting continues, stay up to date at abc.net.au/TasVotes on radio and on TV.
And for more analysis of tonight's result, join David Spears on Insiders tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
And I'll be back for a special edition of AM on ABC Local Radio from 8 o'clock. I'm Sabra Lane.
And I'm Guy Stainer. Good night.
Good night.